Hello, everyone, and welcome back to The Other Castle.
The Other Castle. I'm Andrea.
And my name is Tom.
Welcome back. We are so excited to have you here. This is the season finale of season 6.
The season finale, and this season has been so big and so long and such a fun season of so many great games, hasn't it?
This has been a really long season. I feel like it's just been nonstop since we started, and I tried to do a bunch of game study before the season started so I'd be caught up. I don't have to do one I don't just limit myself to a week to jam shit out, and I still feel like it was oh my god. This was overwhelming, to be real. This was a lot. Perhaps it's because we also went to Level Up Expo in the beginning half of the season, and we launched Patreon and our Discord and doing all these other things, but man, I got my ass kicked this season.
Most definitely. We really did, because, with our Patreon now included, that's extra episodes that we had to bang out as well.
That's true. That's probably why it was a lot and doing the newsletters and shit, but that's also a great call out to our Patreon. I want to call out Jackie and her brother who recently joined. Hello, Jackie. I am very pleased to have you here. Thank you very much for joining the Goomba Gang.
Yes, hello, Jackie and brother who listen to us in the car.
Yes. I hope you're driving safely. So thank you very much. If you want to join our Patreon, links on Patreon Avi. It's in the show notes. It's also on our website, theothercastlepodcast.com.
That's theothercastlepodcast.com.
And we also have a Discord. If you want to join our Discord, talk to us about games, do some theories. I talked about how terrible of a friend Chloe is recently on the Discord, because in Life is Strange, man, she's not a good friend to Max. Anyway, that's a different episode. I hope you heard that one. But if you want to join our Discord, send us a DM or an email. We will be happy to send you an invite. Hit us up. We'd love to have you join and talk about video games with us, especially in the off season while we're researching, looking for more games to cover, all that good stuff.
Yeah, and then we'll still have monthly episodes over on our Patreon as well. And if you can't support us financially, just at least give us a shout out on your social media. Let people know you're listening to the show.
Yeah, or drop us a review. We love shit like that.
Yes.
But all of that to say, thank you for being here. We're so pleased. Season 7 is coming. It's just going to come in a couple months because we have to play all these games.
Yes.
So, it takes a while. I'm covering something I think I've poured 120 something hours into. So, that and work, we have to really pace this shit out. So thank you for your patience in advance. But again, if you still want to hang out with us with at least monthly drops, we're on Patreon. But anyway, today we're covering Grand Theft Auto 5.
The 5th in the series.
Yes. Not necessarily the 5th entry. There's been a lot of other pieces and mini games and other things going on, but the 5th big ass GTA game.
I mean, it's a game that's so big that we're 10 years later and it's still going.
They're still releasing it. They just put it out for PS5 and it's literally 10 years old.
It is like the World of Warcraft of the open world games.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, this came out September 17th, 2013 across PS3 and Xbox 360. Now it's on every console except for the Switch and PC, which is this would be insane as a Switch game. So just don't even go there.
I think it would hurt your eyes if it was on that tiny of a screen, to be real.
Oh, yeah. No, my eyes get a little crossed sometimes when I play Switch, but I think it's just because I hold it too close to my face. So that's a user error, not necessarily to the point of anything else. But man, this is the only Grand Theft Auto game I've played.
Yeah, this is not the only one that I've played, but I haven't played a lot of Grand Theft Auto games. I played 4. That one's a great game. That one starring Nico Bellic. Eastern European, kind of gets into the whole drug world in New York, Liberty City, whatever. And then I also did Chinatown Wars, which is just like a spin-off of that one. A couple of the DLCs to 4, but 3 came out. That was the real big one that kind of grabbed everybody's attention.
That was the splash.
That was the splash. 1 and 2 were completely different things. They were off on their own. 3 really became the one that was everybody was, holy shit, what is this Grand Theft Auto series?
Okay, so that was where they gave the series a lot of love, created some more innovative pieces that have turned into the Grand Theft Autos that we know today, right?
Yeah, I would say that is the birth of the Grand Theft Auto that we know today.
Very
I did
cool.
not dig on that game, at all.
Yeah?
The big reason being is just if I had friends that had it, they'd invite me over. They're like, here, watch. I can shoot rockets at police cars. And that was it. That was all they ever wanted to show me. And it was every friend that invited me over just wanted to show that they could shoot rockets at police cars. And I was like, this game looks stupid.
That's the only thing they want to talk about is shooting cop cars.
Yeah, that was the only thing.
What
so
the fuck?
I guess I had it mismarketed to me, I guess.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you're hey, come watch me play Overwatch, and you're just dropping Symmetra fucking turrets and being yep, I did it. And you're that's not fucking interesting gameplay.
No.
What? I'm not doing this.
And then when 4 came out, that's when I was working at GameStop, and so I got like
Oh.
hit directly with the right kind of marketing on that
Oh,
one.
definitely. Like you got the script to say, like, here's how we talk about this game. I'm sure
Yeah.
you saw it on the TVs nonstop with their promo reels and shit.
All the time, yeah, and just everywhere.
When we were into GameStop this week, we were there for 15 minutes. I saw the same commercial 8 times. I cannot imagine what it was like to just see this shit on loop for an 8.5-hour shift.
I don't know why they never made those videos longer. Honestly, they're like 15, 20 minutes, and then it's a repeat. Oh, I hated those videos.
Even dispensary loops are like 45 an hour, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's interesting that you started with kind of a peripheral friend of a friend, word of mouth experience that really left you like, this means nothing to me,
Yeah.
than to be involved in the direct marketing and sales of this at like boots on the ground
Yeah.
and be like, okay, I have to deal with pre-orders and people asking about this game and probably parents being like, is my kid gonna turn out horny or violent because of this? And you have to be like, no, that's literally not a thing.
Yeah, no, your kid's not going to get horny and violent because of this game. It's going to be for completely other different reasons.
Yeah. Maybe you should look within.
Yeah, that's just being a kid.
Yeah. Actually, those are hormones, babe.
Yeah.
We've all gone through them. That's fascinating. So, with the GTA 5 rollout that came out in 2013, I know that they kind of created really interesting marketing for it, but because it's Rockstar, they've been very tightly lipped about the actual production. There's not a lot of content from the creators, the writers, like Laszlo, you know? So we do have a lot of content from the performers, but not a lot from Rockstar themselves. What we do know is that the team that created GTA 5 had over 1,000 people on the roster.
That's a big ass team.
That's like, I think that's the size of the class I graduated with in college. Across all, but also like across all studies, like not just
Right.
like our department. Like everyone that graduated the same year I graduated college was like 1,000 people. So it's like if our entire college graduating class worked on one project together.
That'd be a nightmare.
Oh, it would be. We didn't go to a great school. So these were also, obviously, these teams were across the world with their biggest offices in Southern California and in London. Rockstar was run by the Houser brothers, who are from London. So there are a lot of British influences, which is interesting to me because they do such iconic American stories. Like Grand Theft Auto, they're all American. You know, we're talking about Miami, New York, LA, obviously named Vice City, Liberty City, and Los Santos. And then Red Dead Redemption, which is the most American shit. It's cowboys. It's white boy cowboys. Like, you get this fascinating look at the American experience through the lens of a Brit, which is interesting. Not just one Brit, 2 Brits.
It's a fish and chips Western.
Yeah, exactly. As compared to the Hamburger Samurai we did last
Right.
week. But it's interesting because I saw Neil Gaiman speak once, and he's the author of American Gods, Coraline, all these incredible pieces. American Gods is one of my favorite novels. The show didn't do it justice, but he was in a talk with Adam Savage from Mythbusters. It was one of the coolest fucking nights. I fucking lost my shit because I'm a nerd. And he was like, people don't ask me why I write American stories, but I do want to speak about it because I'm not American. And Adam Savage was like, oh yeah, why do you do it? He's like, because it's fun. And I was like, I was dying laughing. But I think there's a fascination with America from the Brits. And I don't know if it's like an ex-boyfriend thing of like, we had you and we lost you from colonial times or whatever. Whatever the case is, there's this really interesting wave of creators that are British that want to tell American stories. And they do it really fucking well, which is great. So this is one of those. Weird rant aside. The first day of release for Grand Theft Auto 5, it pulled in $800 million in sales.
In how long?
First day.
Day.
Day 1.
Almost $1 billion on day 1.
By day 3, it made $1 billion.
Holy shit.
And you contributed to that at your GameStop.
Oh, I most certainly did.
It is now the second best-selling game of all time, only being beat by Minecraft. So this title has outsold Tetris, straight up, which I can't wrap my brain around because Tetris has been around for 30-something years.
Right.
So that's insane to me. And this, I mean, I guess this has been out for 10, but what the fuck, man?
Still, to do that number of sales on a single title, because I mean, with Tetris, that is all the different variations, you know?
Right. And to its credit, it's been 10 years, so they have released it for each generation of console.
Yeah.
And to this day, we are past the $6 billion mark for this title.
Wow. I mean, fuck, how many times have I paid for it now? I've
3.
paid for it minimum 3.
Oh no, 4 because you got PC,
I was gonna
right?
say I've got it on PC too. Yeah, I think I've paid for it at least 3 times.
PlayStation 3, 4, and 5, and PC. Yeah. I will get it on the fucking Switch if it comes out there, man. But again, Nintendo eShop, keep your shit on lock. It's weird to have violent shit on the Switch. That's the weird hill I'm gonna die on. Anyway, that $6 billion is pretty well offset because their budget was somewhere around the 250 to 300 million range, which you can almost double for marketing, but still, even if you double it for marketing, worst case scenario, $600 million, and they made fucking all of it back day one and then some. So they're sitting fucking pretty.
Now, does that $6 billion include shark cards?
Oh, you know what? I bet it does.
Okay.
Including all of the online transactions, all that good shit. I bet it does. I wouldn't imagine that they would separate it because they kind of created this entity, and they are, to their credit, still releasing a lot of content online. You know, Dr. Dre just had a big campaign, which is a wild thing to say.
I know, right?
So there's that. And you know what? It's funny because Dr. Dre was not interested in video games. He was like, I don't understand what this shit is. I think my kids do this. I don't get it. And I think one of his kids helped convince him to do it,
Oh,
which is very cute.
I find that happens a lot, like in animation too, when a voice actor or something, they're just like, yeah, my kids told me I should do this part, so I did it.
Wasn't that how they got the Dumbledore performer in Harry Potter?
Probably, yeah.
That's really good. So this game obviously earned itself countless perfect scores, being generation-defining games of the era, and I finished a round of it like a couple days ago because I can't not play it, and it's fucking good. It's just fucking good. I was so excited to do this. It's easily one of my favorite games. It's up there with Red Dead 2 for me. I kind of volley between which one I like more. If I'm feeling chaotic, that one. If I'm feeling more, it depends on your vibe. But man, this is fucking good. And perhaps it's some nostalgia. I did live in LA for 7 or 8 years. So I kind of had this innate sense of where things are because I'm like, oh, this is K-Town. Then if I go north, I can get to Hollywood. And if I go west, I can get to Venice and all that shit. That entire world is still so familiar to me of living in LA that it feels like home. There's something comforting about it.
There's a heist on GTA Online, and part of the mission is my old commute.
Really?
No fucking joke.
Stop.
Like, it was my old commute, a portion of it. I remember the first time being on it and being like, you've got to be goddamn kidding me. I was like, talking to the people that were in my group too. I was like, I drove this every single day on the way to work. Oh my God.
Make my character the driver. I got this, guys.
Yeah, I know every fucking shortcut here, guys. I swear. I mean, it is a truncated version.
Yeah, truly. But it's still so pitch perfect in the specific pieces of architecture that I decided to keep from real LA and the roads and the vibes and the energies that you get in each different community. It's so fucking good.
Yeah.
Ugh, it's beautiful. And to that point, they did send a lot of people out to do scouting missions and film things and talk to locals and, get a sense of what matters in LA. Because you get things like the Beverly Center, where it's this crazy ass like circular mall thing that also looks like a jail, and you can drive through it at one point, and that is in the game, and it's exactly the energy you get when you're on that side of town. And holy shit, and like the way the windy streets are in the hills, and that horrible like how the streets get really narrow up there over Mulholland, like it's so fucking perfect. I love it so much.
Yeah, the accuracy is incredible. I even heard stories of we went into like gang neighborhoods and explained to them, we're making a video game and gangs are a big part of it. We just want to be around you. Let us like kind of live with you a little bit so that way we can just see and make it as authentic as possible. And they let them. It was pretty wild.
Like a reverse ride along?
Yeah.
Where instead of it's a cop, you're on the gang side?
Yeah, it was.
That's fucking crazy. And it's just a bunch of pasty British people doing that, so God bless them. And you can't tell stories about LA without there being some controversy. Lindsay Lohan's tried to sue Rockstar for her likeness in this game, and it was absolute bullshit, and the suit was dropped.
For just such good reason. It looked nothing like Lindsay Lohan.
No, you've probably seen it. It's the cover art of the girl who's blonde in a bikini doing the peace sign, and Lindsay Lohan was like, I've been doing the peace sign for years. You stole this from me, and everyone went, shut the fuck up. That's not you.
You don't own the peace sign, Lilo.
No. Oh, it's so ridiculous. I mean, like you mentioned, one of the biggest differentiators with GTA 5 over other Rockstar titles, and frankly just most other games, are that there are 3 equal protagonists. We did cover We Happy Few, which also had 3 protagonists, but that was structured in a way where it was about half Arthur, like a quarter Sally, and then a quarter Ollie was the third
Yeah.
one. Me struggling to remember a game I played 2 years ago. This one, you can play 3 protagonists equally, where you can kind of put in as many hours across each one. And you can bounce between them in the same story, whereas We Happy Few, it's structured where it's only Arthur, and then you're done, and you put him down. So this was kind of revolutionary, especially for 2013, and it certainly pushed the boundaries of what you could do in terms of how to tell a story with 3 people with very different goals, objectives, and emotions, frankly. It's really great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other games like around that era that did that. Heavy Rain's the only other one I can think of too.
Oh, yeah. So I forgot that game existed. Maybe I pushed it in the back of my mind because of that horrible voice acting. On the contrast, this has incredible performances. Did you like that?
That was good.
Yeah.
And they are incredible performances.
Yeah, so let's get to meet them. The first one that we're going to get into is Ned Luke, who performs Michael DeSanta. And I'm not going to say voice actor because they did mocap, and there's a huge difference between being in a booth acting and being in a set acting. So straight up, we're going to put some respect on their name. These are performers.
Was it Ned Luke that said we don't call the Avatar people voice actors, we call them actors?
It was retweeted by Ned Luke, but it was Roger Clark who played Arthur Morgan in Red Dead 2. Because I saw that and was like, hell yeah, go off, King.
Yeah, the actors in the Avatar movies get to call themselves actors, so do these guys.
Absolutely. So Ned Luke, he was like, I don't do video games. And then he got a call from his agent, and they said, it's Rockstar. And he said, who's Rockstar?
Oh, really?
He got convinced in by his agent, and he saw the pages for the audition, and he went from going, I am absolutely not doing that, to no one else is doing that or taking this away from me. So he was born to be Mikey. At the time, he was actually a pretty burnt out actor and had kind of aged out of being like sexy into being the dad of the daughter who gets kidnapped, as he likes to say. But, you know, the script really reinvigorated him to keep pushing and acting, and like it lit a fire under him to be like, holy shit, there's more things I can do as kind of a middle-aged dude that are interesting and exciting and engaging. Ned Luke put on 25 pounds to play Michael, which I kind of love.
Dude, you're in fucking ping pong balls. You don't actually have to put on the weight.
Yeah, but if they're gonna say don't work out and eat some cake at night, he's gonna be like, well, it's for work.
I mean, to be real, putting on 25 pounds can change your voice even.
That's true. It can kind of weigh you down. He's also expressed that he would, if he had to voice any other character in video games, he would voice Mario because he's got hops. And this was before it was announced that Chris Pratt was going to voice him, but I think that there's a really good world where Ned Luke gets to voice Mario.
I think that is every bit as bad of a choice as fucking...
You think that's bad?
Chris Pratt, yeah.
Oh, no. So, I mean, prior to doing video games, he did a lot of beer commercials because, like I said, he was, like, ripped, and he had Patrick Swayze hair. Like, dude could get it. But once he started getting older, he admits that he started losing a lot of roles because his hairline was receding.
Oh.
Which is a bummer. And then he kind of hit this tipping point of going out for auditions of being the old dude with the hot wife. So he kind of aged out of one group and into another. The very first audition Ned ever did that he booked was for a VO gig on a movie called Rover Dangerfield.
Rover Dangerfield, where Rodney Dangerfield played a dog.
You know this movie?
Yeah, everybody my age knows Rover Dangerfield.
Okay, I do not. We are not the same age. This movie is about a street dog named Rover who's owned by a Las Vegas showgirl. Roger gets dumped off the Hoover Dam by the showgirl's boyfriend.
Oh my god.
Ned Luke plays an Australian sheepdog, which he actually had a sheepdog at the time, so he's really excited. And they used some of his audition material in the actual final project.
Oh wow.
Because they were just like, fuck it, put it together.
That impressive, or they were that cheap.
Yeah. Now I want to bring this up just because he tells a story about how at the time Rodney Dangerfield pissed off the studio, so they put no love and no marketing behind the release. So there's that. Anyway, Ned Luke also used to do some stand-up, and he's very funny in the game, so go for it. One of his favorite PS2 games is SSX Tricky.
Oh, That's like my favorite sports game of all time.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I thought it was. I was like, that sounds familiar.
Oh, I love SSX Tricky. That is a game that is so in need of a remake on modern consoles, like crazy. Like David Arquette was a voice on there.
Was he?
Yeah, he was great.
That's why. And he's still doing. He's in the Quarry.
Oh, I
Like
know.
he's down.
He's still working.
He's not in the Scream franchise anymore.
I mean, spoiler alert for 2 movies ago, but still.
That's 2 movies ago. It's fine. Anyway, Ned Luke is still a huge gamer now, and he actually plays a lot of online, both GTA and Red Dead 2. One time, he was getting fucking camp smoked all the time by this one dude on Red Dead Online. So he put out a hit on this gamer. He went on his official Twitter, fucking blue check before you could buy a blue check shit, and he said, I need everyone online to go get this guy's gamer tag right now. Michael DeSantis sent you.
So good.
Then the guy DM'd him to be like, can you please stop? I'm dying. Which is so fucking funny.
Please call off your dogs.
I love it so much. But deadass, if Michael tells you to go get it, you fucking get it.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Ned Luke's script alone was 3,500 pages.
Fuck a duck.
I know. So that's Michael. Now we're going to meet the guy who plays Franklin Clinton, Sean Fontano, who goes by Solo. Solo grew up in the projects in LA and dropped out of high school his freshman year to count cash for a gangbanger.
Damn, so he lived the life already.
Oh, you have no fucking idea. He just grew up in gang life. He bought his mom a house in cash when he was 17 and then bought his first property at 18. And he started moving weight in his neighborhood and became just a whole ass gangbanger. He's been kidnapped twice. He's been shot 5 times. The first time he was shot, he was 18 years old.
Oh my god.
He's been in and out of jail, but he never went to prison. He makes a very clear distinction about that. And he is just, like you said, he's fucking living the life.
It's so funny because I have seen interviews with him, and honestly, like, nothing about him is intimidating.
He seems so sweet.
Yeah.
He looks like he reads a lot of books. Like he's very soft-spoken, you know, he's not loud, he's not lavish, he's especially not lavish. Like he's very down to earth. He seems like a really normal dude.
Yeah.
His wife has been kidnapped before, his baby mom has been kidnapped before, like he's been targeted by legit ass people.
Dear Lord, all this kidnapping. That is just such a world that I am hoping I never have to experience.
Yeah, me too. What the fuck? Solo didn't have an agent, but he was friends with this guy called DJ Pooh. P-O-O-H. I'm not calling him shit or anything.
Oh, not the Earthbound Pooh either.
No. DJ Pooh was the co-writer of Friday, that Ice Cube movie, and he helped him get on set. Additionally, the guy who plays CJ, Young Melee in San Andreas, is Sean's actual cousin both in the game and in real life.
Oh, damn, that's cool.
Here we go again.
Right.
Solo had to beat out several rappers like YG, and there were some rumors of Ice Cube at one point, but no one knows if that's more than a rumor, to get the role of Franklin. He genuinely was like, I kind of feel out of place because he wasn't a renowned of an actor as Ned or Stephen Ogg, who we'll talk about in a minute, and he had just done some small parts in DJ Pooh projects. Like, really, not a lot. Like, he's in a couple scenes of, like, the car wash and shit like that, you know? Nothing crazy. And now leading a Rockstar game as one of the main protagonists. That's a wild jump.
It is an insane jump, and it's weird to me that they were like, all right, let's go for this character as authentic as humanly possible.
Oh, yeah.
But then Michael, they're like, oh, we'll just get some actor.
We'll get the guy who was in that Cheerios commercial. Actually, can I just tell you, he does the cutest Cheerios commercial. I don't know if you remember it, but it's him with a baby, and he's got all these Cheerios on the table, and he's explaining football runs with the baby. He's like, and here's your quarterback, and then you throw this over here, and he's using the Cheerios.
I think I do remember this, yeah.
And then the baby eats a Cheerio, and he goes, you just ate my linebacker. It's very sweet, and it's an old, that was Michael. One of the greatest murderers of all time. Anyway, Solo was like, look, I don't fit in. This feels crazy. But then one day he decided to break the ice with the cast and crew, and he taught the entire set the Dougie dance. And then he was like, I'm in. All these people love me.
That's all you gotta do is teach them how to Dougie.
Teach them how to Dougie, and then you win over the entire Rockstar crew. When Solo first met Ned, he was like, Ned is cocky and he's irritating and I'm over him. And now they call each other at least once a week and talk for an hour.
Oh, they are best friends now.
He literally calls Ned his big brother. They love each other. They hang out off like in real life. And he also hangs out with the voice performer of Lamar Offset. So he just genuinely made lifelong friends.
I mean, they worked so closely together for so long.
Oh, yeah, no, this took a couple of years to film. It didn't take as long as Red Dead 2, which I believe was 5 years. This was 3, but still, like 3 years, that's middle school.
I mean, there's that. They're also on the circuit together.
That's true. They did have, it's not just filming, it's that press release stuff. They're doing conventions together. They do a lot.
Yeah.
One thing about Solo's performance is that he had to do some improv with his character and his script because, you know, the Rockstar team, like I said, they're British, so there were a lot of lines that had the word mate in them,
Oh,
and he changed a lot of them to the N-word and motherfucker.
probably smart and for the best. It would sound really funny to hear him saying mate every other word.
Yeah, but it's like, I guess they just didn't make that adjustment when they were writing it. They're like, yes, this is a young black man from gang life. And he's like, what's up, mate? Like, that's not. So they didn't get all the context correct. They probably should have been listening to that gangs that they were tailing a little bit closer because none of them were saying mate.
Right.
Now there is not a single mate that Franklin says in the game, which is a good thing.
I don't think anybody says mate except for like maybe actual British characters.
Yeah, there's like a handful of Brits in there, but that's it. There's even a couple instances where a character will be like, oh, I'm called Steve or whatever instead of my name is Steve. And you're like, that doesn't sound right. That's weird. You went too on the book. Now, the last performer that I want to talk about before we get into it is Stephen Ogg, who plays Trevor Phillips.
And you say plays Trevor Phillips. He is Trevor Phillips.
That's fair. He just is Trevor. He's chaotic as fuck. Stephen Ogg has had an arc on The Walking Dead. He's been on Better Call Saul. He's a Canadian actor that just shows up in a ton of stuff. My favorite performance outside of Trevor is that he did an episode of Broad City where Alana gets locked out of her apartment and he plays the locksmith and he's like, I'm gonna pick your little lock. And then he breaks into her apartment that night, but she told him to get into the wrong apartment, so he breaks into like this family's house.
Yeah, he played such a creep in that. It was great.
Oh, he's disgusting. I love it. During his callback, Steve did a chemistry read with a bunch of people. You know, they just kind of pair people up to make sure they vibe. He got paired with Ned Luke. And in that read, they got really intense and actually physical with each other. And it was the audition that booked them both the gig.
In what way were they physical?
I think they were just shoving each other and stuff.
Okay.
They didn't really get into it, but they were like, we did get a little physical during that one. After the read, when they were leaving, Ned pulled Steven aside and said, you just booked yourself a gig. To everyone in the room, it was so clear that is Trevor. Stephen Ogg is not a gamer, so kind of a bummer, but, you know, Trevor wouldn't be a gamer. I get it.
That's fair.
He credits a lot of his performance to Tom Hardy from Bronson. And when Rockstar was thinking of this character, they actually based some of it in Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Oh, Jesus.
Which is kind of, and like aesthetically, they have the same hair. So
Yeah.
Go for it.
I can see him like actually like breaking down a door.
Yeah, he's probably done that. One of Stephen Ogg's favorite lines, and it's also one of my favorite lines, is his character is hugging someone else, and that character says, it's a protruding hip, not a semi. Which makes me laugh every time. And that is in a side mission. Now, we are going to get into the main mission of the story. We are going to cover some of my favorite side missions on the Patreon. So I'm going to be covering about 5 different Strangers and Freaks entire storylines. This is going to be one of them. So if you recognize this line, you know exactly what I'm going to be talking about. But that will be on our Patreon in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited for that. But just to keep it as condensed as possible so you stay on track, we are just covering the main game here. Otherwise, it's going to get messy. There are 3 protagonists. Like, let's keep it clear.
And speaking of the 3 protagonists, one of my favorite aspects about them is that they made the characters look exactly like the actors.
That's true. Yeah, those facial scans fucking worked. And Stephen Ogg is just Trevor walking around downtown. It's fucking horrifying.
To the point, like, I saw Stephen Ogg in, I think it was Better Call Saul.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the first times I'd ever actually seen him in live action. And I immediately knew it was him.
You're like, that's fucking Trevor.
Before he'd ever spoken even. Because once he speaks, then it's even over.
Yeah.
But like, just looking at him, I was like, is that the guy that plays fucking Trevor? Because that guy looks like Trevor.
That's fucking Trevor.
And then he opens his mouth. I was like, holy shit, it's fucking Trevor.
Yeah, I think it's that scene where Mike is intimidating him.
Yeah.
It's so good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually this. Trevor has a little pot belly. Stephen Ogg has like a 12 pack. He is weirdly ripped. Like, he's very tall. So he's got like an extra row of muscles and shit. He is fucking torn up.
Yeah, he put all that money into a personal trainer for sure.
He eats well. You know what? Actually, a fun behind the scenes thing. They would have, catering and crafty and things on set, as you do. Steve Nog would eat weird, healthy shit, and Ned Luke and Solo have both complained about how weird his farts were. During all of filming, he would have the nastiest, like, death putrid farts. And he was like, I don't care.
Those keto farts.
Those keto farts, yeah, or some shit, just a lot of kale farts and things like that. But Trev can fart.
I would love to see him as a Deadpool villain.
Ooh, just Trevor?
Stephen August something, but I mean, he's just so ripped, one.
Yeah,
And
let him
two,
do it.
his chaos is just perfect for that world.
He is very good at chaotic, like, energy. Do you have a character in mind that you'd love him as?
Nope, not one.
Okay, he can be an original character. Why are we just sticking to the materials? Let's create new shit. Let's go get weird with it.
Yeah.
That's the fun of creation. Let's get weird with it. And speaking of that, I think we should get weird with this. This is GTA 5.
Fuck yes.
The game opens in North Yankton, a snowy area, and the year is 2004. A Bobcat security storage facility is being robbed by 3 masked men. These guys go by M, B, and T. The 3 men point guns at staff and they raid the vault, taking 6 figures of cash with them and hoping to get out quickly. One man, M, gets pulled by a guard and gets a gun to his head, and his mask ends up coming off. M turns to the guard and says, "You forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure this is one of them." This is our first look at Michael Townley. T manages to take the guard out and save Michael, and they continue to see cops are fucking everywhere, completely swarming the place. They get in a car and drive off, escaping the cops, dashing past an oncoming train, and eventually crashing in the snow. As they make it out, FIB agent, and I'm saying FIB, it is FIB in the game. I know it's FBI in real life. This is kind of an alternate reality.
Right.
It's America, but whatever. FIB agent Dave Norton, bundled up in his big snow coat, shoots at Michael and B while T gets away. T manages to escape entirely while Michael and B start bleeding out in the snow. What appears to be a few days later, we see a funeral for Michael Townley, who was M. A handful of people are all there in black crying. Notably, B and T are not at the funeral. They're probably laying low after the heist. Dave Norton watches on as a coffin is lowered into the ground. Behind the funeral, past some headstones, even past a fence, hidden by a tree, Michael Townley watches his own funeral.
This was a great opening sequence, I gotta say, because I didn't know who the fuck anybody was. Me going in personally, I didn't know it was going to be a 3 protagonist game. I didn't know anything going in.
Really? Because they put that in the marketing.
I don't know how I missed that.
You were just like, these are some characters. I don't know what I'm doing.
Or maybe if I did know it, I didn't know who was going to be my main characters.
Okay, and maybe you thought there would be like one central character and then some 2 characters you could also control or something.
Right, because as we find out, this is Michael, Trevor, and another character, Brad, is B.
Yeah. This is where we hit the title card.
It's a good title card, too. I love their introduction to San Andreas and everything. It's just, the whole thing is wonderful.
It's a perfect game. I fucking love this. 9 years later, it's 2013 in Los Santos. A man named Michael DeSanta is in a therapy session on the west side with Dr. Friedlander. Michael DeSanta is, of course, Mr. M, the Michael Townley we met earlier, voiced by my boyfriend Ned Luke.
How many boyfriends have you had on this show?
I am a hoe. I love everyone on this show. I have a crush on at least one person in every game we've covered.
That's fair.
Name a game. Not Goose Game. Every game. Every single game we cover, I'm like, yep, this is my boyfriend, this is my girlfriend, mommy, let's go.
Love them.
Yeah. Michael's clearly unhappy about his life. He's bored with retirement. He's just restless. He throws a little hissy fit and storms out of his therapy session. As he leaves the office, both Michael and the player enter Los Santos. We see shots of the city and the culture of this Los Angeles-inspired world, and a bummed-out Michael ends up sitting down on a bench by the beach, just, to be sad. As he's contemplating life in his existence, 2 young men walk by looking for a house. Both are Los Santos natives, and they need to find one specific house. The taller one, Lamar, asks Michael if he knows where this beach house is. Michael sends them down to the right house, and the perspective shifts, and we follow Lamar, and now a friend next to him, Franklin Clinton, to a bougie beach house to repossess 2 cars. Lamar is tall and lanky, and he's this fast-talking bullshitter that grew up with Franklin and seems to just have a knack for getting himself into trouble.
He's fucking hilarious.
I fucking love Lamar.
Lamar is one of the greatest. He is the comedic relief entirely.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I love it when he pairs up with the others, too, because he does pair up with the others from time to time, like, later in the story. And
Yeah.
shit.
He and Trevor are a fucking powerhouse.
They are. And Lamar is so fucking funny, and it's the perfect contrast to the very serious side that is Franklin.
Yeah. And to your point, the guy with Lamar is Franklin Clinton, voiced by Solo. Now, Lamar is voiced by a guy named Slink, and every single performer, Ned Luke, Solo, and Stephen Ogg, have all individually called him a scene-stealing son of a bitch.
He is, though.
And that's obviously in a very loving way. Like, don't get it twisted.
Right. They say that out of jealousy, if anything.
Yeah.
It's just like, I wish I could steal a scene the way you do. There's a natural talent to it some people have.
Oh, yeah. Now, to your point, in contrast to Lamar, Franklin is more reserved and thoughtful. He's grown up running with gangs and doing dumb shit with Lamar, but he still has this hesitancy about some of the lifestyle. He just has this sense about him that he doesn't want to do dumb shit forever. He wants to find a way to relax and not have to be in bullshit forever. He is an incredible driver. Now, all 3 of the protagonists have a special ability that they're able to do that are very kind of specific to how they function in the game. Franklin's is that when he's driving, he can slow down time and get some really precision driving done, which is incredibly helpful when it comes to getaway missions, weaving through traffic, doing races, things like that.
And you really miss it when you transition to Grand Theft Online.
Oh, no. Franklin and Lamar get to the right house and boost 2 cars and drive them back to the dealership that has requested that they be repossessed. They've been working for Simeon, who is a car flipper he's a shady dude. He puts out bad loans, crazy interest rates, and then the second that loan goes bad, he immediately repossesses cars to flip and he's driving fast cash. Franklin and Lamar are his repo squad.
Which makes it legal what they're doing, but it's still really scummy.
It's shitty. You're not supposed to do shit like that. It's just really shitty.
Right, it's more Simeon's doing the illegal work, because he's being shady as fuck.
Yeah, and also, Franklin and Lamar don't have like a repo truck. They just kind of roll up and steal a car.
Yeah.
So no one's in the right here, but it's a job. It is what it is.
Right.
They get back to the dealership downtown, and Simeon is screaming at this fat white boy about racism, and he guilting this boy into taking out a loan for this horrible yellow SUV. It is hideous.
The ugliest fucking color yellow possible.
Yeah, it's aggressive, like piss yellow.
Like Simpsons yellow.
Yeah. Now, Simeon's Middle Eastern and he has an accent, and Lamar sees this interaction and thinks it's fucking hilarious and just pipes in. Simeon tells the boy that the boy's racist and he's not gonna sell him a car. And Lamar walks in and goes, "Who you calling an N-word?"
Just to stir up shit.
He's just a shit stirrer, and I love him for it. After driving some white guilt, Simeon just goes in for the kill and gets this boy on a $5,000 a month car note.
That is so expensive for an ugly car.
That's how we could pay our mortgage for so many months with $5,000.
I know.
Franklin drives himself and Lamar back to Franklin's house, and Lamar takes the car ride to talk about how hot Franklin's Aunt Denise is. Franklin lives with his Aunt Denise, and they all kind of grew up together, so I think it's been a whole thing of Lamar being into Aunt Denise.
And she's not attractive.
And she's just a middle-aged lady.
Yeah.
They get back to the house. Franklin's like, "Okay, Lamar, I'll see you at work." Lamar takes this opportunity to say, "Don't hate me because I'm beautiful." And then they have what is easily every fan's favorite interaction.
Oh, I love this one so much.
Lamar happens to mention Tanisha, who's Franklin's ex-girlfriend, and how she left him. She's dating a doctor or a lawyer or some shit. I'm gonna paraphrase because I'm not trying to get canceled, but Lamar tells Franklin, "Maybe if you got rid of your yee-ass haircut, you'd get some bitches on your dick."
And then he says the N-word in a way nobody's ever said it before.
He sings it, and it's so fucking cute the way he sings it. I love it so much. And It's beautiful. And then immediately after that, Franklin just goes, "What?" This is Solo's favorite line. It's fucking everyone's favorite line. Slink and Solo actually recreated this in 2021 because it's just one of the most iconic moments of the game and people have been asking them to do it.
Yeah, and like the neighborhood they did it in was perfect too.
Oh yeah, it looks like Franklin's house. It's so good. Anyway, Franklin ends up going back to the dealership for work, and Simeon announces that Franklin has become Employee of the Month.
And he's got a little placard and everything.
Yeah, he made him a plaque, so it's legit. And Lamar gets there and he goes, "I'm fucking jealous. Big dog, big nuts. I demand a retrial." Which, what the fuck does that mean? And Franklin's like, "Why do you give a shit?" And he goes, "If there's something to win, I want to win it. What the fuck?" Franklin could not care less. He's like, "That doesn't help my pay. You just put my picture on a wall." Fun fact though, this plaque of Employee of the Month is visible in some of the GTA Online art for further Franklin missions. When Franklin kind of evolves in the online world, where he is canonical, you know, this is not necessarily a spoiler, but he's visible with playable pieces in the online world. You can see his plaque. He kept it.
That's really cool.
I love that so much. It's like when you save your first business card and you're like, "I'm a big girl."
Or that first dollar that your store made.
Yeah, it's like that. Simeon sends Lamar and Franklin on a job in kind of another gang area of town to repossess a motorcycle. They get there, try to find the bike, and they end up in a huge neighborhood shootout over this fucking bike. And they're completely overwhelmed. There's like easily like 18, 20 gang members in here, and it's just the two of these idiots. It's shitty on Simeon's end to be like, yeah, go into gang territory. It's a Latino gang. They're black. They're not going to blend in.
Right.
They can't just be like, "Hola, what's up?" You know, it's not going to look great. But they get in there. They get the bike. They're fucking pissed. Lamar and Franklin flee the scene as soon as they can once they get the bike. And Franklin calls Lamar a fucking psychopath for getting him in a shootout. Lamar tells Franklin he's keeping the bike and to tell Simeon they couldn't recover it. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Lamar's bloodlust is like, for a character that's so silly and goofy, he really has no problem with killing people or watching people die.
He is a little reckless, which is probably why he and Trevor are friends later in the game.
That's true.
Franklin hears this and he tells Lamar to just tell Simeon himself and that he's a fucking moron. Because Franklin, in contrast, is again so grounded and is like, "That's a bad idea, dipshit. Don't steal from our boss. I have health insurance now." What the fuck? Back at the dealership, Simeon is once again negging a man into buying a car he can't afford and tells Franklin to go repo a car up in the Rockford Hills, which is like the Hollywood Hills. It's this yellow SUV that he sold off the other day. So now I get to follow up on Fatty. Franklin gets to this house, and it's a beautiful mansion house. Like, it's great. And it's gated, so he has to hop a fence and sneak in through the house to get to the garage for the car. Because when you're repoing, you don't want to knock on the door and be like, "Let me take your car." They're going to say no. So for his line of work, it's a little better to go in sneaky.
Yeah, definitely.
Once he gets in the car, he starts heading back towards the dealership, which is downtown, which is all the way across town. As he's driving, the camera starts to shift, and we see a figure come out from the back seat of the car and put a gun to Franklin's head.
It's so fucking well framed, this whole sequence.
Oh, you don't realize it's happening until it's happening, and then you're like, "Oh shit."
And like, I've watched people who are like, okay, because one, you don't expect somebody to be in the fucking back seat
No!
when you're going to play this game. But people that now know that he's in the back seat have gone to like check first.
He's not in there.
He is. He's got a blanket over him.
Oh shit. I made a point to look in this last round. I didn't see a body.
Yeah, because there wasn't a body. He was under a blanket.
Oh, that's good. The man with the gun to Franklin's head tells him to drive. Here, we are reintroduced to Michael DeSanta. Franklin explains he's not stealing the car, man. He's just repoing it. Michael is like, "Hey, look, I get it. You're just the repo guy, but I'm gonna go fuck with your boss, so let's fucking go." Franklin gets closer to Simeon's dealership, and Michael tells Franklin to drive through the front window.
Fucking punch it.
Franklin's like, "I'm so serious. What the fuck did you just say to me?" But Michael pays Franklin to drive the car through the window of the dealership.
Oh, it's so good.
This obviously scares the shit out of Simeon, and Michael gets out of the car and starts beating the shit out of Simeon. So Simeon is out here shitless. Michael does appreciate Franklin's work and tells him, just, stay in contact. You're a good kid. I owe you a drink. Simeon does not share this sentiment Needless to say, Franklin is now fired.
He is not the employee of the month any longer.
No, that is up for Lamar now, bitch.
What's great is that he doesn't even make it Lamar. He makes it himself.
He does. That's right. The next plaque you see is just Simeon's own face, which means he went to the plaque store and said, I'd like this picture on a plaque. And it was a picture of him. And he had to stare at the man and be like, yup, please print this. Thank you.
I'm employee of the month now.
Yeah. Franklin calls Lamar with the news, and that kickstarts Lamar on thinking up some shit just to get some money. And again, Lamar is a shit stirrer, so there's no way this is good. Franklin goes back to his house and runs into Aunt Denise, who's going on a feminism walk with her friend. Now, do you remember the feminism walks that Aunt Denise goes on?
I remember that she goes on them, and they had like a little chant that went along with it.
We are women. We are free. We hate the patriarchy.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's just them shouting about femininity, and they're just walking up and down the street. I call it a feminism walk. I can't think of a better way to phrase it, but it's very funny.
It's like, even to a feminist, these people are annoying.
Yeah. Now, Aunt Denise is allegedly the same Denise that is CJ's girlfriend in GTA San Andreas.
Oh.
CJ left the gang life to settle down, leaving her stuck in the neighborhood, which would explain her mistrust of men and her reluctance towards Franklin trying to leave the gang life.
That's fair.
And again, CJ, voiced by Young Melee, who is Solo's cousin.
That's so wild.
I know. LA is a very small town. Like, people don't realize how small LA is, because LA is also sprawling and a 30-mile zone and all this shit and all these neighborhoods. It's also very small.
It has 10 million people, and you know half of them somehow.
Yeah. Now, Aunt Denise is voiced by Janet Hubert, the OG Aunt Viv.
I was going to say, is that Aunt Viv?
Yeah. Hey,
Oh, good for her.
hey, Auntie.
Oh, that's so good. I had no idea.
How are you about to be two iconic aunts? Are you fucking kidding me? And she did not get replaced. She got to keep this role the whole time.
The whole way through, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Anyway, Lamar calls Franklin fat and then gets him looped into a kidnapping for some quick cash. Like I said, Lamar's a shit stir. There's no way this is good. Lamar brings his dog Chop, who is the best boy.
Such a good dog.
He's such a good dog. He's like a bulldog situation.
It's a Rottweiler.
Is a Rottweiler? I
Yeah.
don't know dogs very well, excuse me. People are like, oh, it's like a mix of Pekingese and all this other shit. And I'm like, it's a big dog or a little dog. I don't know. Anyway, Chop is the best boy. There's some guys in this other gang that they know is in the lifestyle, and they could be worth some money if they kidnap him and try to sell him back to the gang, which is also kind of wild because, like I mentioned, Solo's been kidnapped a bunch through gang shit, and his girls have been kidnapped through gang shit. So it's like, is this art imitating life? Or like, how it must have been so crazy for him to go through this mission and be like, haha, this is funny. And it's like, well, no, you lived this.
I mean, he has something he could draw from.
Yeah. He's got experience, and that's worth its weight in something. So they manage to kidnap this guy, but they end up actually losing him, and their Mark ends up running through a train yard to get away from Lamar and Franklin, because Lamar can't do goddamn anything right sometimes. While they chase the Mark through the train yard, you can actually play as Chop for a bit. So you can bounce from Franklin running through trying to find this guy in a bunch of trains to the perspective of Chop, who's like trying to smell this guy out, which is so fucking fun because your perspective goes from like 5-6 feet to like 1 foot, and you're
Right.
on the ground, and he's kind of barking and wobbling. You can hear him breathing heavy because those dogs like can't breathe right and shit.
Well, yeah, because the game's in third person. They did an update later on that added a first person mode. However,
Mhm.
Chop is automatically first person.
Yeah, just to show that you're the dog.
Yeah.
It's the cutest fucking thing, and it includes following Chop as he finds another dog in the yard and just starts fucking him.
That's right. You have to fuck another dog as Chop.
And you can bounce back to Franklin, who's like, can you not? Please stop fucking the other dog. I need you to find this guy that I'm trying to kidnap.
Right.
Once you've got the Mark, you bring him back to the van that Lamar secured and has like on lock ready. But the fucking van's vanity plate says Lamar G.
This dumb motherfucker.
And the mark there is like, well, obviously it's you, Lamar. I can first of all hear you. We all grew up in the neighborhood together, so I fucking know you two idiots. And also your vanity plate is your name.
Lamar is not the brains of the operation.
No, and because of this, they actually have to let him go and be like, sorry, bye. It was just all this bullshit for nothing.
These dumb boys.
These dumb boys. And it's Franklin's not dumb. He's just going along with his friend because Lamar's gonna get killed if Lamar tries to do this by himself.
I know, but still, like, you're dumb for even having Lamar in your life still at this point.
It's one of those things. It's you get trapped in the neighborhood. It sucks.
Yeah.
Franklin, who is just increasingly sick of this like 2-bit bullshit that he keeps getting pulled into with Lamar, is like, I'm gonna go over to Michael's house because that's a nice house, and Michael had a gun on me, so he's into some shit.
Yeah, whatever he's in on, I want in on it too.
Fully. He's like, Michael also knows his shit. It's not just that he's a gangster. He knew to kind of hang out in the car when he saw me sneaking around and shit, and he knew to pull a gun, and he beat the shit out of Simeon, so he's probably in on some bigger projects. That was a nice house. He's a bad dude. Let's do this.
Yeah, if first impressions are important, so far this guy's a badass.
Yeah, and he also figures Michael's bullshit did get him fired, so he kind of owes him one.
A little bit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Michael, at his house, is just hanging out by the pool, having a cigar, while his daughter Tracy and his wife Amanda are having a full screaming match.
I fucking love Tracy so much.
Really?
I do. I don't know why. She not in a like she's my type. I think she's not. No, I love Tracy because she's so awful.
She's the worst. So Michael has a wife named Amanda, who is just kind of a stay-at-home wife. She used to be a stripper, and Michael fell in love with her. They had 2 kids. They have a daughter, Tracy, who's just this blonde, I hate to say it, but like bimbo. She's stupid. She's slutty. She just wants to be on reality TV and shit like that, you know?
Vapid as fuck.
You get the archetype.
Yeah.
And he has a son named Jimmy.
I love Jimmy too.
Well,
I love both his kids for being pieces of shit.
They're terrible. We're going to get to meet Jimmy in a little bit here, but that's kind of the structure of what Michael's dealing with. And he's clearly over it. He's like, you guys are screaming. I'm going to go have a cigar by the pool.
I mean, we already know Jimmy sucks because he's obviously the fat kid that bought the yellow car.
Yeah. And he got begged into doing it by being called racist by
Right.
Lamar and Simeon. So anyway, he's having a cigar. He starts dozing off. And then Franklin just shows up in his backyard and is like, hey, don't you owe me a drink? You look like you're in the lifestyle. I want to get out on that shit. Michael is like, what the fuck? How'd you... Okay, whatever. You just keep sneaking into my house. We're doing this.
Is my house not secure?
Yeah. I bought a fucking gate. How does this kid keep getting in? Michael tells Franklin to not fuck around with the kind of shit he's into because he thinks Franklin's probably a good kid. Michael and Franklin start to head off for a bar for that drink when Michael gets a call from Jimmy, his piece of shit son. Jimmy is like, hey, Dad, I'm on the boat and the boat's being stolen. Can you come get me?
There's so many problems with this phone call.
Break it down.
Jimmy, what were you doing inside the boat while it was on a trailer?
Point blank.
Just point blank.
Yep.
Where was it that it was easily stealable?
Allegedly, it was at the dock.
So was he saying that he was on the boat while it was in the dock and then they put it onto a trailer with him still in the fucking boat?
I think so.
How dumb is Jimmy?
Very. Jimmy's just the dumbest.
And also, Jimmy is played by Little Pete from Pete and Pete for anybody my age.
Now, Jimmy thought it was fine to sell this boat because Michael never uses his boat. Michael's like, I fucking hate you. All right, Franklin, let's get to work. They take Amanda's car and they find the boat being hauled on the freeway on that trailer, like you mentioned. Michael drives and catches up to it, and Franklin jumps from Amanda's convertible into the boat. It's so fucking cool. This is the first time they're actually doing something else together aside from Michael surprising Franklin, and it's so fucking cool.
And I think it's kind of funny too, because like one, we know Franklin's the driver,
Yeah.
but he's the one that jumps off.
Right. He's still trying to earn his way with Michael. He wants to prove to Michael that he's a badass and he can get looped into cool shit.
He is, but also this is Michael's son and boat. He should be the one jumping onto it.
Yes. I fully see your point and I agree. Michael is shooting while he's driving to get the goons off of his boat, and Franklin manages to get in there, throw a couple punches, and save Jimmy. They both jump off the boat into the car that Michael is driving on the freeway, and the boat ends up getting away, unfortunately. Amanda's car starts smoking and shitting out on the freeway, so Franklin and Jimmy take the car to a chop shop to get fixed, while Michael takes a taxi back to the house.
That was a lot of action for your first adventure, though.
Yeah. Jimmy takes this opportunity to try and score himself a black friend and tries to get Franklin to call him Jizzle.
Jizzle. God damn it, Jimmy.
Franklin's like, I'm going to call you Jimmy.
Yeah.
So that was a whole fucking afternoon.
And Jimmy so awkwardly uses the N-word too quite often in front of them.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's really bad.
It's
and
real bad.
Nobody like makes it sound good either. It's really awful.
Nobody liked that.
No.
Back in his old neighborhood, Franklin has to help an old friend run a tow truck job and is reminded that he just needs to get the fuck out of the low-end life. He just has this beat of like, this sucks. I don't want to do this like low rent fucking neighborhood bullshit. I could be living like this fucking dude. I could be getting mad about losing a boat. I could be having multiple cars. I could have this crazy ass house up in the nice neighborhood. I'm going to buddy up with Michael and see what I can get into because this shit is not cutting it.
Well, he's just looking at people that have accepted what they were given.
Yeah, and they're trying to make the best of it, but it's hard to break out of these routines and these cycles of like, what if I just move a couple dime bags? What if I just help repo a couple cars and like do a tow truck shit? And it's not a lot of opportunity there.
I mean, especially with this tow truck mission, this is a great example of kind of the world that he's trying to run away from.
Yeah.
The guy that he's covering for he basically OD'd the night before.
Yeah.
And he can't go to work today. And the chick that he's doing it with, it's that guy's girlfriend who he's like, when was the last time you smoked rock? She's like, I don't know, earlier kind of shit. And it's just, you can see why he wants out.
Yeah. And he's like, why don't you do this? And she goes, I got my license taken away.
Yeah.
And he's like, God damn it.
And he sees for himself, like, if I keep going down this path that I'm currently on, my life's going to be no better than these guys.
Yeah. And it's just going to be a cycle until he gets old and dies. Or he can see what Michael's got and see if he can pay his way out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, if you're going to be a criminal, why be a low-rent criminal?
Fully, go hard or go home, bitch.
Right.
Franklin is like, all right, I'm going to go see what Michael's up to. Pulls up to Michael's house, and he looks up, and a naked man is being thrown off the second-floor balcony by Michael. This is his new best friend. Turns out, Michael's wife is fucking her tennis instructor, who, Michael just discovered.
He walked in on.
Franklin and Michael are like, well, let's do this. Michael's like, get in the car and I'm going to question why you're here. And they get in their gardener's work truck and start chasing the tennis instructor off. The tennis instructor drives, hauls ass up to the hills. They're like, let's go fucking get him. The instructor is literally turning around and screaming, my bad, I comped the session. But that's not enough. He was fucking Amanda.
Right.
The guy pulls up to this house on the hills and like runs in just to hide. They're in the work truck, so Michael has Franklin tie a lynch from the work truck to the support beams of this hillside house that the tennis instructor is hiding in.
Yeah, it's like the balcony is kind of floating out over the mountain and there's these big stilts that hold it up.
Exactly. Michael gets behind the wheel and pulls half of the house down as it crumbles in the hills as the support beams are yanked out.
Oh, and Franklin's just sitting there like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah, Franklin has a moment of, is this that much better than helping tow trucks? Or
right.
What am I doing here? As they leave, Michael gets a call from the instructor saying, hey man, that wasn't my fucking house. A woman with a thick Russian accent gets on the phone and says, green light. Martin Madrazo says green light. And as she says this, two black SUVs show up and they start chasing Michael and Franklin through the hills and Vinewood area while shooting at them.
Oh, shit.
Martin Madrazo is the head of a Mexican gang and has never been convicted because he's murdered every person who's tried to accuse him of anything.
Oh, damn.
He's that serious mafia shit.
And you just tore down half his house.
His nice hillside one with the good view.
Because the tennis instructor was just running off to another person he was fucking.
Probably, yeah, that Russian bitch that called him. Michael and Franklin are able to evade the gangsters, and they roll up to Michael's house to hide and be like, what the fuck? But as they pull up, another black SUV pulls up with Martin Madrazo himself.
I was going to say, they're going to know where you live.
Yeah, and also, LA's very small. They're going to find you. Martin beats the shit out of Michael with a baseball bat and says that for the house, they owe him $2.5 million.
That's probably about right, to be real.
He dips. Michael says he's going to have to postpone his retirement and give an old friend a call.
One more job.
Fresh off of destroying this hillside mansion, Michael calls Lester.
I fucking love Lester.
Lester's fucking amazing.
So much. Of the non-playable characters, I think Lester's my favorite.
Absolutely. He's also in Grand Theft Auto Online as well.
Heavily.
Lester seemingly isn't fazed by a man who was declared dead 9 years ago calling him, and he tells him to come by.
He really does take it casually. He's just like, because I think, doesn't he make him do like a little guessing game or something? And he's just like, oh, yeah, I figured you'd probably still be alive.
Yeah, he's like, you did a good job of hiding. Anyway,
Yeah.
you know where I live? And he's like, how'd you know I was in Los Santos? He's like, shut the fuck up.
It's like, you're not that stealthy, dude.
Yeah. Now, Lester is an old friend of Michael's who is an absolutely iconic man in the chair for robberies, other jobs like that. He's very paranoid. He figures shit out and he can see all the angles. He is a fucking project manager for criminals.
Oh, 100%. And like, he's guy in the chair because he's kind of stuck being guy in the chair too, because he walks with a cane and he kind of wobbles a lot.
Yeah, he has some sort of like muscle degenerative disease or something along those lines. I don't know 100% what it is or what it's called. Don't understand medical things, but he's fucking great.
Yeah, they don't go into it. They never mention whatever his physical disability is because it's not a part of who he is. It's just something that he has.
Yeah. He's still a bad bitch about it.
Yeah, oh, he's one of the best.
Before we go to see Lester, Michael is like, I need to take a break from almost killing the guy that was fucking my wife. I'm gonna watch a movie. Michael loves movies. He's a fucking dork.
He is a movie file. Like, he just loves watching, especially old movies.
Yeah. He hears his shitbag son, Jimmy, loudly playing video games and calling people hermaphrodites. Michael gets sick of it, runs upstairs, and destroys Jimmy's TV. Now, the hermaphrodites line was actually improvised by Danny Tamborelli and is one of Ned Luke's favorite lines in the game.
It's pretty good. It's funny how so many of the favorite lines are improvs.
Yeah. And like for Pete to come up with that, you're like, oh,
Right.
you didn't come up with that on Nickelodeon. What's up, Danny? And a lot of people thought this was Jonah Hill.
I know, poor guy.
His voice does sound like Jonah Hill, especially young Jonah Hill, but Danny Tamborelli, fucking amazing.
Once I found out it was Danny Tamborelli, that's all I hear. But before that, I definitely heard Jonah Hill.
I didn't watch a lot of Pete and Pete. I think I was a little young for it.
It's okay.
They scream at each other for a bit, and then Michael apologizes and convinces Jimmy to go bond with him by going to ride bikes by the beach. Jimmy's like, cool, great, I have something awesome to show you. They drive out to the west side and they go rent bikes. And fun fact, the guy that they rent bikes from is wearing a shirt with John Marston's face on it.
Really, that is fun.
Yeah, you can barely tell. It's just a graphic tee with a face on it, but if you look at it, it's John Marston.
That's cool.
Jimmy and Michael ride bikes up and down the beach boardwalk, which is like the Venice boardwalk. And Jimmy complains about his dad paying more attention to him than his sister Tracy. Michael's like, yeah, well, Tracy doesn't get into dumb shit like you do, Jimmy. And Jimmy's like, oh, really? She's literally partying with porn stars on a boat right fucking now, and it's that fucking boat. And he points to a boat that's just off the water.
Fucking Jimmy did this so on purpose.
Yeah, oh, he fully did. It's awful. Michael is like, are you fucking serious? And Jimmy goes, yeah, she's right there. Michael dives into the water and swims to the boat to save his daughter from the porn stars.
Well, he confirms it by using one of those tourist binocular things, too, where you put like a quarter in it and you can like...
and zoom in and he sees his daughter in a bikini with like a bunch of sleazy dudes.
Yeah.
Michael climbs up onto this boat after swimming for a half mile, which is insane for a middle-aged dude or anyone. I don't think I could do that. That sounds exhausting.
Especially in waters with a current? Fuck no.
Oh yeah, and it's cold. The LA water sucks.
And the boat wasn't that close to the pier.
No, it wasn't docked. Shit was out there. So Michael's just fucking all about it, cruises out there, and he's like, Tracy, we're fucking leaving. Tracy is like, who gives a shit about porn? Mom rented our house out for porn shoots last month. And Michael blows past this for some fucking reason. Anyway, Michael's like, we're fucking leaving. The porn dudes are mad, so they're like, all right, we're gonna get them. Michael and Tracy come off the boat and they get on some motorcycles. And they're like, well, we're just gonna fucking leave. And the guy's like, hey, they took our motorcycles. So they get jet ski. I'm sorry.
You keep doing that.
I did this in Uncharted too. Fuck. I can't think of the word jet ski when I'm working on these episodes. It just comes out as motorcycle, and I'm so sorry. Michael and Tracy are on a jet ski, and they're going along the water trying to get away from the porn dudes. The porn dudes are furious that they took a jet ski, and Tracy and Michael are getting away, so they get on their jet skis, and they start shooting at them, which is very aggressive.
Especially on fucking jet skis.
Yeah. Now, as I mentioned, Franklin has a superpower where he can kind of slow down and drive really well. Michael's superpower is it's not Deadeye, but it's similar to Deadeye. He's a sharpshooter and he can kind of slow things down and be a really great shot.
Yeah, kind of take his time and aim.
Yeah, it's Deadeye diet. After Michael and Tracy lose the porn dudes on their jet skis, Michael drops Tracy off on the beach where Jimmy has been waiting, just going, haha, fuck you. And Jimmy and Tracy take a cab home talking about how terrible their dad is.
Like, Jimmy got exactly what he wanted, and he's still like, dad still sucks.
He's like, he still made me ride a bike and I fucking hate it. Michael, once again dejected by how much he hates his family, goes out to East Los Santos to meet with Lester. Now, we mentioned Lester. Lester is voiced by a guy named Jay Clauditz. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Who booked the role on one audition because he's that fucking good.
Well, I'm glad that it only took him one because he was perfect.
He does actually a lot of stage performances and things like that. He's more of a theater actor.
Doesn't surprise me.
And he doesn't look like Lester. He's while the main three boys do look a lot like their characters, he's better looking than Lester.
Oh, thank goodness for him.
Yeah, he's happy about it. Lester has this weird, shitty house and he's very paranoid. He's kind of a conspiracy theorist. Those are the vibes. He's soft-bodied, he walks with a cane, and he has this kind of nasally weasel voice. Now, he meets Michael, and he's a little curious why Michael is getting back in the game, and also is a bit unfazed to see that Michael's alive, and acknowledges that Michael faked his death.
Yeah.
He said he was able to keep tabs on Michael, and knows Michael never squealed on Lester to the feds, so he's kind of like, well, you do what you do. I never got in trouble, so who gives a shit? Lester's about Lester, and I love that for him.
Yeah, he doesn't really hold anything against Michael for disappearing.
Yeah, he's like, as long as you didn't talk, like, that's the only fucking rule. Who gives a shit?
No snitching.
Yeah. Lester needs Michael's help putting the Darwinism back in social Darwinism, as he calls it, and is like, all right, I'm gonna help you out, but I want you to do one thing for me. And I think, they don't say this, but I think that it's Lester giving Michael a test to be like, are you out to snitch? Are you doing some shit? Run one job for me just to prove that you're back in the lifestyle.
Or at the very least to see that you still got it.
That's true. It's also been almost a decade. So he's like, are you still sneaky because you got fat?
Right.
He has Michael go on this mission to the Life Invader HQ. Now, Life Invader is this mix between Apple and Facebook. It's a social media network paired with like iPhone-looking smart devices.
Yeah, I love the comparison they make to it all, and their central figurehead of being like this Mark Zuckerberg dork, but yeah, it's like Mark Zuckerberg meets Tim Cook.
Yeah. Lester also makes Michael dress the part by going down to a fancy store, which is like an Urban Outfitters, and dress just like a Silicon Valley dork with shorts and a vest. And has Michael schmooze his way into the building.
And his little backpack, too.
He does have his little backpack. He just looks like an overgrown child, and it's very funny. Having worked in, startup culture, this is just what dudes wear. And you're like, what are you dressed for? You're wearing shorts and a vest? Are you cold on top and hot on the bottom? What's happening? Michael has to go in. He fixes someone's computer just as his cover, and then he finds the prototype of the brand new Life Invader phone. Michael bugs the phone with whatever the shit is that he got from Lester. And then he goes home to watch the Life Invader keynote presentation on the new phone that's being run by the CEO, Jay Norris. While Jay Norris is being like, hey, we're gonna fucking be the future and all this shit, Michael calls the prototype device and the phone explodes in Jay Norris's face.
Oh, it's so good. You watch his head just pop right off right there on live TV.
Lester reaches out and he is so stoked on this. He's like, hell yeah, we got them.
Oh, he is laughing. He is so happy.
Yeah. And he's like, clearly you still have the touch. We can run jobs again. So yeah, it is a lot of your point of he wants to see if Michael still got it. But he's also like, you're down to do some weird shit for me, right? Cool. We're in this.
I do think it's very interesting that the first thing he wanted done was commit murder.
Yeah. He really went from zero to murder real quick.
Like, he's gonna come to Lester for jobs about stealing shit.
Yeah, Michael is a thief. Not necessarily a murderer, but we got there.
And Lester's just like, kill somebody for me?
Kill a billionaire for me?
And then maybe.
Yeah. And then we'll see about your shit. So, Michael's explained that he owes the Mexican mafia $2.5 million. So Lester's like, all right, we got this. Thanks for killing that dude. Let's go robbing so you can pay off the mob.
Just go do some crimes real quick.
Michael picks up Lester from a garment factory building downtown that Lester recently purchased. It's literally like a big brick garment factory with sewing machines, all this shit, but it's completely empty. Lester's been using this as his HQ for his bullshit just to write off on taxes. Like, Lester's also kind of brilliant with stocks and money and knows how to move money around in the right ways. It's really cool. Like, Lester is the main character of another game that I absolutely want to play, and it's not this game, but I really fuck with Lester. He's so fucking cool.
Yeah, no, I love Lester a lot. And what's interesting is that he maintains money without ever showing off any wealth.
Yeah, he's not balling out of control. Like I said, his house looks like shit, but he be moving fucking weight.
Yeah.
Lester and Michael drive downtown to a fancy part of town, which would be like the Beverly Hills, Rodeo Drive area of LA. But we're in Los Santos, so it's different. And they find a jewelry store to case. He has Michael go in and take some secret photos of their security cameras and features so they can plan their attack. Lester's very good at being like, all right, go get me XYZ and I will put everything else together and give you a very clear plan. He's a perfect project manager.
Yeah, he's a pure strategist.
Michael and Lester decide on a crew and how they're going to approach, and Michael makes a point to bring Franklin in on the lineup because he's like, he's a good kid. He's asking for work. He's going to get paid out.
Right.
This is going to be a good payout if we rob a jewelry store. And, you know, this is actually great timing because Franklin is knee deep in some dumb shit right now. Lamar and Franklin were going to go move some dope, but when they got there, Franklin realizes that they're buying drugs off of the same guy Lamar just tried to kidnap. For some fucking reason, Lamar thought this was a good idea.
Oh, Lamar.
It wasn't, and they get jumped and have to shoot their way out.
Right. Oh, God. And, like, the guy that they tried to kidnap gets killed, too.
Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Like, people died.
Yeah.
And just Lamar's so fucking stupid. In contrast, the jewelry store heist is much more thoughtful, and Franklin is really eager to be a part of this one.
Franklin even comments later, he's like, man, you guys are, like, real.
Yeah, he's very impressed by the professional energy that Lester and Michael bring to their jobs. And he's like, well, this beats trying to buy drugs off the guy we almost kidnapped a week ago. What the fuck?
Yeah, Lamar giving half the plan while it's happening.
Yeah, and then immediately missing and ruining everything.
Yeah.
The gang can go into the jewelry store either really loud or really quiet. But either way, you get a good window of time to go in, smash as many jewelry cases as you can, and grab as much as possible before you get off on bikes to evade the cops.
When you say bikes, you mean bicycles or do you mean motorcycles?
I mean motorcycles.
Okay.
The motorcycle that's on the ground. As they leave, there's a security guard who yells at Franklin to move all the bikes just right in front of the store, not really realizing that there's a whole ass heist going on. Michael comes out of the shop hot and bothered with his fucking helmet on and tells the guard, "You forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure this is one of them." This is Ned Luke's least favorite line in the game. He said it was so clunky and he had to take it a couple times because he was like, it doesn't feel natural to say, but he nailed it and it turns into Michael's catchphrase. You know, if you forgot already because it's been an hour or so, he does say it in the North Yankton job. It's
Right.
kind of Michael's thing.
So he said it twice, therefore it's his.
Yeah, and Ned Luke fucking hates that line, which is so funny. The whole crew takes off, they lose the cops, and then Lester gets the jewels to break down and flip on the illicit market. Honestly, this goes really well, and Franklin goes over to Michael's house to have a drink and celebrate a successful job. While Michael and Franklin watch the news footage of their own heist, which is so exciting.
Getting to see yourself on TV.
Yeah, a man walks in, furious. This is where we are reintroduced to FIB agent Dave Norton.
Okay, so this is the guy that was at the funeral with Michael.
Yes, he's also the one that shot at B&M in North Yankton.
Got it.
He knows Michael pulled that job. It has Michael written all over it. So Michael is clearly a signature thief, too. He says, if Trevor finds out, you're fucked. On the TV, there's an interview of one of the security guards from the jewelry shop. 4 hours inland from Los Santos is a dry desert area called Paleto Bay. It's a trailer park town of self-proclaimed rednecks, drugs, guns, and ATVs. The streets are lined with rundown mobile homes and coyotes that are confident enough to walk around downtown. In Paleto Bay, we see a tweaker babe named Ashley getting fucked hard from behind while a balding man, equally tattooed and scarred, pumps away at her while watching the news.
Sorry, it's such a great introduction.
This is how we are reintroduced to Trevor, aka T, from the North Yankton mission all those years ago. Cinematically, Trevor's cutscenes push in fast and they're choppier and edgier than Michael's or Franklin's. Even in the way we just observe Trevor's story unfold, everything down to his framework is more chaotic than the other two.
I love they bring that level of detail to it.
It's such a great artistic choice, and I really love it.
Because Trevor is all chaos.
He's pure chaos. On the news, the security guard tells the news anchor about the guy that robbed the jewelry store. He said the man said, "You forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure this is one of them." Trevor's ears prick up and he's spooked. He stops fucking Ashley and walks away, furious and confused. He walks outside and a big biker boy named Johnny rolls up. Johnny is the vice president of the Lost MCs, a biker gang from GTA 4 and several other campaigns.
Yeah, there was a DLC called The Lost and the Damned that came out after GTA 4 that was like a part of that. And Johnny was the main character of that story. And I remember I never played it, but it was considered the best of the DLC that had come out on GTA 4.
That's cool. Johnny is pissed that Trevor's been fucking Ashley, who's his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend, something like that. And their screaming match ends with Trevor stomping Johnny's brains in while screaming the word cunt.
It's so fucking brutal.
We've known Trevor for a minute and a half.
And he just curb stomped the main character of a previous game's head into the fucking ground.
It's kind of like passing the torch.
A little bit, but
not a lot.
Oh my God. And just the way he also then, I know you're probably going to say it, but like he picks up brain out of his fucking shoe and then like wiggles it about and shit. Oh, he's fucking deranged.
He does wiggle it about. Now, Trevor is a fan favorite for obvious reasons. This is his introduction, and it only goes out from
up?
here.
Yeah.
I was going to say up or down, just out.
Yeah.
Up but not out, I guess. Whatever. Trevor is then joined by Ron, who's this paranoid guy who lives next door to Trevor and kind of has like the bucket hat robe moment going on. He's giving a little Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, like the big sunglasses, kind of a weird desert rat.
But not cool.
Not cool.
No, opposite of cool.
And Wade, who's a juggalo tweaker with white boy dreadlocks who follows Trevor's every word.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in like the little cutaways when there's like loading screens.
Yeah.
Before getting to him, and I'm like, what the fuck is this clown character going to do
This
for the
clown
story?
character.
And yeah, I recognize it immediately as like a juggalo ICP situation, but still, it's just like, please tell me this guy's not important. Oh, he's very important.
No. He's kind of essential to the projection of the plot.
Yeah.
For anyone who's not sure what that means, can you explain what a juggalo is?
It's a fan of the band The Insane Clown Posse. Pretty bare bones term of it.
So kind of like a Swiftie?
I guess you could say it's a Swiftie. There are police municipalities that have considered them a gang.
Really?
Yeah, because there's tattoos that go along with being a juggalo. And so they consider those tattoos to be like gang insignia. There's some levels of violence that have been attributed to them, but at the same time, it's really just fans of music, and the music is a little bit rowdy. I don't know. I listened to them in the 8th grade. I don't listen to them as an adult at all, and I never got into the lifestyle, but juggalos are interesting people.
I think I've had their soda before. The Faygo soda?
Well, that's not their brand. It's just the...
Oh, I thought it was their brand. I thought there was like their thing, but it's just a cultural thing that they're into.
Yeah, they were just into Faygo Red Pop.
Oh, I didn't have the red pop. I think I had the blue one. Never mind.
Yeah, no, Red Pop specifically.
I know nothing about Insane Clown Posse, aside from the song that goes, "How do magnets work? Fucking miracles." Because I think that's very funny. I have zero interest in anything else about it, though.
Honestly, musically, they're not terrible.
Okay, good for them. Anyway, Trevor, after killing the VP, the vice president of the Lost MCs, he's like, I might as well get rid of all the other tweaker bikers in this area. After all, they're infringing on my market share. Now, Trevor runs Trevor Phillips Enterprises, and his goal is to be the only provider of crank and guns in the area. Crank being like meth, but he also runs other things. I think he's probably running fentanyl and a couple other, the hard stuff,
the
guys.
big drugs.
It's not just weed. He's not just moving a couple bricks from Mexico, guys. This is some real shit.
But he's also not Walter White in that level.
No.
But he is dealing in the same world.
Yes. So he took out one of the heads of the other gang that's probably running some crank. This makes a good opportunity to flush out the competition. Trevor hops in his truck with Ron and Wade to find the other lost MCs, and he finds two. And he's like, hey, I just killed Johnny. What's up? And they're like, what the fuck? They're pissed, and they're like, we gotta go figure out what's going on. They ride off to tell the other MC bikers, and Trevor and his buddies follow them. They roll up on this secluded trailer park kind of farther out in the desert where Crank is being cooked and the bikers are hiding out. Trevor's like, cool, you're all gonna die.
Good, you're gathered here today. This is gonna make that a lot easier.
Yeah, to die. Trevor's special ability, in contrast to Franklin and Michael's, is called Rampage. He can shoot furiously without taking as much damage, and he uses that skill here as he eliminates an entire community of people. And I don't mean that as like a bunch of bikers. It's literally a trailer park community, and you kill everyone in that community.
It's bigger than the Vanderlyn gang.
Yeah, it's similar to the Far Cry 5 hideouts where you have to kill an entire outpost of people. That's how expansive this is. There's probably 12 trailers there all over the place. There's people riding bikes coming through. There's people in vans coming through. It's a huge shootout for so early in the game where you're just meeting Trevor and you're getting to play as Trevor for the first time.
And to this game's credit, I mean, it is hard.
It is. It
For-
is really hard.
For an opening battle sequence, this was actually a pretty hard one.
Yeah, because you're not maxed out in anything. You have like 2 guns, I think, and then you have a pistol and you can pick up a machine gun, but that's it. Like, you are pretty strapped.
Yeah, you need to be pretty strategic about it too.
After killing this entire community of bikers, Trevor decides to take out the major gun smuggler in the area as well, because like he's on a roll. Why not?
Let's just be a one-man shop.
Yeah. He drives out to a secluded single trailer to find a man named Ortega, who's the head of this gun running ring called the Aztecs in his area. He kills Ortega, pushing his trailer into like down in a ditch.
That's right.
And now, with his 2 biggest competitors dead in the desert, Trevor has cleared his head and is relaxed and ready to accept the weird news that he got while he was fucking Ashley.
I love it. He's just like, I just saw a ghost. I need to like kill a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, and then I can kind of figure out my emotions with it. He tells Wade to look up a Michael Townley in Los Santos. Wade has a cousin in Los Santos, so he's like, cool, I'll go look into it. Ron, on the other hand, after seeing Trevor murder like 45, 50 people in the last hour, is like, I think this is a business opportunity. He tells Trevor that he's been working on an international deal with a Chinese business person to expand Trevor Phillips Enterprises. Trevor's like, perfect, you're on BizDev. Go figure it out. But I need some time to think because I just saw a ghost.
Right.
Trevor now knows that Michael did not die that day 9 years ago like he was told. Now, he just needs to make sense of it all. After sleeping off the murders, Trevor has Ron set up a meeting with the Chinese guys to talk about their deal. Trevor goes to a bar and meets Mr. Chang, who is high out of his fucking mind.
And this bar isn't like a bar in Los Santos. This is dive bar fucking shit kicker bar.
Oh, yeah, there's a jukebox, there's a bartender who looks like she's smoked since she was 9 years old. Like, it's just a bunch of sweaty dudes with shirtless fucking flannels and hats and shit. It's gnarly. It's some desert shit.
Yeah.
You know, we've been through fucking Joshua Tree. It's that community right outside of Joshua Tree where the locals go.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were driving to Palm Springs, you're like, this is Paleto Bay. This is Sandy Shores. This is exactly fucking where Trevor's from. I get it now.
It's always such a trip to see the places from this game. Like, there's that area out by Palm Springs that's also with all the windmills.
Yeah, and that's kind of along the drive between Los Santos and Paleto Bay.
Yeah, and then there's the dinosaur place, which you can go to in GTA as well. It's fucking weird seeing those things in real life.
They picked really interesting landmarks to bring, and they picked so many that it feels eerie when you walk through it. It's wild.
Yeah, and that's just goes to show the level of detail they put into the game.
So much love. So Trevor at the bar is like, cool, you're fucking high as shit, and Mr. Chang also has an interpreter who is not high as shit and is like, hi, Trevor, I'd like to make a deal with you. I'm a normal person. I'm sorry for this high out of his mind party boy.
This guy is so fucking over his boss.
Yeah, he cannot stand him, but he's probably getting paid a stupid amount of money.
Yeah.
Trevor is like, cool, we're all interested in global enterprise. Let's go check out the lab so you can see the quality of what we're cooking. Trevor calls Chef, who, to your point, is Breaking Bad. He is this badass meth man who cooks meth on the upper level of a liquor store. And Chef is so fucking cool. I genuinely really love this character.
Yeah.
You can use him as a gunman in other heists later, and he's actually like he's a little above average. I'm not gonna say OP, but he's definitely above average in terms of shooting and ability. He does look a little like Walter White. He's got the glasses, he's bald, but he's almost like between Walter White and my boyfriend, 27-year-old Dr. Gordon
God.
Freeman. I don't think he's hot. I genuinely, I'd rather smash Trevor.
Okay.
But which I have problems. But he's really fucking cool. I like Chef a lot. I trust him. He's a badass. I'd love to see a DLC of just him.
Him and Pearson teaming up?
Why would Pearson be involved?
Because he's also a cook.
Oh, go to hell. I'm so mad that I walked into that. Fuck you. Oh, I'm upset. Anyway, Trevor takes Mr. Chang and his interpreter over to the liquor store, and he's like, perfect. Let's do this. Chef is like, hey, it's a great thing that you're coming here because since you killed Ortega, the Aztecs are on the way to fucking kill us and destroy the lab. So sooner the better, buddy.
Good for you.
Trevor's like, shit, let's go. So he drives down to the liquor store with Mr. Chang and Mr. Chang's interpreter. They park, and he's like, perfect, I'm gonna give you a tour in just a second. But first, and then he shoves both of them into an outdoor ice box thing. You know, when you go to a liquor store, there's like a big ice box in front where you can buy a bag of ice. He throws them both in there, locks the door, and is like, all right, let's kill the fucking Aztecs.
And tells them that they're getting like the VIP treatment too.
Yeah, he's like, all right, everyone go in here. And Mr. Chang, the party boy, is like, fuck yeah, let's do this.
Woo!
And his translator's like, oh no, what the fuck? So with them in the box for safekeeping, Trevor goes upstairs and meets Chef, and they have this amazing shootout with the Aztec gang that's rolling up. There's waves and waves of cars coming in, shooting up at them. They're trying to get in to destroy the meth lab, and Trevor and Chef have to hold their ground and protect what's theirs.
Go on rampage mode.
It's fucking great. After killing just, another gang, which is, 2 gangs in 2 days, which is pretty impressive, frankly, Trevor goes down to the icebox and lets out Mr. Chang and the interpreter. Mr. Chang is so high, he's like, that was awesome! The translator is horrified because he just heard like 20 people die.
Right, he knows what happened out there.
Yeah. Trevor says, ignore the bodies, let's talk money soon. After all that shit, Trevor's like, I've had a fucking day. He goes home back to his trailer, but the entire trailer is completely tossed.
Ooh, you do not fuck with Trevor's stuff.
No, there's shit everywhere. His, shit's broken, thrown everywhere. It's fucking gross. Ron's there, and he says that some bikers came by looking for justice. Wade shows up in full Juggalo makeup, and Trevor just breezes by that. To get back at the bikers, Ron and Trevor drive out to the landing strip for local planes. Because, in the desert, some people just have fucking planes. It's weird. We live in the desert now. Some people just have horses. There's a camel in our neighborhood.
It's a camel, yeah. It's always fascinated me, the world of the poor plane owner.
There's some hypocrisy there, right? It seems like an expensive hobby.
Right, but I guess once you have the plane, you're really just paying for gas after that.
It's kind of a one-time purchase.
Yeah.
It's weird.
There is this whole community of kind of broke-ass plane owners, and they're a part of that.
Truly. So the bikers do have a gun drop coming in, and Trevor's plan is to have Ron go in and plant bombs around the area while the bikers are go to grab their guns. And Trevor's going to sit in a water tower and snipe for coverage. After taking out a few bikers, they actually end up getting made. So Trevor and Ron are like, well, fuck it, go big or go home. And they kill a bunch of bikers.
Nice.
While they're doing this, they actually end up stealing 2 planes that the bikers had loaded with guns. Now that all the bikers are actually eradicated, Trevor Phillips Enterprises has a monopoly on guns and crank.
It's a great shootout, too, because there's that one part where Ron gets in the plane, so you just hop on the wings, like, the other plane's over there, so just drive me over to it while I kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, it's so good. He hangs off the wing shooting people and is like, give me a ride.
Yeah, and then he gets to his own plane. He's like, all right, I got this.
Trevor and Ron fly the planes over the water, where Trevor has the point of contact waiting. They drop the cargo into the ocean, which is, again, all guns, in a deal with Mexico, and they fly back to their hangar. Ron manages to bring up how expensive his divorce is while all this is happening. Like, Ron's kind of in his feels, but he really trusts Trevor.
Yeah, his love for Trevor, I don't necessarily understand. Because Trevor never treats him right.
Yeah, but I think Trevor is a little protective of him. You know, he's like, it's expensive, but fuck that bitch. And he still cuts him in. Like, Trevor does make a point to make sure Ron gets paid.
That's true. I think it's like a symbiotic relationship between the two of them.
There's something there. We don't know the full story, but there's some love.
Yeah.
After handling that business, Trevor meets back up with the Chinese to handle that expansion deal they were talking about. The interpreter tells Trevor that because they almost died in a fucking shootout, he's talking to other groups for production.
What the hell?
Trevor's like, who the fuck could you possibly be talking to? I murdered everyone on a fucking motorcycle in the 20-mile radius. The interpreter says they're working with the O'Neill brothers. And Trevor's like, oh, fuck those guys.
Oh, fuck the O'Neills.
After this interaction, Trevor leaves and goes straight to the O'Neill farm. And it's this whole farmhouse operation with a bunch of redneck, inbred fucks just making meth in a barn. He snipes some, he kills some, but they all die after Trevor lights the entire family farmhouse on fire.
Hell yeah, he does.
It is fucking great, and the shot of him with the fiery house behind him was my desktop fucking on my computer for a while.
You just love a good fireball, like, walk away.
I think I do. I'm a dork for that shit, yeah. It's a cool guys don't look at explosions moment, and I love it. After a long few days of murder, Trevor goes home, and Wade is there, saying he's been looking for a Michael Townley, but there's, like, only one old man and a 5-year-old in Los Santos by that name. And apparently he did call the 5-year-old who started crying. He says he did find a Michael DeSanto that's right around the same age, who happens to be married to a lady named Amanda. Trevor's like, that's Michael's girl's name. Bingo.
I'm sorry, this part was, like, one of the biggest leaps for me.
Yeah?
How did he figure out, like, Michael is such a plain fucking name?
Yeah. And Townley to DeSanto, like, they're not even, like, with the D first part, you know? The last names are completely different.
And the number of Michaels that have a significant other named Amanda, I can guarantee is in the hundreds.
So many. So many, especially in LA. Come on. Los Santos. Excuse me, I just keep making it the real world version.
But it basically is.
Yeah. Trevor tells Wade to get ready to go to Los Santos and tells Ron to stay back and oversee the business. Wade asks if they can get ice cream on the way. Instead of ice cream, Trevor heads back to the biker gang hideout to destroy all their trailers. No loose ends before you leave for a trip.
Smart.
During the 4-hour drive to Los Santos, Trevor tells Wade about how he grew up in Canada and got kicked out of the Air Force. He talks about how he met Michael, who was a professional thief, and got into the life of robbery with him, so they kind of came up together. Then Michael met a stripper named Amanda, and he bought her some big fake titties, and they fell in love. Trevor and Michael did some robberies. Then he thought Michael died in the same shootout that Brad, B from the North Yankton job, got caught in and was sent to prison for. Trevor made it out and hasn't seen Michael in 10 years. But he's been in contact with Brad in prison via email ever since.
They're pen pals.
Yeah. And you can see these emails in Trevor's phone, which is kind of cool.
You can. I've never actually gone through and found them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're just in your inbox.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like, hey, it's Brad at info.something, and it's him being like, hey, buddy, you're doing great. And Trevor's like, everything's crazy. And Brad going, you got this, buddy. Brad's character in the emails is very sweet and, like, supportive.
I like that a lot.
But anyway, since that North Yankton job, Trevor has mourned Michael and even has an R.I.P. Michael tattoo after his friend was buried.
To be fair, he's got a fuck ton of tattoos.
And the coolest one is across his neck, and it says cut here with little dashes across his neck, and it's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Now that Trevor knows Michael is fine, living the large in Los Santos, he wants to see him again. Trevor and Wade get over to Wade's cousin's apartment on the west side and settle in, ready to find Michael soon. Michael is at home, confronting Jimmy about a brick of trash-ass weed he found in the fridge. Don't keep your weed in the fridge.
In the fridge?
And Amanda is complaining about yoga. Literally, it's like a brick of trash-ass weed. It's like dark green. You can see stems in it. It's not good weed. Like, it's probably just a pound. Like, it's what? $2,000 worth of shitty weed.
Right.
Get over yourself. It's fine.
And you're rich. You don't need that money.
Yeah, and like Jimmy's rich by default. He can afford better weed. There are dispensaries in this game.
That's true. There
You
are.
can buy better weed. Anyway, Amanda's like, "You're fucking up my yoga." Trevor walks into the house and says, "Did someone say yoga?"
Oh, the whole family just stops where they are and is terrified.
You could hear a pin drop. Michael gets clearly physically defensive and makes Jimmy stand behind him. And Trevor is oddly calm when he confronts Michael about how he faked his death to live in a mansion. Michael says he's in witness protection. Trevor says, "Hey, that's great." And then he turns around and says hi to Amanda and says, "You used to be fatter." He turns around and says, "Jimmy used to be thinner." He looks at this yoga instructor, Fabian, who's also in the room. He's like, "Whatever." Trevor asks where Tracy is. Jimmy says, "She's auditioning for Fame or Shame." Fame or Shame is basically an America's Got Talent kind of American Idol thing that they're doing in this world. You can watch it on the TV, and I have fully spent 45 minutes watching Fame or Shame in GTA in the game of real time. It is fun.
The fact that they made that much content for just the TV, though.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
But that's the level of detail that you can expect from Rockstar.
Entirely. No stone left unturned. Now, Tracy auditioning for Fame or Shame is news to everyone. And Michael is immediately like, "Jimmy, what the fuck are you talking about? What's her talent?" Jimmy says, "Dancing." Michael says, "Oh, she's a terrible dancer." Supportive father of the year.
So supportive. I love that.
Trevor says, "Let's just go fucking get her so she doesn't embarrass herself." And like that, the boys are back together.
I mean, he is just immediately protective uncle.
I know, it's so sweet. Michael and Trevor jump in the car, and it's like no time has passed. They're bullshitting, and they're on their way to fuck some shit up. It's actually really sweet. It's much better than when Chloe and Max reunited after 5 years. Although it's kind of similar because, you know, there's a fight. The girls are running away from it. The boys are running to it.
There you go.
They get to this arena where auditions are filming, and they look for Tracy DeSanta and Laszlo, who's the host of the show.
Fucking Laszlo.
Fucking Laszlo. Oh, we're gonna meet him in just a second. A PA for the show lets them backstage, and they get in right when Tracy is about to come out and audition in front of the judges. She is dressed like a Hit Me Baby One More Time era Britney Spears. And Laszlo looks over and goes, "Who are those guys?" And Tracy goes, "That's my dad." And Trevor? She runs over, gives Trevor a big hug, and then just runs back on stage. Now, Tracy is a terrible dancer. Like, truly awful. And her mom's a stripper, so you'd think she had some rhythm, but she doesn't.
Zero.
She manages to slide her panties off under her skirt during her dance, and she just starts air humping Laszlo. Trevor picks up a chair to kill Laszlo, but Michael steps in and pushes Laszlo to the ground. Trevor throws the chair at a security guard who's running at them instead, and Tracy falls to her knees, screaming and crying that she missed out on her big break.
Oh, this desperate for fame of any kind brat.
Michael and Trevor chase Laszlo through the city and into a river where he says he's addicted to jerking off. Trevor makes him take his pants off and dance sexy while he films it on his phone. Laszlo is just as bad a dancer as Tracy. He eventually falls over because his pants are around his ankles. Michael tells him to take off, and Laszlo runs away. Michael laughs it off, and Trevor drives off. Now, Laszlo, we mentioned his name several times just now. He is the punching bag of this game, and truly only exists to be shit on.
Yeah, rightfully so.
But in all actuality, Laszlo is a huge part of the Rockstar family. He was a radio personality that Rockstar fell in love with, and they added him to GTA 5 as a radio host. So in GTA, when you're driving, you can turn on the radio, and there's usually several channels. Laszlo has hosted a bunch of them. Since GTA 5, he's been credited as a writer in 18 Rockstar titles and performed in 10 of them.
That's really impressive. And like not just Laszlo either. They got real talent from the radio stations in Los Angeles too.
Oh, absolutely. DJ Pooh, who's the person that got Solo involved, also has a show. Danny McBride is my favorite host. He hosts the talk radio show in Paleto Bay. Kat, who's a DJ in LA for real, has her own show.
On K-Rock, yeah. It was
Yeah.
just such a trip because I would listen to Kat on my way to work on that fucking drive that I told you about. And then playing GTA 5, I'm on that road, and then I hear fucking Kat's voice come out of it again. And I'm like, really? Like, can I escape work even when I am trying to escape work? No.
I am constantly caught in this horrible time loop, like I'm in goddamn Bendy and the Ink Machine. Grand Theft Auto 5 is probably Laszlo's most iconic role in the Rockstar world because he's playing this Ryan Seacrest type. He's got a ponytail, he dressed like a hipster, he's clearly kind of like down for star fuckers, and he's just a personality that shows up. His last Rockstar project was Red Dead Redemption 2, and he has since left Rockstar to be closer to family. He's not confirmed for GTA 6, but I feel like he's gonna make a cameo.
He has to. He's got to be on the radio at least.
Like, there's gonna be some note. Maybe they'll do a fame or shame call out or something, since it is gonna be probably set in Miami and it's a big show. You know, there's gonna be something there.
Gotta be.
After Trevor and Michael scare the shit out of Laszlo and get some fucking blackmail for him to leave Tracy alone, Trevor breaks off and Michael calls his FIB agent, Dave, saying, "We need to talk." Lester calls to give Michael his cut from the heist and says he wired Martin Madrazo his money, so Michael is all square with the mafia. Great. Now that that huge deal is handled, Michael can now deal with the other huge deal. Trevor. Michael agrees to meet his FIB agent at the Galileo Observatory, high up in the hills, to talk. And this is, you know, the fucking Griffith Observatory up in the hills. Everything's been shot there. It's fucking beautiful. It is a pain in the ass to go to, but you have to go to it at least once when you're in LA.
Yeah, because you have to park like a mile minimum away from it and then hike up a hill.
Yeah, there's 12 spots in front of it, and they're all taken, because fuck you. Dave is distraught knowing that Michael did the jewelry heist. And Michael is like, honestly, arrest me. Trevor's back and I'm probably safer in jail. Dave is like, oh, damn, Trevor's back? Dave is terrified Trevor will find out why you're not dead, but he says that he and Mikey are in it together. Dave says he needs help with a work thing, and Michael's like, well, damn it, what do you need? Dave and the FIB were told that a man that they're looking for is dead. But they have reason to believe that the IAA, which is like the CIA, have kept him alive for questioning.
Ooh.
Dave shows Michael a picture of this man for him to find, and he says he needs Michael to verify the body to see if the guy is really dead or if it's a cover-up. Michael's like, the fuck? How am I supposed to do that shit? And Dave says, you've played dead before, haven't you? And then he clubs him unconscious.
Oh my god, that's right. I forgot they'd do this whole sequence.
I fucking love this sequence.
This is pretty dark shit. This is some Romeo and Juliet shit.
Yeah! Let me explain. Michael then wakes up in a body bag. The autopsy people are making fun of how fat Michael is, talking about how he clearly loves fucking hamburgers and shit.
Right.
Now, they are truly autopsy people and they think Michael is dead, so if you don't do anything, they will cut your chest open and kill you.
Really?
Yes.
So you have to move.
You have to move. Once you move, or, you know, press the button to get up, Michael yells, "Back from the dead, motherfucker!" and knocks one of them out.
As a person who works in a morgue, that has to be your number one largest fear.
The corpse isn't dead and they're gonna go on back from the dead, motherfucker?
And then attack you.
Yeah. But yeah, if you don't do anything, they will kill you and it'll be like, psh, wasted. Michael died. Which is kind of great. A cop comes in to investigate after hearing the crash, but Michael knocks him out too. Now that he's alone in the morgue, we see Michael's just in his underwear. Like, he's in his boxers because, you know, it is what it is. And he starts checking bodies in those fucking drawers, the morgue drawers.
The toe tags.
Yeah, for the man that Dave sent him looking for. He goes through them all and he calls Dave and confirms that the body that has the tag of the man he's looking for doesn't match the photo. Instead of kind of a small brown man, it's a black woman.
Oh, very different.
Yeah, clearly not the same person. With it confirmed that the IAA has covered up making this man legally disappear, Michael's now free to shoot his way out of the morgue. He shoots his way up, jumps out a window, and escapes. After evading the cops, Michael calls Franklin to meet him just outside of town to talk. Shit's about to hit the fan, and Michael is, a little protective of his new protege. He calls Dave afterwards and is like, "Hey, Dave, what the fuck?" Dave says, "Man, some horrible shit is coming down." And Michael's like, "Great, my life sucks right now." When Michael meets up with Franklin, he tells Franklin to leave town. Michael tells Franklin that he didn't deal with an FIB agent where someone got killed, and he ended up having to go into what he calls an informal witness protection program. This is what happened in North Yankton. After the latest score, he ended up on the radar again, and he can't be on the radar right now. He tells Franklin that he's working for the feds, and that Trevor is out there, and Trevor is hell on earth, and they've got history, and Trevor would make Michael look like a fucking angel. Michael tells Franklin he's going to try to play both sides just to get out of this, and you'd be safer not here. Franklin is like, "Hey, you helped me, I'll help you. Let's go get these motherfuckers."
And honestly, like, nobody knows who Franklin is yet.
Yeah, no, he's still like a pretty low-level kid. He did one job,
Yeah.
and it's fine.
Yeah.
Michael tells Franklin, "You're a good kid, and this means a lot to me." And he promises that he'll get a really big score for Franklin. Franklin's like, "Hey, I'm down. Let's do this." And Michael's like, "Oh, god damn it, I'm just fucking everything up. Bringing this kid down with me." Franklin takes this information. He goes off to kind of figure his shit out and, be like, "Okay, you gotta prep for some crazy shit." And he gets a call from Lester for a new gig. He met Lester, and Lester was like, "All right, yeah, he does seem like a good kid. Michael picked a good one." And Franklin's made it pretty clear he's eager for work. Franklin and Lester meet up at the pier, which is the Santa Monica Pier. Lester's like, "Okay, I know you want money. I have a couple projects. You down?" Lester alludes to being behind the guy that blew up the Life Invader guy earlier, which is great. And he has a new hit for some corporate asshole who sells Viagra that makes guys have heart attacks. So, he's taking out the right kind of people, which is great. Lester turns this series of missions into some Robin Hood shit, where Franklin has to kill people that are just bad corporation people. And then to get a payout, Lester plays the stock market against their competitors. So he'll be like, "Oh, if the CEO of this company dies, this company will get more profit share, and I will bank on that." So it's murder and inside trading, which is honestly kind of smart.
I mean, he's a crafty motherfucker, and if he's gonna take out anybody, I'm glad at the people that he takes out in this game, to be real.
Yeah, he's killing someone who's knowingly giving people heart attack pills. Like, yeah, go for it. So Franklin goes to this hotel to assassinate that motherfucker. Payout comes from the stock trading that Lester does. It's a total win-win. Lester calls and is like, this was actually such a hot portfolio that he has to offload some money and pick up a property. And he might as well have Franklin living in it so it looks like a legitimate purchase. So now Franklin has a fancy house in the hills.
Oh, it's such a nice house overlooking everything.
It's up in the hills. It's above Michael's house. It's gorgeous. It's on this crazy windy road. He has a beautiful deck and a view, and Chop moves with him. So, like, Chop just has this gorgeous patio to live in now. And it's great because Lester's like, "I already have guys moving your shit." So if Franklin tries to go back to his house, he can't get in because he doesn't live there anymore.
It was supposed to be split between he and his auntie.
He's split off, girl. He's living the life. He's even got this gorgeous bookshelf, and on the books, there's one book called Red Dead by Jay Marston.
Oh, you think little Jack wrote about his daddy?
Well, it sure as shit wasn't John. While Franklin is getting settled in his new house, which he is so excited about, Trevor is back at Wade's cousin's apartment. Wade's cousin is kind of freaking out about pissing off his girlfriend by letting Trevor and Wade crash. The girlfriend is out on a work trip right now, so she's not home, but he's like, "You guys, this isn't good. Don't do this shit. You're messy meth heads." The cousin is specifically upset that his bear, Mr. Raspberry Jam, has been getting face fucked by Trevor.
I mean, yeah, it is face fucked. Trevor has carved out a fucking hole in the eye of this teddy
To fuck.
to fuck.
I love Trevor. While Trevor is showing the cousin his penis, he asks if he's seen anything interesting at his job at the docks. Wade's cousin works kind of at that shipping dock where all the big shipments come in, kind of like the Long Beach pier where everything gets like depoted and checked in and shit on those big shipping containers.
Yeah.
Trevor's new in town, so he's looking for a score, and, he's always ready to steal some shit. Trevor tells Ron he needs him to be the guy in the chair while Wade's cousin, and Trevor check out the docks for anything interesting. The cousin is like, so what are you looking for? And Trevor goes, I don't know, I just want to steal something.
So he wants to pull a job without Lester.
Yeah. He doesn't really talk to Lester very much. He trusts Ron more.
That's true. And like with Lester too, there's some back history to that too.
Yeah, and Lester probably requires a bigger cut than Ron does.
That's very true.
The cousin mentions a military supplier called Mayweather that have some stuff on lockdown at the dock. So now we're off to find something fun. Now, Mayweather is basically army supplies. It's just guns, military products. Like, they get described as kind of a privatized army in the game.
So kind of like what Securitas is today, which is the Pinkertons.
Those goddamn Pinkertons. Wade gets caught up cleaning something at the dock while he's undercover, and so the cousin and Trevor go off to investigate. Trevor manages to drive a crane and do a bunch of weird shit to get photos for Ron to investigate the shipping area for this gig.
This part's like the worst mission.
It's not fun. It's very slow. Yeah, I agree. This is not a fun time. Trevor and the cousin infiltrate a dock bay with some classified Merryweather shit. Like, I think it's a rundown of everything that's in there and all that shit. And the cousin ends up getting the shit beat out of him by the Merryweather guys. And while this is all happening, Wade did get caught up in cleaning up a bathroom, and now he's just covered head to toe in shit. It's so messy.
Literal shit, too.
Literal shit.
Like, he has just got brown crap all over him. It's so gross.
It's terrible. Back at the apartment, Wade and Trevor start planning their heist. That cousin isn't back yet because he's still getting the shit kicked out of him at the docks for infiltrating the area. Trevor plans the mission and calls Michael to get him in on it. He figures he's in town and his old running buddy might as well help him do some fun shit.
What I love is the contrast, too, between Trevor planning something and Lester planning something.
Oh, yeah. With Lester, it's like very clear points. He's identified every area of opportunity that they could get caught. He fixes it. With Trevor, it's him scrawling on a wall being like, steal this shit with a circle on it.
Yeah, using like stick figures and stuff where Lester has like photographs of the area, of the people involved, all that kind of shit going on.
Lester has headshots of every gunman in the area that he'll put up and be like, who do you want on the squad? Yeah, and Trevor draws stick figures to be like, Michael here, Franklin here. When Wade's cousin gets home, he has to bathe Wade because of all the shit caked into Wade's body.
Oh.
And you can listen through the bathroom door, and Wade asks him to wash his privates. He tells him he's never going to smell the same. And then Wade definitely gets an accidental boner during the bath. This is such a messy family. Michael is back at home, just watching old movies, enjoying a cigar, hanging out. And then Amanda comes in, furious that he's smoking, and also furious that Trevor is back around. Amanda calls Michael a whoremongering asswipe. And then Fabian comes in and says, did someone say yoga? Now, I mentioned Fabian. He is Amanda's yoga teacher. He is a man bun motherfucker who is just the worst.
Like if you've seen fucking BoJack Horseman, he's Judah.
Yeah. But not as cool as Judah. Judah at least is a hard worker and very on his shit. Fabian is just a yoga asshole who loves to talk about the anus.
Yeah, this is a guy who has been paid for some reason like $1,000 a session to teach yoga.
Yeah. Amanda bows to Fabian and says, namaste. And Michael waves him off saying, Nama, go fuck yourself. This is Ned Luke's other favorite line in the game.
Nama, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. And in real life, Ned Luke's wife is a yoga instructor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Oh, how many times do you think he's said that to her now?
Every day he wakes up, he's like, I love you, but Nama, go fuck yourself. And she goes, it paid the mortgage, it paid the mortgage, it paid the mortgage.
That's great.
I love them. Michael and Amanda continue fighting, and Fabian somehow convinces Michael to do yoga with them because, as he says it, yoga is for sharing. After doing some yoga poses, Fabian says he's glad he was able to help with Michael's impotence.
I mean, you kind of glance over the yoga portion. That part,
I like it.
I hated the yoga section
I think it's
so much.
fun.
It's just you have to hold those fucking buttons and then you have to push the joysticks in different directions, hold it for a certain amount of times. Oh my god, I hated that.
It's genuinely kind of a workout for your thumbs, or my thumbs aren't big enough to hold all the buttons in the right way. I do have really weirdly little thumbs.
You have tiny, tiny thumbs.
Yeah, they're genuinely like a third of the size of your thumbs, but I think it's fun. You'd get to have Michael do some yoga poses. It's very cute.
And he's bad at it.
He's very bad at. He's as bad at yoga as Tracy is at dancing.
The other thing too is that he can't say Michael. It's Mikhail.
His name is Mikhail.
Yeah.
And this dude's just from like Portland, so like the accent is fake.
Entirely.
Yeah. After a pose, Michael is fucking sick of this shit and charges at Fabian and misses, and Michael falls into the pool behind him.
Yes, he uses his superior yoga skills to trip you and throw you in the water.
Yeah, it's very embarrassing for Mikhail. Amanda is like, I'm fucking done. I'm leaving with Fabian, and we're never coming back. So now Michael's just wet and alone.
Poor Michael.
Upset, reasonably so, Michael goes up to Jimmy in his room and says, get off your game, we're going out. Jimmy's like, I don't want to, and Michael goes, we're getting out of the fucking house.
Which means also Jimmy's TV's been replaced by now.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy says he's got to go meet a friend, and Michael's like, cool, I'll go with you. I just need some fucking air. Your mother left.
Your mother left me is so good. I need some air. And
because your mother left.
honestly, this is the beginning of my favorite mission, too.
I know. Jimmy has Michael drive to the burger shop to pick up drugs, because Jimmy sucks. Jimmy's dealer is on his break from the burger joint and gives Jimmy a soda, saying, be careful with that. Jimmy says, let's bounce.
Once again, Jimmy's rich. He could get good drugs if he wanted them.
Yeah, he could go through a better dealer than some high school kid that works at a burger joint. What the fuck, Jimmy? Jimmy gives Michael a bit of the drink, and almost immediately, Michael starts tripping. These colors start getting overly saturated. Michael can feel his heart palpitating, and Jimmy lets Michael out of the car, telling him he took some money from his account.
Jimmy's the worst.
He's the fucking worst. He roofied his dad and then stole the car and money.
I've done my best to drive as far as I can in this mission, like without tripping balls and getting thrown out of the car and shit like that. They make it so fucking hard to drive this car, too.
Oh, yeah. Michael closes his eyes and wakes back up in an alley, surrounded by angry monkeys dancing around him. A light shines from above as he is lifted into the air and into a flying saucer.
There's just fucking aliens now.
Around him are 4 aliens, big-headed like xenomorphs, curiously poking at his body. These are the same aliens that you can find at the movie studio and in a side mission that I will talk about on the Patreon. They finish poking him and let him down from the flying saucer. He screams and falls down through the sky above Los Santos, only in his underwear. This soda is allegedly some mixture of ketamine and LSD, but I can't say for certain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what things have alluded to online.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he's clearly having a horrible acid trip.
Horrible. The song Shine a Light by the C90s starts playing during this freefall. Over the tones of the song, Michael hears the voices of his therapist, Jimmy, and Amanda calling him a murdering, cheating hypocrite, and more as he comes face to face with the failures of his life amidst a freefall down below.
You are either drunk staring miserably at the clouds. Thanks for the fucking guidance.
I had never heard this song until this game, and it is now one of my absolute favorite songs.
You genuinely do play it like unironically in the car. It's such a good beat.
Oh, I fucking love this song.
Amongst the voices he hears is himself talking to his therapist. Therapist asks, "What do you want in your life?" He says, "I always thought I was the good guy." The hypersaturated colors of the city catch up to him as he descends into Los Santos. He lands on grass and wakes up hazy and alone in his underwear in a field. He throws up violently and then turns to walk home. He goes the few blocks back to his house, ready to fucking kill Jimmy. He gets home hazy and exhausted, and the house is empty. Tracy and Jimmy's rooms are empty and a bit kind of ransacked, like they just had to go really quickly. He finds a note from Amanda saying she took the kids and moved out for a bit. She says she'll be talking to a lawyer. She says you're completely out of hand and you lost your mind. Michael says fuck, and he puts on some clothes. Jimmy texts you to say he took your car. Tracy calls to say she's worried and doesn't want to see you. She says to get help or you'll get yourself killed.
Whole fucking family just bailing on you.
Oh, yeah. There's a website in the game called Bleeder, which is just Twitter. And Tracy starts bleating about how she's looking for a couch to crash on. On Bleeder, you can also see a bleat about someone spotting a crazy high man in his underwear freaking out in Los Santos, which is clearly Michael. Honestly, at this point, Trevor's score might be good for Michael just to get his mind reset.
He needs something to distract him.
Oh, yeah. So before Trevor's heist, Michael goes to meet with Dave at the FIB and meets 2 more FIB agents. These guys are fucking pricks. One is Steve Haynes, and he is 100% the fucking worst person.
Completely the worst fucking person.
He's just a prick, and that's his entire personality.
But he's like Ivy League prick.
Yeah, he hosts a reality TV show called The Underbelly of Paradise, where he does true crime shit as a talking head. So he thinks he is the baddest bitch because of it, and he is just a bitch.
Yeah.
He's just the epitome of like the cocky douchebag on TV, and I fucking hate every scene he's in. I hate him so much, which I guess makes him an effective performer.
Right.
I want to give one piece just to say I'm not shitting on these people. I just hate this character. It's not Micah level. No, it's Michael level. I fucking hate this guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you are supposed to hate somebody and you do, it does mean they did a very effective job.
Yeah, it means they're good at what they do. If he was a lazier actor, this wouldn't have worked. If he was any other performer that didn't care as much, it wouldn't have worked. He gave it his all, and I hated it all. The other agent is Agent Sanchez, who's like really quiet, and he only shows up with Steve, and he's not as big of a character, but we're going to see him a couple times. But Steve is the worst. We're going to see a lot more of Steve. They are all concerned with that guy that faked dead that Michael confirmed was alive at the coroner's office. Because, like, again, the IAA is hiding this dude, and they need him to do some questions. The boys ask Michael to go get this guy and get him extracted from IAA's grip. Dave takes you off-site to get the plan started and tells you to call Franklin and get him involved as an off-site sniper for coverage. Because this is like, you are kidnapping someone from what is the equivalent of the CIA.
Right.
You need some help. Dave also tells Michael to call Trevor, and Michael's like, Trevor would not fucking help you. Are you kidding me? And Dave's like, yeah, I thought you'd say that, so we had him picked up. Michael is like, that is a terrible idea. Now the FIB has captured Trevor to make him do an extraction mission. There's no reason Trevor's going to do this.
Oh, you never want Trevor working against his will.
Yeah. This is also extra bad because, again, Dave is the agent who shot Michael and put Brad in jail. So Trevor will probably kill him if he recognizes him. Dave says, I'll hang back. I'm just gonna...
I'll sit this one out.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the seat in the back so he doesn't notice me. When Michael arrives to the spot where they're going to get ready, Trevor is already there, pacing around and kind of freaking out. Franklin is quiet and hanging back and just trying to be calm. Dave is hiding in his car. Michael tells Franklin to go. He's like, you don't want none of this. And Franklin's like, no, I'm in this. We're doing this.
Ride or die.
Franklin is so like, he's almost like an intern. He's like, I want to earn my place. Like, he has such energy for this.
Except he would not accept not getting paid.
Oh yeah, fuck that. Trevor tells Franklin not to trust Michael because Michael is what he calls a fat snake. Michael introduces Franklin to Trevor as his best friend, and then introduces Trevor to Franklin as the son he always wanted.
I mean, he got stuck with Jimmy, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, Jimmy who stole his car and money after roofing him.
Yeah, I mean, Franklin's only drugging you if you ask him to.
Yeah. Michael tells them it's a quick extraction. let's just get it done. Let's knock it out of the way. Michael lays it out that Trevor is going to pilot a helicopter. Michael is going to jump in and do the extraction as the gunman. And Franklin's going to be on another rooftop sniping from afar for coverage. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
Trevor flies this helicopter up to the IAA building, which is a full skyscraper in downtown, where Michael rappels out and down to the window where the IAA agents are torturing this man for information.
Dangling from a helicopter outside this like 40th floor window.
It's so fucking cool. Inside the building, a female IAA agent is about to sodomize this man with a flashlight when Michael busts through the window and grabs him. This scares the shit out of the IAA agents, who all pull their guns. But across the way, Franklin snipes all these agents out from another rooftop.
Oh, it's so great too, because you're jumping back and forth in between the characters performing their individual parts.
It's so great too, yeah, because with Michael, you have like a pistol and like a short arm on your grip to grab people, but Franklin can kind of get crispier angles from afar, and Trevor is there to just kind of hold them steady and then eventually helps get them up and out.
Yeah.
As they're leaving, 3 other IAA helicopters come up and start chasing Trevor, so you have to shoot down 3 fucking helicopters to get this man to safety and hand him off to the FIB.
So fucking great. I love blowing out helicopters too in this game.
It's satisfying.
There's something like you just gotta aim for that pilot, and once they're dead, you watch that thing just spin out and fall and crash, and oh, it's beautiful.
It's so fun. The man they extracted thanks them for saving him, and he's like, I'm not a bad man. I didn't do anything. They're all happy. They're like, cool, we did it. And then Trevor takes the helicopter and flies off. Michael gets a call that he has to meet with Trevor at a warehouse with some of the FIB guys. And Trevor manages to call Michael a pork chop while this is happening.
He just throws in insults from time to time.
Trevor loves calling Michael fat, and I really love it.
It's like GLaDOS and Shell.
Yeah, because Michael's not that fat. He's just kind of middle-aged.
Yeah, he just dad bod.
Yeah, he's not particularly fat for his age, and like, he's quite athletic.
Yeah.
You know, he can ride a bike up and down Vespucci Beach, you know? Inside the warehouse, the FIB guys are waiting. Trevor beelines to Dave, and he's like, gets in his face, and he goes, where did we meet? Dave is like, we didn't meet. I don't know you. And Trevor does not believe him, but he can't place him.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
Yeah. The agents bring out the man that they extracted, who is shirtless and distraught. Like, he's clearly been crying. He's upset. He insists he doesn't know anything, and then he gets tied to a chair. The FIB agents asks what he told the IAA, and he reiterates he doesn't know fucking anything. All he knows is that the house in Rockford Hills is owned by a man who works at the consulate. The FIB agent tells Trevor to make him speak. Ugh.
Oh, is this that part?
Yeah.
This is a pretty controversial scene.
It is. Michael and Dave drive out to the house in Rockford Hills that the man mentioned, and they kind of quietly freak out that Trevor may know something's up. Because Trevor clearly was like, I know you. And he's like, I don't fucking know. He knows for sure Michael is in with the FIB, but the question is, does Trevor think Michael's been with the FIB for a long time, and that's how the North Yankton job got busted? Or was it after?
Right, so he's not sure where this timeline started.
Yeah, because if Trevor thinks Michael set him up, he's gonna behead Michael. So
Right.
there's that. Dave and Michael get to the Rockford Hills house, and they're shooting a reality show there, so they're like, okay, this is definitely not the house we're looking for. They radio back to Steve and Trevor starts torturing the man to get a different address. With a new address, Michael and Dave head off and talk more about Trevor. Michael's mentioned Trevor asked about Brad. Dave tells Michael that he's having the trainees write emails to Trevor as Brad to keep him on the hook.
So bad. That's manipulative as fuck.
So Brad has never sent Trevor an email, despite Trevor getting a lot of emails from Brad. They both allude to Michael working with the FIB prior to the North Yankton job, and Dave confirms that Brad's body is buried in the Michael Townley grave,
They need to bury somebody.
which means that Brad is the one that got shot and died that day. Dave is the one that shot him. They pretended Michael died, buried Brad's body, and told Trevor that Brad is in prison.
Just to keep an eye on Trevor more than anything.
Entirely. They've been doing it, tracing the IP to make sure that they know where Trevor is, because Trevor's a fucking lunatic. So they've been using the Brad character to make sure Trevor doesn't go under the radar.
I love the idea that Trevor's so scary they don't even want to take him in.
Yeah, they're like, honestly, he's probably worse around inmates.
Yeah.
He's only gonna create riots and shit. He's a fucking lunatic.
And if it comes down to like him or us, I think he's gonna take us. So
So that's bad. Michael has set up Trevor and Brad that day in North Yankton so that he could get out of the lifestyle. He confirmed, let's pretend to kill me. I'll go into witness protection. I'll tell you it's Brad. I'll tell you it's Trevor. Just let me and my family out. Because at this point, he knew Amanda. He had kids. So he had to get his family out of there.
yeah.
So that he did the whole setup to get out of the lifestyle. Anyway, after that wonderful dump of backstory, Michael and Dave get to a lookout point, and we see Michael scoping out this party with a sniper rifle. Trevor is torturing the man back at the warehouse to get the person that the FIB is looking for. There's some sort of informant or some shit going on.
I remember this part. This part's funny.
Michael ends up sniping a guy at the party that fits roughly the description that the man gives, while Trevor wraps up torturing Homeboy and eventually takes him to the airport to restart his life.
Yeah, I like this part a lot because like if you know exactly who it is, he's not there until the very end anyway.
Yeah, he like shows up to smoke a cigarette later.
Yeah.
Now, Trevor torturing this man has gotten a lot of shit for being like just straight up torture porn over the years, and it's made this mission one of the most controversial in all of Rockstar's lineage.
Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, the only person it can work with is Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Franklin doing it where you're like,
No.
holy shit, you're like, oh yeah, Trevor's kind of a fucking lunatic.
Yeah, but
Um,
he's also doing it for the FIB, which doesn't seem like something Trevor would do.
Yeah, I agree. There is a lot of times Trevor that is working with the FIB in this because of Michael, and it's like, is your allegiance to Michael that strong that you're going against your better judgment and working for the cops? Because you're a meth dealer.
But I also think he was kind of loving the opportunity to actually torture somebody.
He is up in his bloodlust. That's fair.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's why I'm not going to get into the torture details. But if you want it, you got it. I'm just going to let you know it can be rough for some people to watch.
Yeah.
Straight up.
It's a pretty graphic torture scene.
It's gnarly, and the gameplay elements make you very involved with it. So play at your own risk. I've played it. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
The next day or so, all three boys get called back to the warehouse by Team FIB. They're annoyed, and the FIB tells them that they need help with another project because the government is corrupt. Shocker. Basically, there's this turf war, and they think there's going to be a drug war spent with some money moving around in Los Santos. There's something being moved by an armored car that they want the boys to rob for them to keep some shit from popping off. So they basically want to like stop something worse from happening
Right.
by disarming a group. They say that this would also be a favor to Devin Weston. Now, Devin Weston is an asshole billionaire who's a major stakeholder in Merryweather, who's that big army militia fucking supplier group that we talked about earlier at the docks.
Yeah.
The boys are like, what the fuck? We don't have the time for this. And Dave is like, well, make time.
Too bad.
Michael sets up a conference call with the three boys to do a prep list, which I think is very cute that they have like a conference call.
Right.
They need disguises, cars for getaway, and just kind of some general heist shit. With two heists underway, Trevor goes to check up on Franklin at his aunt's house. Trevor immediately starts trying to fuck Aunt Denise and says he didn't know Franklin had a sister. He hands her some cash and tells her to get something nice. She's actually kind of charmed by this for a minute until she looks down and sees how much cash he handed her. She says, "This is $7. Trevor says, "I said something nice, not something expensive." It's one of my favorite interactions in the game.
That one's so fucking good.
Franklin is like, okay, why the fuck are you here? Trevor says he's new in town and he's trying to make friends. Lamar shows up and he's trying to get Franklin to help him out with something. Franklin says, absolutely not. I'm exhausted and I have a lot of stuff on my plate. I have like 2 heists I have to do. Trevor's like, I love doing shit. We're going. Turns out it's a gangbang, which Trevor loves. So he's in. Also, Chop is there and we love Chop.
Anytime Chop's along is fun.
I know. So Straight up Lamar and Trevor kind of just peer pressure Franklin into going because you might as well.
The two most chaotic motherfuckers.
Yeah, and they get into Lamar's creepy white van that says Lamar on the back. Trevor is like, shit, yeah, let's do a drive-by. Lamar explains it's just a drug deal, but it's a drug deal that could move them up the food chain if it goes well. So it's, some serious weight. Franklin is so over this kind of shit. He's like, this is immediately beneath me. I'm not interested in this. This is not fun.
It's another one last job.
Yeah. Lamar is like, Slink set this up. He's a gangbanger in the neighborhood. We all grew up together. This should be fine. And, I mean, Franklin is just so over dealing with Lamar's shit because it never goes well. So he's like, I don't care if it's someone we know. You're a dumbass.
The fact that we know them might make things worse.
Yeah. You dipshit. You're also driving your fucking Lamar vehicle with the Lamar on the back.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna see us. Anyway, they go to Grove Street and they get to the house for the pickup, and Lamar brings in like a duffel bag full of cash. The guy at the house hands over a big brick of coke and cuts off a sample for Lamar. Franklin's like, okay, you tested it, you gummed it, we're good, right? Trevor steps in and goes, no. I want a taste from the other side of the brick. And the guy's like, what the fuck? I just gave you a taste. He goes, flip the brick over. I want to see that it's pure. When they flip it over, it turns out that it's a chunk of drywall.
It's so good. Like, Trevor's like, I've been around the fucking block before.
Yeah, he's like, oldest trick in the book, you idiots.
He's like, I've done this one 100 times.
Yeah, so Trevor completely saves them from buying bullshit, and it turns into a complete shootout, obviously.
Right.
You manage to destroy yet another block of gangs, which is Trevor's MO at this point, and have to escape the cops afterwards, too, because you're in downtown. This is not the desert anymore. You're gonna get fucking jumped on.
Oh, I hate running from the cops.
All three run down into the LA River and steal some jet skis from a music video that's happening to get away from the cops.
No Tracy this time?
No, she only does porn shoots. She doesn't do music videos. It's pretty epic, but still, Lamar completely got set up by Slink and is getting fucked over while he's trying to do gang shit. And Franklin is like, I'm hitting another fucking wall. I'm so over this shit. What are you doing?
It's just, he doesn't need any more proof that he doesn't belong here, and yet he keeps coming back for more.
Yeah, and it's because he loves his friend. He's like, it's Lamar. I can't leave him hanging.
Yeah, his loyalty to Lamar is really holding him back.
Yeah. And he's in this interesting place where he's like, I live in the hills. I'm like starting to move up in the world. I did a fucking jewelry store heist. I have a comma in my bank account right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. And Lamar's still like, let's go buy a brick of coke.
He has never seen a comma in his bank account before. He's never seen a bank account before.
Yeah, he is a cash business. That's a box under the bed, honey. Now, to reset, the boys gather to do the Merryweather heist at the docks. Michael and Franklin are a bit concerned that Lester isn't helping out, but Trevor's like, it's fine. It's me. Let's do this.
Yeah.
He calls Michael fat a whole bunch and then goes off to steal whatever Merryweather is hiding at the docks. There's security, but it's kind of fun. No, it's not fun. This one sucks.
Yeah.
This one just isn't fun. It's at night. You're in the water. There's not a lot of action, to be real. Like, it's just a quick heist to grab a shipping container off of a dock. There's a couple different ways you can do it, but towards the end of the heist, once you have the actual item that you've been looking for, Lester shows up in a taxi in a full hospital gown, bare-assed.
Like, naked, hanging out the back end.
Yeah, clearly just left the hospital, and he is furious. The guys were doing a heist, one, without him, and two, it was loud and messy to the point where he heard about it at the hospital. Because it was fucking Merryweather. Turns out, the thing that Trevor stole was a super secret weapon from the U.S. private army that Merryweather is helping support. Which is bad.
Yeah, no, civilians should not have that in their hands.
No, and it's very obvious where it came from, so they can't get away with it.
To be real, military probably shouldn't have it in their hands.
Lester, who is so precise and has his ears in fucking everything, tells him the attention from this score is going to get everyone killed. So he loses his shit and just literally left the hospital to come to the docks to scream at everyone. which is pretty badass. Again, I love Lester.
Yeah.
Lester convinces Trevor to get rid of the fucking super weapon and just kind of basically give it back, like throw it back in the water and have them find it and be like, it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's really funny that his whole plan is just put it back where you found it.
Yeah. Franklin is pissed because he's like, I killed like 8 people and I got nothing out of it. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is just another Lamar job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly like the Lamar job. They're trying to do something, they come out with nothing. It sucks. Michael's mad and he's like, Franklin, I owe you some work. I'm so fucking sorry. My best friend's an idiot. Trevor is just pissed that he went through all this trouble for literally nothing, and he's not even allowed to keep the thing he tried to steal. And it frankly just kind of makes this mission really not meaningful at all.
It
It
feels
sucks.
very much filler almost.
Yeah, like the best thing that we get is we see Lester's bare ass, but is that a good thing?
I mean, I think for Franklin, he needed to see that even a high level heist can have its setbacks to the point where you don't get anything.
Yeah, and it does emphasize the importance of being thoughtful, I guess.
And thorough.
Yeah, and that Trevor is not that.
Yeah.
But I feel like there could have been more fun ways of doing it.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, everything that happens in the docks from beginning to end is the worst part of the game.
Yeah.
But that's really minimal when compared to the rest of the game.
The rest of the game is a fucking banger. So, like we were just alluding to, in comparison to that trash ass heist, we do have a really fun heist coming up with the FIB at least.
Oh, yeah. There's a ton of great heists still coming.
Yeah. The boys meet up ready for this new heist that will at least get them something for their troubles,
Their efforts, yeah.
Yeah. They're snatching a payday for the FIB from an armored car. And again, this is to take money off the street so it doesn't end up in this turf war.
And, like, you're telling me Merryweather really moves their payday money in cash?
Well, it's Merryweather and a gang or some shit. They're trying to stop some other shit from happening.
Right.
This heist involves trapping an armored car in a street, and it ends with the boys in this huge shootout where you're bopping back and forth between each of them, with Michael and Trevor kind of sniping up here. Franklin's on the ground, Michael's running on the back line. Like, it's really fun. This is a great shootout.
Yeah.
And this also ends with Michael going to Devin Weston's house, who's again that billionaire who's a big funder of Merryweather.
Right.
Now, Devin Weston is a prick. And Michael drops off the take to Devin, who's like, hey, you want another job? Michael's like, hey, you're a dick. No. Michael tells him that there's only one thing he likes, and it's watching old movies. Devin's like, hey, I could hook you up with a movie producer so you can get in on that Hollywood action if you pull a job for me. And Michael, being a little star fucker, is like, oh, really? Oh, shit. What?
He is such a star fucker.
Now, Devin is friends with a producer named Solomon Richards, and Michael is like, oh my god, Solomon Richards?
The Solomon Richards?
Yeah. So he's like, okay, here's my number. Michael lets Franklin know there's a couple more opportunities coming up for this guy because he loves his little protege, and he's like, well, if I'm gonna do some jobs, I need to bring my best friend with me.
Yeah.
For this first job for Devin requests that the 3 boys pose as traffic cops and rob 2 little shitheads with cars that Devin doesn't like. So Devin meets with all 3 boys with his assistant, who Trevor falls in love with immediately.
Trevor falls in love with so many people immediately, though.
He's a romantic. She's this busy business bitch who only likes business, and Trevor is like, dibs, that's my bitch now. Franklin is like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm already over this shit. Devin looks at Franklin and he's like, homie, this is your lucky break. And I hate when Devin calls Franklin homie.
Oh, it's so awful.
It sucks. So again, we're going to go rob some cars from 2 little shitheads. So what Franklin's going to do is he's going to roll up to these guys and be like, vroom vroom, let's race. He's going to get them to start speeding, and then Michael and Trevor are going to come up dressed as bike cops and pull them over and steal the cars.
And like as old school CHP officers.
Oh, they
too.
look like Chips. Like,
Yeah.
it's Eric Estrada.
Eric Estrada,
Yeah.
yeah.
So Franklin rolls up to this gas station, and there's these 2 like dude bros, and he's like, you can't drive for shit. I'm going to race you. And they start driving through the grapevine out to the desert, which is so wonderful.
Yeah.
Once Franklin has these guys drag racing down the highway, Trevor and Michael are full highway bike cops, and they drive up, turn on the lights, and pull them over. They pull the guys out, they start frisking them, and they just jump in the cars and steal them.
Yeah, they like toss them out into the freeway, basically.
Yeah, they're on the fucking shoulder. It's great. All three boys, Franklin, Trevor, and Michael, race back to South Los Santos to bring the cars in. Devin is ecstatic. He's like, hell yeah, you guys did it. He tells all the boys to high five him. And then for some reason, he chest bumps Franklin.
He just really wants to look like he's cool with black people.
He just doesn't understand how to speak to anyone.
No.
Trevor also mentions to Michael and Franklin to back down because the girl, the assistant, is all his. And they're like, you can fucking have her. She's kind of a dick.
Yet nobody's trying to get with her, Trevor.
Yeah. Devin mentions he needs 2 more cars boosted for him. This next run doesn't need Michael. They just need Trevor for air surveillance, and they need Franklin to go in and boost a car. I think Trevor's just stoked to be working with his new lady friend, so he's like, hell yeah, I'm into it.
And like, this was Franklin's old job anyway.
Yeah, he's like, I've been repoing cars. I have experience. This is fine.
Yeah.
Michael fucks off to hear back from Devin about the movie gig and kind of hang back, while Franklin and Trevor go out to scope out some more cars. Like we said, this next one, Trevor is in a helicopter doing air surveillance, and they give him this face recognition software so he can scan people and get their name and their fucking rap sheet, which is kind of cool. Because he's stealing a car from a very specific person.
Except like this level of surveillance is terrifying.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's funny, too, because he puts the surveillance on Franklin, and it turns out Franklin has a public indecency charge.
Yeah. Seeing that was funny.
Yeah, so Trevor uses that to find the right person. Franklin goes in and grabs the car. Boom, boom, boom. They bring it back to Devin Weston and Molly, who's that assistant bitch that Trevor's in love with,
Yeah.
who are boarding a flight at Los Santos International. Now, Devin's kind of a cunt about his cars, right? He's bragging. He's like, hell yeah, I love fancy cars. And he tells Franklin that Franklin is sharp, but he needs a few more gigs before he can pay Franklin out. Franklin's like, what the fuck? I'm not even getting paid for this shit?
Such horse shit when people pull that kind of like, when people pull the rug out from under you like that.
I know, and it's crime, so you can't be doing it for exposure.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Call the cops on them?
Yeah. Devin tells Franklin that he's too good for the old men he works with before he jumps in a private jet in a tuxedo. Like, he's such a piece of shit being like, you're too good for them. Goodbye, I'm off to my private jet.
Right.
And Franklin's like, why haven't I gotten paid? What the fuck?
Where's my private jet?
While this is happening, Devin is genuinely getting Michael set up with Solomon at the movie studio. Michael goes down to the movie studio lot, which I think is the Paramount lot, right?
Yeah, it
It's
looks
like
the most like
Hollywood,
the Paramount lot, yeah.
Those arches.
Yeah.
Michael goes in for a meeting on the lot with Solomon, who is an iconic movie producer. He's kind of an older dude. He's been a bunch of different projects. And they just nerd out with each other and quote movies back and forth.
And like old ass movies too.
It is insufferable. I hate it. Solomon cautiously asks if Devin sent Michael to kill him and is completely relieved when Michael is like, no, I just want to be a part of the movie business. I love movies. Solomon's like, oh, thank God. Devin's terrifying. And Solomon's like burnt out and he's tired and he's actually having trouble with this movie that's in production right now that's been super messy. He says it's got a lot of training montages and green screen, and the issue is that the second lead is a complete hack who's been trying to strong-arm the studio for more money. He says that also the director is having a mental breakdown and is in hiding. Michael says, well, you got yourself a new assistant, but no happy endings. And like winks, like, are you making a Weinstein? What's happening? Michael's like, but I got you. Let me handle this. So he heads out to find the actor and the director, and Solomon calls. Michael's like, it's a hit job, right? And Solomon goes, don't fucking kill them. What the fuck did you just say to me? And Michael's like, I don't know. All right, whatever.
What am I supposed to do? Scare them?
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, yeah, scare them. And he goes, with death? Fine, I won't kill them.
Right.
The actor and director are all out at some trap house downtown where Michael sneaks up and finds them up on the roof. There's a helicopter on the roof, and he's like, you fucking assholes. Don't renegotiate your contracts. Get your shit together. And they're like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, fuck you, get your shit together. They all get in the helicopter, and Michael's like, I'm going to take you back to the studio right now. And here's kind of a fun thing, because the game wants you to intimidate them by driving erratically.
Yeah, if you got me in a helicopter and started driving erratically, that would be the scariest fucking thing imaginable.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. What I did was I landed the helicopter on a freeway and let a minivan full of children hit the helicopter.
Oh my god, that worked?
Yeah, they were like, let us out! And I was like, haha, I got this. I also went under a bridge, which gets you some points or some shit. Also, that's hyperbole. There are no children in this game because they wanted to make sure you couldn't, like, kill a child.
Yeah.
But I assume the minivan was full of children.
They did the same thing in Red Dead as well.
Yeah. After the actor and the director agree to be grateful for their opportunity, Michael lets them back out at the studio, and Solomon is completely elated to see them back on set. He's like, oh my god, we can get back on schedule. This is awesome. Michael makes the actor apologize and tell Solomon he appreciates the opportunity, which is also such a good fuck you.
Yeah, I love calling it the opportunity.
Solomon is so impressed by Michael, he decides to give him an associate producer credit on the movie as a thank you.
Oh, associate producer.
This is literally like the highlight of Michael's life. Fuck the birth of his children. This is it.
Yeah, no, to see his name in the credits of a movie as associate producer.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
As he leaves the movie studio, he gets a call from Martin Madrazo, who tells Michael to come see him and to bring Franklin.
And Martin was the guy that he tore the house down.
Yes, that he already paid off, that he's square with, but Martin needs him for something now. And Michael knows Martin's too big of a deal and is like, I think Trevor's probably more appropriate than Franklin. This is going to be high level, whatever it is.
He probably just doesn't want Franklin to get hurt.
Yeah, he's like, this is a mafia guy. I've already involved him with the mob once, and that was bad. We could use Trevor.
If one person's going to die, let's bring Trevor along.
Yeah. Michael and Trevor meet up at La Fuente Blanca, or The White Fountain, the ranch owned by Martin Madrazo. It's kind of off the side of the hill. The boys arrive at the ranch house and meet with Martin, and the door is answered by Patricia Madrazo, who Trevor is immediately in love with.
Again, another woman that Trevor's just immediately in love with.
He's a romantic.
But what I love about her is she's like 65 years old.
She's 59.
She's 59?
Yeah,
Okay.
Trevor defends her because Michael at one point calls her a 60-year-old lady, and he goes, she's 59.
All right, so she's 59 years old. She is not traditionally attractive by any stretch of the imagination, which is funny because Martin Madrazo is like a beautiful man.
Yeah, he's very suave and like well taken care of.
And his wife is not the trophy wife that you would expect.
Looks like she could be his mom.
Yeah, and Trevor is head over fucking heels in love with her.
He is. Immediately. Now, Martin called Michael because he has a cousin who's planning on testifying against him. And as we know, Martin doesn't fuck with that.
No.
He's asking the boys to put a hit out on the cousin today before he flies off and out to Liberty City. So theirs is like immediate. We need to get this done.
Need you to kill my cousin real quick.
The cousin has some files that would incriminate Martin as well. So he wants Trevor and Michael to, 1, shoot down the plane the cousin's taking to kill him, and then 2, get the files. This one is really fucking fun, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Michael snipes a plane out of the sky. He goes up to like the observatory, basically, right near it, into a van that has this crazy sniper gun. And Trevor follows the trajectory of the plane crashing as it goes out all the way near like Sandy Shores on a dirt bike.
Right.
He's just driving this bike through the dirt and all this shit while it's crashing. It's so fucking cool.
Oh, and you're hauling ass so hard.
Yeah, you're doing jumps and shit. Trevor and Michael hop on the phone and they're like, great, we did it. Let's do this. Trevor gets the files back down to town and Michael handles getting rid of the gun and the evidence.
As you do.
On his way back to Martin's house, Trevor calls Michael and says, hey, dropped off the files, quick change of plans. And then he won't say what happened. So Michael is like, something terrible happened. What the fuck, man? Did you fax the files to the FIB or something accidentally? Like, you fucked this up real bad. Something is wrong.
Nah, what Trevor did is one of the most unexpected things I think Trevor does in the game.
It's so good, though. They meet up kind of a little outside of town, and Trevor pulls up driving Martin's car.
Not a good start.
No, Michael's immediately stressed out. Trevor says he went up to Martin. He asked for a fair pay rate. He and Martin disagreed. And then Trevor pops the trunk to show Michael that he kidnapped Martin's wife, Patricia. Michael is about to have an aneurysm.
Oh, the Trevor Phillips style of negotiation.
Steal the wife. Trevor thinks this is all reasonable, and he's honestly a little excited to hang out with Patricia. She is an absolute stunner to Trevor.
Yeah, this was the goal all along for Trevor as soon as he met her.
Michael is like, what the fuck? And they actually have to go into hiding now out in Sandy Shores in Paleto Bay, where Trevor is from, because it's a little too hot for them to be in Los Santos right now with Martin Madrazo's wife missing.
Yeah, they gotta go share his 1-bedroom trailer park.
So, because the boys are over there in hiding, we come back with Franklin, who is playing with a perfect angel chop at his gorgeous house in the hills. Franklin's been eager to get paid for the Devin Weston jobs because he's already moved a bunch of cars. So he connects with Molly, who's like, I need one more car before you can get the bag. He's like, fine, fuck you, I hate you.
Yeah, always one more.
He goes to the movie studio to steal a spy movie car to retrofit to work with live ammunition, which is the coolest fucking thing.
I love this car.
The car is actually being used live in this moment when Franklin steals it, and he accidentally kidnaps the movie star that was in the car. He does manage to get rid of her, though, because he presses a button and the seat ejection shoots her up and out of the car.
It's so good. A real ass ejection seat.
Franklin is on his way to drop off the car with Devin in kind of like a chop shop looking area. Molly calls and tells Franklin to look out for a suspicious character who's been hanging out near the garage. And he's like, all right, I got my eyes out. And lo and behold, as he pulls up, there's Lamar.
That's the suspicious character.
Yep. Devin is talking to his new homie, Lamar, and offers Lamar some work, who's like, oh, hell yeah.
Oh, poor Lamar doesn't know that this guy sucks, so he's just like, oh, well, if you're working with my boy, then that means I should be able to work with you.
He called me homie. We're friends.
Yeah.
No,
and
Lamar.
if there's an award to be won, Lamar wants it.
As we know. Franklin is so much more pissed that one, he's not getting paid for this, and two, Lamar's here now.
Right.
Lamar's like, hey, it is what it is. Let's get this moving. He's just excited to be there. Franklin's like, I am jaded. I am tired. I just want the fucking bag I was promised.
Lamar, you don't want any of this shit.
Franklin heads over to Michael's house for help and advice and honestly, just kind of a friend because he's stressed out and he doesn't know how to navigate this world yet.
He needs his mentor.
Yeah. But Michael's not home, which is weird. He calls Michael and Michael picks up and Michael's like, hey, we have to lay low out at Trevor's in the desert for a while. Trevor sucks. I'm sorry, man. Franklin's like, okay, for sure. I'll let you know if we get into any shit. And he's like, all right, take your time. Michael says, okay, well, by the way, Trevor and I did do another job for Martin Madrazo, the guy that tried to kill us. And after we owed him $2.5 million, and Trevor kidnapped his wife. Michael does not elaborate past that.
You don't really need to.
Yeah.
Especially now that Franklin knows Trevor.
Yeah.
He's just like, this guy really is just fucking chaos, isn't he?
Yeah. Trevor wakes up demanding coffee from Michael and says, give me a coffee or I'll cut off your arm, which is one of Stephen Ogg's favorite lines in the game. He takes the duct tape off Patricia's mouth, who's just sitting on the couch. He warns her that he may have to cut her up into little pieces, but he says he hopes it doesn't come down to that. Because again, he's a romantic.
Right.
She looks at him and says she can see he's a good man. Michael says she needs to get her eyes checked.
I don't understand her at all in this. I don't think what she's doing is a method of survival.
Michael says something to the effect of Stockholm Syndrome is wonderful this time of year, which I think sums it up as best possible.
I don't even know if she has Stockholm Syndrome. I think she kind of falls for Trevor.
Well, you know what? Let's dig into that. She's married to Martin Madrazo, who's a murderous mob boss.
That's true.
Maybe murder makes her wet.
That's true. Maybe
I'm
that's
sorry
like
I
her
said wet.
thing. But yeah, that could be her turn on.
Yeah, murder.
Dangerous men are her turn on.
Yeah, dangerous dudes. They fuck around, and she's there to find out.
And they're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, maybe it's the fearlessness that turns her on.
And to be real, a person like Martin Madrazo who has a ton of money,
Mhm.
that's why he's not afraid of anything.
Oh, yeah. And like men, too. His house is, I didn't mention this, but there are always dudes with guns outposted in front of his house. There's usually like 2 to 4 dudes like patrolling and ready to protect the property.
But now she's met Trevor, who has no money, and he's still fearless.
Yeah. He does have money. Like when we meet him, he's got like 6 figures just in his character off the bat, and he just doesn't spend it.
Yeah, he doesn't have money the way Martin has money.
That's fair.
He's not extravagant. So when she sees that he lives in a trailer park home, she's like, "You're fearless, and this is how you live?"
Wet. Drenched.
I think that has to be exactly what it is for
So we figured it out.
her.
Does this make more sense to you now?
Still no, but
Fine. Ron comes in and reports that while Trevor's been gone, he heard about a big cache of weapons that Merryweather has coming in to pick up. Trevor leaves Michael back at the trailer with Patricia to lay low, while Trevor and Ron go to the airstrip to intercept this airdrop of weapons. This becomes the biggest pain in the ass, where you have to land a crop duster inside of a flying airship.
yeah.
I fucking hate this, and I'm very bad at it, which made me hate it more. I am very, very bad at flying in video games.
Flying in video games can be tough, especially when they do that bullshit invert the y-axis.
Yeah, I hate where you push up on the joystick and you go down.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I don't have the dexterity for this.
Some people need it that way. I am not that way at all.
But when I had to land the crop duster in the plane, you watched me. I think it took like 9 times.
It took you a few tries, yeah.
It took an embarrassingly long time where I was like, can you please just help me? And you go, you have to do this on your own.
You've got this. I know you do.
You made me earn it, which didn't feel better. I wish you would have just done it for me. But Trevor flies his crop duster into the airplane so he can literally take it over from the inside out, which is pretty badass in concept. I'm just not good at it, so it was difficult.
Well, there's also people shooting at you from like the open cargo, and you take them out with the plane. It's fucking great.
It's fucking great, yeah. So Trevor lands his crop duster inside the plane, and he just has to start opening fire into a cabin full of mercs. And this isn't a commercial liner, this is a cargo liner, so it's really big and there's just a bunch of boxes in it. And it's very similar to that scene in Uncharted 3 that was also in the movie. If you guys know what I'm talking about, there's that big cargo plane, there's a bunch of like big boxes and crates in it. Some of them are falling out. Anyway, these are all pretty secured. Trevor kills his way up to the front of the control bay of the cargo ship, and then the Air Force 6 2 jets on Trevor. Because Merryweather is that fucking big that they will have backup air support in case of air takeover.
God damn, Merryweather.
He gets hit in the plane and he has to bail. And leaving, just like Nathan Drake, he jumps out of a moving plane.
Fearless.
Yeah.
As I said.
It's so good. Unfortunately, the take is lost, falls into the water, and Trevor ends up just kind of stranded in the desert.
Yeah, he parachutes, right?
Yeah. He does take some solace in knowing that at least Merryweather is fucked for right now and lost that whole cargo into the water.
Yeah, if he can't have it, nobody can.
Yeah. Trevor gets home to his trailer to tell Patricia he loves her, that she's his angel. You know, normal stuff for someone you met yesterday. And Ron calls saying he could probably get the Merryweather take excavated from the water. Trevor's like, cool, we'll get back around to that. Martin Madrazo also calls Trevor and is like, where the fuck is my wife? And Trevor goes, you didn't fucking deserve her.
Oh my God.
Martin starts threatening Trevor, who cannot be bothered. You know, he's just a boy in love. He can't be held responsible for his actions. Michael and Trevor meet up at the meth lab above the liquor store with Chef, and Trevor calls Michael a turd. They fight a bit, and then the FIB pricks come up on them. You can't get away from the FIB.
No, there's no outrunning the FIB.
No. They say they need the boys to investigate a weapons situation in a lab that's a bit away. Apparently, there's some terrorist nerve gas in development that needs to be stopped.
COVID-13.
Oh no! They warn you'll need a shit gang of stuff, like a helicopter, scuba equipment, all sorts of crazy shit to pull off this job. And they're like, well, we'll need a lot of money to do that, FIB.
Yeah.
And the FIB is like, cool, figure it out. And then they leave, which is so shitty.
I love that their whole thing is like, pull another job so you have the money.
Yeah.
But don't involve us in that job.
Yeah, but we will not give you any protection. You guys figure it out. We will just pretend that didn't happen. Michael and Trevor head over to a bank in Paleto Bay, which is just kind of near Sandy Shores in that same area, that Lester mentioned they could knock off. They call Lester to meet them there to scope it out, and on the way, Michael calls Trevor a hipster.
A hipster.
Yeah, he's like, you live in a shitty place, you have the ironic tattoos and the shitty clothes, you're a hipster, man.
I guess so, because he also has the money.
Yeah.
You know, like I knew those people throughout life who were, I was like, oh, they're like me. They don't have like a lot of money. They're kind of normal. And then come to find out, oh no, you chose this life. You actually come from a lot of money.
I felt like you were about to name someone and you stopped yourself.
Oh, I'm not going to say anybody's names. Like, I've definitely experienced that where somebody I would know where it was just like, oh, you're just working like I am. You're living like I am. No, they were.
This is poverty porn to you. What
Yeah.
the fuck? It's really funny. It's a great exchange of Michael being like, you live in a shitty neighborhood. What would you do if people moved in? He'd go, well, I'd move out and go to a different place. And he's like, what, so you can gentrify it? You're a fucking hipster. Anyway, Lester takes a bus out to the fucking desert so he can meet the boys and scope out the bank. Unfortunately, there are cops all over this bank, which is weird because it's kind of a sleepier area of the desert. Trevor's like, you know what? This is probably the bank that holds all the dirty money, the cash pulled from brothels and drug dealers, all that shit that the authorities protect because they're dirty cops. And they're like, I'm going to get a cut of that.
Yeah, this is not like the national bank. This is the local bank, and local banks can operate very differently.
Yeah, this job is going to be a little harder than they expected. Back at the meth lab, Trevor opens his fridge and microwaves a bowl of food for Michael. Looking in the bowl, it is someone's face.
Oh,
Trevor is just casually a cannibal. And he's like, Michael, you have to eat something. And Michael's like, that's a person. Absolutely fucking not.
yeah, and like it doesn't really get addressed again.
No.
The cannibalism of Trevor, like it's so
No.
fucking weird. Like cannibalism's another level,
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
and I feel like they really were. What is Trevor's limits? And they said no.
Keep going.
The limit does not exist.
It's like math.
Yeah.
Lester lays out the take on the board while Trevor goes ham on this bowl of face that he just microwaved. They pick out a gunman, and one thing that I did, I just want to note, is I picked out Packy McCreary from Liberty City.
Oh, good.
There is a random encounter you can get where Packy McCreary, who is from the Liberty City games, can be doing like a robbery of a store, and you can drive up and be his getaway driver, and he'll be like, back in Liberty City, I ran all this shit with these guys, and blah, 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 blah. I need to get a driver because I don't understand Los Santos. And then you can just hire him as a gunman, which is so fucking cool.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about the Grand Theft Auto series is that they try to keep them independent, but then they'll have these little connectors here and
Mhm.
there. It's not like Final Fantasy where they're completely different worlds or anything.
Yeah, like there's a Jay Marston that writes a book called Red Dead in this world, and like in LA Noire you can find John Marston's hat, and there's these little things that show it's the same universe, but they can be pretty independent stories of each other.
There's also a scene with Lester where you're kind of trying to figure out who to take with you on one of your missions.
Yeah.
And he's going through the list of like all the gangsters that you knew back in the day and stuff and who's still active. And he makes just one very, very brief reference to Nico Bellic from GTA 4.
Oh,
And he's like, there was one guy in Liberty City that was really starting to raise some noise, but he's gone quiet since.
oh, eerie.
Yeah.
That's great. I love that.
So yeah, there's little nods here and there. And then, yeah, like CJ being fucking Franklin's cousin.
Yeah, which isn't said out loud, but people have connected the dots of like, well, if you look at this house and Aunt Denise and the niece here and all this shit and like the subtle way she does certain things, it alludes to it being CJ.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're actually cousins in real life is, you know,
It works.
it works. Let's let it happen. You know, it's pretty great. I'd like to think that maybe not in GTA 6, but maybe 7, the kid from Bully grows up to be a GTA character.
7? You think in our lifetime we're going to see 7?
It has been 10 years after 5, so.
I am going to be in my 50s, maybe 60s by the time 7 comes out.
Cool, we'll get you a wrist guard and we'll play it.
Okay.
I'm not giving up on this. I love it. Anyway, so they got, my version had Packy McCreary from Liberty City because I just think that's cool, and he's pretty above average for a gunman, and it was a pretty decent take. And Franklin is also obviously on deck for this. Trevor throws the face up, saying that it was old.
Old face.
Old face. Sorry, I love that so much.
I'm just curious if it meant like the person was old or this sat out too long.
I think it sat out too long. Franklin also calls Trevor at this point and says, "Hey, man, some redneck dudes have been in Los Santos looking for you." And Trevor's like, "It's the rest of the O'Neill brothers."
They came all the way to Los Santos.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Trevor tells Franklin to keep an eye on it and he'll handle it. Trevor is also sniffing and maybe even drinking pure gasoline. Patricia's in the trailer just doing some laundry and ironing shirts, which is actually kind of sweet.
She's just not actually being captive. She's kind of free.
She's kind of a housewife right now.
Yeah.
She's in her energy.
That's why I say it's weird what went on with her. I think she does kind of fall for Trevor.
Yeah. Michael is kind of hanging out in the trailer, like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone? He starts calling his family, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, I love you all. Please stop hating me." Patricia looks at Trevor and is like, "Stop huffing gas. That's bad for you." Because she cares.
She does. She's a good woman.
Trevor comes back and he's like, "Okay, Franklin's helping me with some shit. I have to go meet up with him, because, like, the O'Neills." Michael's like, "I'm coming with you, because you're an idiot, and I think Patricia's weird, so I'm just gonna go."
Yeah, also, he wants to keep Franklin safe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like, "You're bringing Franklin, I will stand in front of Franklin."
Yeah.
3 O'Neill brothers are in a car heading to Sandy Shores, mad that they wasted time going to Los Santos looking for Trevor, who had quietly come back to the desert to lay low. Right behind them in a car is Franklin and the best boy, Chop.
Hell yeah.
We love Chop. Trevor says to keep an eye on them, and he and Michael will go get the company chopper to handle this. Now, I say company chopper. This is a helicopter with the words TP Industries haphazardly spray painted on the side. Franklin follows them through these windy back roads getting into the desert when an elk jumps into the road right in front of the O'Neill brothers, spooks them, and they flip their car into a ravine down below.
So they didn't even need you.
Nah, nature took care of that shit. But the car lands, and miraculously, all 3 brothers get out of the car and start running into the woods.
They somehow survived this.
Yeah, bullshit. Chop and Franklin park, and they run down to the flaming car to call Trevor and let him know what happened. Franklin tells Trevor he needs air support, and Trevor says, "Oh, it's coming." Trevor and Michael pull up in the company chopper, and Michael is like, "My guy, this is the helicopter from the IAA job." Trevor says he kept it like a stolen office supply as payment. The same way you'd accidentally throw a pen in your bag at the end of a shift, Trevor stole a helicopter from the FIB.
I mean, if nobody was claiming it.
Yeah. It was just sitting there.
Yeah.
There's a rifle on board that Michael can shoot with, and it has that heat sensor technology. So as he's looking down at the hills, he can see what's like a bear and what's a person, so he can shoot the people. You take out all 3, and you can also, as a fun fact, use Chop to help track down the O'Neill brothers, because Chop's the best boy.
Oh, with like the scent and stuff?
Yeah.
Nice.
I love Chop so much. I'm mostly a cat person too, but Chop's just such a good dog. He like transcends.
Chop is a great dog.
Chop's such a good dog.
Except for the app.
I forgot about the app. That was where you could play with Chop on your personal cell phone, not your cell phone in the game, right?
Yeah, so you use your actual cell phone to join the Rockstar Social Club or whatever their online thing is. Chop had like his own mini games that you could use on your cell phone to level him up for some reason. I don't know what leveling up Chop really did.
What does this accomplish?
Yeah, but yeah, you could do little extra things with Chop. I think they have since discontinued the app entirely.
I believe they have, yeah.
Yeah.
But now, you know, Chop's still the best boy. We love him. He did a great job. He helped kill the O'Neill brother meth heads. It's
Yeah.
great. After this mission, Franklin takes Chop and Michael back to Los Santos now that shit's kind of handled. And the heat's died down a bit, you know. Trevor's going to lay low, but Michael's like, "I'm going to take a fucking shower.
Yeah.
I've been in Trevor's house for a week, and I think I caught something."
I'm used to living in a mansion.
Yeah. Lester calls the boys and is like, "Okay, I think we're ready to go. I figured out everything we need. Let's do this." Back at the meth lab, Michael and Trevor are screaming at each other about how Trevor still has Patricia in his trailer. Trevor says they're in love, and Michael says, "You fucking idiot, you have to return the mob boss's wife." Franklin checks them and tells them to get their shit together and get over their bullshit. So now Franklin is like exhausted with Lamar. He's exhausted with his old life. And now his 2 old man mentors are fighting with each other like children, and he has to break this up. Like, Poor Franklin is exhausted from everything. The boys are all ready to do this shit and rob a bank so they can get money to do their next job. Trevor says, Brad would have loved this, but he's still in prison, and that sucks for him.
Oh, poor Brad.
I know.
He's not in prison.
He's dead. Lester takes Franklin to be the boat guy and be kind of their, in the part where they say, I bet they didn't know we had a navy. Like, he's going to be the getaway boat.
Right.
And the boys head off for the bank job. In the car ride over, the gunmen all talk about their previous bank heists. Lamar and Franklin hit a bank a while ago, but this is his second actual, big bank heist. Michael talks about the good old days robbing banks left and right. Patrick McCreary, who I always pick just because I think that's so fucking cool.
I love his name.
I know. He talks about Liberty City jobs and taking on the Bank of Liberty City, which sounds like a really big bank.
It's been so long since I played GTA 4, I couldn't tell you if that was a mission or not.
Yeah, it probably is. Trevor talks about how he got $8,000 off of a check cashing place as his first take, but there was a buddy who was working there who ID'd him and he served 4 months,
Oh.
which makes Michael laugh his ass off. He's like, you fucking idiot. You don't knock off people you know. Franklin eventually also spills about that first job he did with Lamar, and it was only $2,000. And the money had a die pack, so it was completely useless.
Oh, God. No wonder he needed, a mentor to teach him the right way to steal.
Yeah. Trevor laughs his ass off at this, and you just hear Franklin be like, and you just know he's like, I have to stop doing jobs with Lamar. I have to stop doing jobs with Lamar.
The consistency here is Lamar in every one of my stories.
Yeah, is Lamar fucking this up and not thinking these things through? Unlike us right now, who has Lester, timing out how long it takes the cops to get there and shit like that.
Right.
They drop off Franklin so he can get set up with Getaway, and the rest of them head to the bank. The gunmen go into the bank and get everyone on the ground. They're going to need a few $1 million, so they have to be fast and efficient. 2 cops come up on the alarm, not worried, and they're like, okay, whatever. But Trevor comes out, shooting in the sky, telling them to stay back. These cops obviously call for backup. Of course, that leads to a ton of cop cars swarming this bank. Like we said, this is where the dirty money sits.
Yeah, this
So
is their money.
They have a personal interest in keeping this money safe. The boys did plan for this, though, so no worries. Michael, Trevor, and the third gunman come out in full military-grade padded suits so they can leave.
Fucking riot gear. And the thing is, they didn't prep you for this in the prep.
They didn't tell you this is what you were getting. It's so fucking cool.
No, so this is a big surprise to the player because you didn't collect this armor at all.
No.
It was all part of the heist the entire time. You as the player never knew about it. So when you kick open those doors and see the 3 of you with this fucking armor, and I think you have a railgun too, don't you?
Trevor has a minigun.
Yeah, there's a fucking minigun on top of that. So you're just mowing down the cops and you are unfucking touchable.
I fucking love a minigun so much.
Yeah, it's great.
Now, Solo said he was jealous because he said this looked like so much fucking fun to film.
And he was in the car.
Yeah, because he's not in the riot gear. But Stephen Ogg and Ned Luke said it was actually really hard because they had extra weights on their body to mimic the weight of the suits.
Oh, for walking purposes, because I was like, why would they have to wear the suits and mocap?
Because they'd have to look clunky because they're wearing so much armor and gear on top of them.
That makes a lot more sense.
But Solo was like, that looks like fun. And they went, it's not.
It was terrible. You didn't miss out on anything.
I'm so sweaty.
The chin fucking killed.
Yeah. They all shoot out the cops, and then the military comes in for backup. Helicopters, SWAT vans, even a tank gets airlifted into the area. Like, they are not fucking around.
Yeah, this place is a lot of money for a small bank.
Totally. They were able to grab a couple million in cash. They are swarmed and can't make it to the getaway boat, so Franklin has to pivot, and he steals a bulldozer out of a construction area to help get them out of the bank. Trevor and Michael are able to get over there, but the third gunman, manages to run out and escape. He gets a window and he's like, I'm fucking taking it. Trevor and Michael are like, totally fine. We're getting you your cut after we get up with Lester. No worries. So you're back down to just Trevor, Michael, and Franklin. It's so good because I really like the Liberty City guys. So I'm like, hell yeah, get out of there, baby.
And honestly, if you pick somebody who's not a good gunman, they can die here too.
Yeah, that's true. And then they roll their cut over into the pod, so.
Which is almost better if you get them killed, but.
Yeah. They all shoot their way through a chicken factory. Factory? Growery? Manufacturer? What's the
Slaughterhouse?
slaughterhouse? Yeah. I don't know what the most appropriate term is for
Hatchery.
that. Hatchery. They go through, that's whimsical. Yeah, they shoot their way through a hatchery and eventually hop on a train and they ride that out to safety, which is so great.
Always a goddamn train.
The boys hide out through the night and eventually get found by an FIB goon who catches up with them.
How the fuck?
I know, right? They outlasted the real cops that are like have cars and shit, but an FIB guy's like, all right, here they are. The boys get a small cut off of the top, and the FIB agent takes the rest of the money back for the next heist that they need to accomplish, which, like, sucks. But you do get some money, so it's not all bad.
It was supposed to go towards the heist anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so they knew, but
Yeah.
they don't get to keep as much as they wanted to.
Still a decent chunk.
The boys all split up, and they all take off, because, like, they're exhausted. This has been a fucking day. Back at the trailer, Michael is just hanging out when Ron comes in looking for Trevor. He's like, I need to see him. And Michael's like, I don't fucking know what's happening. I hate this. Trevor and Patricia enter the trailer and they're like, we just got back from a really lovely walk.
Oh,
Because they're going on little dates now and shit. It's
they're
so
doing their
cute.
hot girl walk.
Yeah. Ron tells Trevor that the train is coming and he's like, oh shit, yeah, let's get the bag. I'm going to run this job real quick. And he's like, Michael, we're going. Michael's like, what the fuck, man? There's always a goddamn train. Now, this is a Merryweather courier, so it is bound to be stacked with cash and cool shit. And it's a train that is for goods that are too valuable to be insured by air travel. So they're like, yeah, okay, let's go get the bag.
I mean, it's got to be worth something.
Oh, absolutely. This one's fun. So Trevor hops on the train from a motorcycle, which I was very bad at.
I was going to say, you said this one's fun. I watched you struggle with this one almost as hard as you did with the plane.
This one's also fun. Well, what was my issue with this? I couldn't figure out the physics.
That's you with most games, is the physics, yeah. You
Why won't it just work for me?
are of the opinion that I need to just hold the button down as hard as it goes, and that's going to get me there. But no, sometimes you got to slow down when you're going into like a hard right turn.
If you go faster, it goes faster, though.
Yeah, straight into a wall.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, I did not know how to slow down the motorcycle well enough, but I eventually got it on the train. And then you like hop over all of the units of the train to the front where you take over the train and you run it into another train over a bridge, which is fucking wild.
Trevor again, pure chaos.
The whole train crashes and falls off of this bridge into a river down below.
You're missing the part where Trevor jumped off the fucking train
He did.
as it explodes.
He did. It was fucking sick.
And lands in the water. And like, this train comes raining down on him. And he's just like, oop, I hope I don't get hit.
And he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He survives this.
And Michael's down at the bottom just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. This is why we need Lester.
Yeah.
So Michael is down at the base of the river, like in a boat, ready to pick up anything that falls out of the train. The courier is like raining down loot, and a couple storage units entirely just fall out. So Michael and Trevor are like going around trying to grab stuff. He's like, all right, grab what you can. I did my part. Let's go. Which is awesome.
Yeah.
Trevor is trying to keep the Merryweather troops off of Michael while Michael like swims in, grabs stuff, and they both get in the boat and haul ass away. Far down off the beach, after they've gotten away from Merryweather guys and cops and all this crazy shit, Michael has one small briefcase that he shows to Trevor. It has this gorgeous ancient artifact in it, and Michael says he can use it to make things right with Madrazo for, you know, Trevor stealing Patricia.
Yeah.
Trevor's like, honestly, fuck that guy. Patricia deserves better.
And he thinks he's better.
Yeah, he says, fuck that. I'm not going to give the take to Madrazo. This is all we got from that fucking job. Fuck you. Michael says, if he can keep the artifact for things to go square with Madrazo, he'll run a big job with Trevor that they've been talking about for a long time. The Union Depository. The big one.
The big job.
This is one of the favorite missions of the cast, and they would spend a week yelling, the big one, at each other. Like, that just became their thing, which is very cute. Now, this works because the big one is the one big job to get everyone set for life. And Trevor's like, oh, shit, yeah, it's the big one. I'm in. After this fun run, the boys have to go get that weapon of mass destruction for the FIB, so they all three go meet up at this kind of remote dock, a little quieter area. The FIB shows up in their fucking FIB Letterman jackets, just being pricks and shit. I hate them so much. Apparently, there's terrorists making a nerve toxin just kind of nearby, and they're scheduled to be releasing it in a major city soon.
Oh, fuck.
So, like, now we have to go save the world and shit.
Right.
Steve and Dave are there. They put Trevor and Franklin on getaway, and they force Michael to go in with them for the infiltration. And it's probably just because Dave trusts Michael the most. He's known him the longest, and they don't want to be alone with Franklin or Trevor. So
Especially not Trevor.
especially not Trevor. They're like, we don't know you guys well enough. Steve, this loudmouth prick, and sad Dave and Michael go in a boat towards the site. Now they're going through the water towards a lab where this neurotoxin is being made. Team FIB and Michael dive into the sea to get to the property from under the ocean, which is honestly kind of cool.
Yeah.
From underwater, they laser cut through a grate and swim into the lab from below, which is, again, like, that's so fucking cool, but Steve's there and I hate him. So it's kind of hard to enjoy at parts because you can hear him talking. Unfortunately, because it's a government job, they make you use a stun gun to take out the scientists, which is also, I guess, kind of funny.
Just considering how murderous you've been.
I know, right? Steve can't shut the fuck up, and he tries to be really cool, but he can't shoot worth a shit. Dave is quiet and focused, and Dave has these just sleepy eyes where it always looks like he cried last night. He's just trying to get his shit together. They get to the neurotoxin and make Michael take it, because they're like, you do it. And he says it makes him feel very powerful and very scared. Once they have the toxin, the army comes in, and now it's okay to kill people, so you can put your stun gun away and use a real gun.
About time.
Once outside, Trevor and Franklin come in as the extraction team. The FIB used your stolen bank money to buy this big-ass cargo plane for the neurotoxin. It's so ridiculous. I think it's because it has to be at a certain temperature and, like, carried in a certain way because it's a neurotoxin. So you can't just throw it in a helicopter and be like, it's fine, there's no doors on the copter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. The army has descended on the lab entirely. They're getting completely outnumbered, so Steve freaks out that they won't get out in time. Dave and Michael kind of tell him to go fuck himself and figure it out. Steve stays behind, shoots himself in the leg, and pretends to be a double agent when the army guys come up on him, which is the pussy option.
Yeah, the fact that he shoots himself so that way he could, like, keep his cover.
Yeah, he's such a piece of shit.
It sounds like something a brave person would do,
No.
but it's to cover his own ass for being a coward.
Yeah. Yellow-bellied prick. Trevor pulls the neurotoxin up in the little plane they got, and they land it out in the desert. Once it's settled, Michael gets a text from Lester saying that Madrazo accepted the artifact statue as payment, and now Trevor just needs to get Patricia home, and they're completely square, which is great.
That's great if you were willing to give up Patricia.
I'm not, but I love. I'm a romantic. We cut to Patricia saying she had a wonderful time with Trevor as he sobs, driving her back to her home on the ranch. They truly had a beautiful bond. Trevor sobs harder as they pull up. As Trevor leaves to get out of the car to walk her up to the door, Patricia tells him to stay. He screams at Madrazo to treat her right, otherwise he'll cut off his other ear. We look up and see Madrazo walking up to get Patricia with a big bandage around his head, and now it's clear that Trevor cut off one of his ears in all of the drama when he stole his wife.
Jesus.
Madrazo is like, let's all just avoid each other from now on.
Yeah, live and let live is probably the best thing for everybody involved.
Yeah. Tell Michael thank you for the statue. Trevor is heartbroken, and he goes back to Los Santos to Wade's cousin's apartment for some solace. As he enters, the apartment is actually completely clean, and Deborah's bitch ass is home, the cousin's girlfriend.
Debbie.
Trevor asks if she got crabs at her conference. Deborah tells Trevor to get out now, but he sits down and gets himself a drink while she's screaming. Deborah screams at Trevor to get out, and she's going to kick Wade's cousin out, too. She seems empowered, and she breaks up with Wade's cousin in the middle of all this screaming. She alludes to cheating on Wade's cousin with some dude named Bob, and then she has a gun, which she points at Trevor. And then, sometime later, Trevor emerges from the apartment covered in blood.
That is her last mistake. And, like, you can see the windows, too, and they are just slashed with blood as well.
Something violent happened there.
Yeah, we never really find out what happened to those two.
As he leaves, Trevor runs into Wade, who's coming back to the apartment. He goes, "Oh, we should probably go upstairs and say hi." And Trevor says, "Oh, no, don't. Let's go have a good time." Trevor takes Wade to the downtown strip club and says this is their new home. Trevor gives two women a stack of cash to keep Wade entertained, while Trevor goes to talk to the strip club manager. This is where we see the Vanilla Unicorn.
I love the Vanilla Unicorn.
I love that it's called the Vanilla Unicorn because that's insane.
And it always has the same song playing every time you go in.
It's great. Back with Michael, Lester has called to talk about the big one, the Union Depository. Lester is like, "Hey, by the way, Trevor is living at the Vanilla Unicorn now," and promises to message Franklin about getting the big one put together. So that's fully moving now, which is awesome.
I love it too, because Wade, for the rest of the game, is just in the fucking VIP lounge hanging out with strippers.
Yeah, he's in the first private room, and there's always two girls, and he says things like, "Do you guys like mac and cheese? Like, have you ever tried clown makeup?" Like, he's making the dumbest conversation with them. Back at the Vanilla Unicorn, we see Trevor stuffing a dead body into a fridge backstage. Franklin and Michael come in. Trevor says he'll be able to get the big score, get everyone paid, and bust Brad out of jail. Franklin asks what happened to the old owner of this club, Leon. He knew him. He was friends with Leon. Trevor ignores this and does not answer. Lester comes in and says, "All right, boys, it's time for the big one." The boys start chanting, "The big one!" And Franklin goes, "Hey, what's the big one? Why are you chanting?" Lester explains that it's the masterpiece, the Union Depository. They leave the club, and as they do, Leon's dead body tumbles out of the fridge.
Oh.
I know! Michael and Franklin split off to do a vibe check of the bank, while Lester and Trevor head to the airfield for an eye in the sky. They need to get every angle they can for this. Lester explains to Trevor that there's a secret police force ready in arms and hiding to be there for the Union Depository specifically. So to successfully heist, they'll have to do on-site distractions and then do the real heist.
Ooh.
He suggests Michael do the first run and get caught to distract the cops, and then the real heist will begin afterwards. After a long day of heist recon, which is driving around, taking pictures, timing things, keeping an eye out for security, stuff like that, Michael heads home, and to his surprise, Trevor is there. Trevor seems lonely and just wants to hang out. Trevor's like, "Ha, you're a killer, hell yeah." And Michael's like, "I just want to make movies. I want to do this last job and just quit the fucking lifestyle."
One more job.
Trevor hates this, and he's sick of Michael not being into this lifestyle and not being as stoked on the work they're doing, and confronts Michael about being dead and how angry he is that Michael lied to him. Trevor takes a beat and goes, "Who exactly was buried in your place?" Michael says he never gave it any thought. Trevor takes a second and goes, "You treacherous piece of shit."
Oh.
In this moment, Trevor realizes that Brad is dead and is the one that's in the box. He put it all together. Trevor dashes out, running. Michael chases after him and sees Trevor drove away in Michael's car.
He stole Michael's car.
Yeah. Michael is like, fuck, and he heads down to the airport, knowing exactly where Trevor is headed. He's going to where it all started, North Yankton. Michael calls Trevor to talk him down, but he completely fails. He cannot talk Trevor down, ever. Michael calls Dave, who is freaking out as well, because like, oh no, this is entirely going to implode on everyone.
Yeah.
As Michael gets to the airport, we overhear two men speaking in Chinese. We see a black SUV pull up and say, his boyfriend arrived at the airport. Michael boards a plane to Ludendorff in North Yankton, and soon enough, Michael is driving to a cemetery, the same one where he once watched his own funeral. As Michael pulls up, he remembers telling Amanda how he got out. That all three of them, Michael, Trevor, and Brad, were going to be busted and put away forever. Or one of them can take the deal and get out entirely. And that he was the one that got out. That they would start a new life together in sunny Los Santos. And that it was never supposed to go down like this, to where Brad died.
But like, what was the deal?
The deal was that Michael would let the FIB know where to find Brad and Trevor, and they could have one of them.
Mm.
and that in exchange, they'd let Michael go fake his death so he could lay low and just start fresh.
But Brad died.
Yeah, so they're like, we buried 2 of them.
Yeah, I guess
Close
so.
enough.
Got rid of 2 of the 3,
Yeah.
but we have to pay for one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, Michael is paying Dave.
Oh, Michael's paying Dave.
Yes, there is a line about how Dave is receiving money from Michael.
Got it.
Yeah, so it's like mild extortion, but that's the price of his life.
So he gets to live off what he made in the heist.
Yes, which
Got
is
it.
how he afforded his car, why he doesn't have to work and shit like that, why Amanda doesn't have to work and shit like that, and he's paying off Dave to live there.
Okay, cool.
And in exchange, Dave keeps an eye on him and makes sure that he's under the radar, that the FIB doesn't find out that he's alive, except for now, because he
So,
pulled a job.
It's more than witness protection.
Yeah, and Michael calls it informal witness protection,
Understood.
but it's kind of bullshit.
Dave's keeping him safe.
Yeah, it's a whole deal with Dave. Upon arriving at the cemetery at Michael, the mission reads, "Go to your grave."
That's pretty dark.
It's a dark and snowy night when you come up on Trevor, who's already beaten you there. He is furiously digging at the Michael Townley grave. Michael comes up to him and says, "You're wasting your time." Trevor doesn't care and just keeps on digging. He asks Michael, "How long are you going to keep lying?" Trevor finally hits the casket and sees the decomposing skeleton that he recognizes. The necklace around its neck is a giveaway. This is the corpse of Brad. Michael says it wasn't supposed to go like this. Trevor says that he mourned Michael. Michael justifies that they were all going to die anyway, that he didn't want it to come to this. They pull pistols on each other, and Michael says he has a family to think about. Trevor tells him to pull the trigger, to take the shot. Someone shows up on them, and in the hurry, Trevor throws his pistol at Michael and just runs through the cemetery and escapes.
Just throws his gun.
Yeah. Michael shoots around Trevor, but he can't manage to hit him. A man speaking Chinese comes up and sees Michael and rallies the troops. Here ensues a long as fuck, difficult as fuck shootout.
Yeah.
Because you flew here, you don't have any guns on you except for the one pistol,
Mm-hmm.
so this makes it super fucking hard. You can pick up guns after you've killed other guys, but starting with just one pistol really sucks. And you're in a graveyard, so there's a lot of headstones and tombstones, and those tombstones can get shot and start to fall apart, so your cover breaks apart as you go forward. There's like, I think 5 waves of vans of people that come through. It's a huge shootout.
It's an insane shootout. And yeah, the dynamic atmosphere here that is like breaking and
Mhm.
fucking falling apart around you, that's something that was completely new to not just GTA, but almost to video games.
Yeah, where just all your cover can be disposable is really great, and it wasn't an element that we saw earlier in the game too, so you have to adapt to this and be able to run and duck and move really quickly. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it is.
Now, when the vans are coming up, they will get some voice lines saying things like, "We'll send Mr. Phillips his head," and they keep calling Michael Trevor's boyfriend,
Oh,
which is, there's that. They eventually do corner Michael and kidnap him as he's trying to escape. As Trevor flies back to Sandy Shores, he gets a call from Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang says he wanted to expand the business, but he doesn't trust Trevor, which, I get that.
reasonable.
Mr. Chang says he's angry that the deal fell through, so he took Trevor's lover. Trevor's like, "What the fuck?"
What lover?
Yeah, like, "I know Patricia's safe at home. Who the fuck are you talking about?" Mr. Chang goes, "That guy you lived in your trailer with. You guys were alone in that big house. Michael DeSanta." Mr. Chang tries to extort Trevor for money, and Trevor's like, "Nah, shit happens." Mr. Chang says, "He will die." Trevor says, "Tell him I love him dearly," and he hangs up on Mr. Chang.
Oh,
Back in Los Santos, Franklin and Lamar are boosting more cars for Devin Weston, and they bring Trevor over to help out. After dropping off the cars, Devin Weston doesn't pay Franklin and says he's withholding payment and investing it on Franklin's behalf.
fucking asshole.
This is complete bullshit and so obnoxious. So Franklin calls Lester because he can't get a hold of Michael. And he's like, "I don't know what to do, man. Things are weird. I hate this." Lester's like, "You know what's actually really weird? His cell is off and his cards haven't had any transactions. But I do see a ping that he was in North Yankton. I don't know where he is right now, but you should ask Trevor. Franklin and Trevor meet up at his aunt's house, where Trevor jumps over a fence and falls on his face. It is genuinely one of the funniest moments in the game.
It's a great pratfall.
Franklin bursts out laughing, and Trevor loses his shit and is like, I will kill you. Now, in the original take of this, when Franklin starts laughing, Trevor jumps over and is like, I'll fucking kill you. What's so funny? Solo, just knowingly and like in his heart, was like, yeah, fuck you. I laughed. You fell. And it's fucking funny. What of it, bitch? And they had to direct him to not take it so confrontationally. They were like, hey, you're not Solo right now. You're Franklin. And Franklin is scared of Trevor. But Solo is not afraid of Stephen Ogg.
Right.
Which I just think is so funny that he lets some things slip from having to be hard and be in this environment and not be the sweetheart that Franklin is. That he was like,
Right.
yeah, I fucking laughed at you. What of it? And they were like, no. You have to be like, I'm sorry. You fell and it was funny. Are we good? So after that, Trevor lets it out that Michael is a lying rat and that he was taken by the Chinese. And that, you know what? Fuck that guy. He's on his own. Franklin is like, holy shit, my mentor dad got kidnapped by the Chinese? Are you fucking serious? And Trevor goes, yeah, all right. What else do you need? Franklin calls Lester and tells him that Michael's being held by the Chinese because of some bullshit with Trevor. Lester actually does this really cool fucking spy shit and sends Franklin an app that tracks phones. And now the signal on Michael's phone is turned on for some reason, so Franklin can go rescue him by like geo-tracking his exact location in the app.
We're going to triangulate their location.
Exactly, it's some science shit. We push to Michael, who's now in some sort of like meat factory, being hung up by his feet and tortured by the Chinese. And the Chinese are still convinced that Michael is Trevor's boyfriend, so they keep being like, where's your boyfriend? Where's your boyfriend now? And he's like, I fucking hate that guy.
We broke up.
We're definitely not dating. It's complicated. Franklin geo-tracks Michael's location into the slaughterhouse and pulls a full solo rescue mission to get Michael out. This is really fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. This is like some of the best dick swinging Franklin does in the game.
Yeah, no, Franklin has really learned a lot at this point.
He shoots his way out, helps Michael get out of the slaughterhouse, and they kill a bunch of people. They lose a couple tails that they have after they're driving out. It's fucking great. Franklin drops Michael off and is like, so what the fuck happened between you and all the feds? Because I keep hearing things. I'm trying to hear it from you.
Yeah.
Michael's like, look, I had a choice and I had to make the right decision for my family. Because again, 9 years ago, he had Tracy, he had Jimmy, he had Amanda. Like, he did have to make the right decision for his family.
And while they're all like grown up and shitbag kids, they were children.
Yeah, 9 years ago, they were probably what, like, fucking 9 and 10 or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Franklin is basically like, well, Trevor's going to be pissed to find out that you're alive again.
Faked his death once more.
He almost died, yeah. Franklin leaves, but he's sad and confused and kind of just disappointed that his mentor is full of shit. But whatever, he's alive. Michael walks back into his empty house, finally home after being kidnapped. So fresh out of being kidnapped, Michael's like, you know what? I'm going to get on my bullshit. I'm going to go back to the thing that I love, which is movies. So he's like, I'm going to go down to the movie studio, visit my boy Solomon, you know, see how the movie's going, because I am an associate producer, so I'm allowed to be on set.
Big shot.
Oh, yeah.
Associate producer.
Oh, yeah, naming the credits, bitch. So Michael drives down, and while he's pulling up to Solomon's office, he sees that piece of shit actor that he's scared beating up Solomon.
Solomon's like 80.
Yeah, he's an old man. And this is just some hack-ass actor who's being a fucking diva. So Michael's like, oh, absolutely not. So Michael rolls up. The actor recognizes Michael and is like, oh no, I am terrified of that dude. So he gets in his car and zooms off. Michael's like, absolutely not. So he gets in his car and starts following him.
He just nopes the fuck out of there.
He really, really does. So Michael, you know, being ride or die, is just like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. Because he's like, ride, let's get in the car and die. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. Michael handles that shit real quick and then comes back to Solomon's office, and he gets to see something glorious that brings so much joy to his world. He sees a cut of the movie that says associate producer Michael DeSanta in the credits.
Yeah, he gets to see his credit.
Yeah.
And like it's so silly because when you think about it, it's a black screen with your name in white letters.
Yeah, who gives a shit? But like, it's truly one of the greatest honors that Michael's ever had, fatherhood included.
Yeah.
He says he feels like he finally did something with his life, and he actually stops to call Amanda and let her know. She doesn't pick up, but he does leave her a message, and he's just like so happy and proud, and it's one of the best moments in the game for him. After this, Michael goes over to Lester to see him at the garment factory, who says the big one is on hold if Trevor's not involved. It has to be the whole crew. He needs every person all in.
Yeah, it's a big job.
Then at the garment factory, Dave rolls up and Steve comes in late after that because he's a cunt, and of course he's late. Apparently, there is a paper trail of all the drama, all the fucking things that the boys have been doing with the FIB somewhere in the building, and they need Michael and Lester to wipe that slate clean. Cleaning up after all these motherfuckers.
And like the thing is that yeah, we're criminals, but these are dirty cops.
Yeah, which is messier and worse.
Yeah, dirty cops are worse than any criminal. I'll say it all day long.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Don't pretend to be good and hide behind a badge if you're doing bullshit. Just do bullshit. Be who you are. It's the most dishonest way to be a criminal.
Because what they're also doing is they're putting the criminals at risk in order to cover their asses. Because they're like, whatever, they're the bad guys.
Every time. It's some Suicide Squad shit. Like,
There's always some justification for why it's okay they're doing this to bad people.
it's so fucked. Anyway, Steve says that after all this, all of Michael's rap sheet is going to be deleted. So he promises him a clean slate after this.
Yeah, because Michael's going to be the one doing the actual fucking erasing.
Yeah. Michael is like, this is the last fucking job, and then we're done. This is absolutely ridiculous.
One more job.
Steve is probably lying because he's a piece of shit. Dave looks sad because he's always sad.
Dave is always sad.
He just has resting sad boy face.
His daughter is Kate, who goes to fucking that school up in,
In Life is Strange.
in Life is Strange.
Just sad crying girl.
Yeah.
Lester's annoyed because he doesn't like people rolling up on his shit. He's very private, so he's like, the fact that you're here is making me upset. Michael is so over it. Like, most of our characters are very jaded at this point in the game, which is, you know, we roll with it. Lester and Michael go to do some recon on the FIB building because they're like, all right, they're not even gonna fucking help us with like trying to get in, so we gotta figure this shit out ourselves now to wipe all of our evidence. And Lester's like, you know what? While you're doing this job, just wipe your own files yourself.
Yeah.
Cut out the middleman, like beat Steve to it. Fuck these guys.
You don't need them. You're better at being a criminal than they are.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots. We can handle this. I got you. Like, Lester's also like, maybe do mine. Whatever. Lester has Michael follow a janitor who works at the FIB building back to his own apartment to get the work ID and uniform to get into the FIB building, which is smart.
Yeah.
Lester then calls Franklin to meet up so they can do some more recon and figure out the best way to do this job. After recon, Michael goes home to his sad, empty house to drink alone on the couch. He passes out watching TV and wakes up to see Jimmy screaming in his face about how lame Michael is. Michael's like, yep, you're right.
Fucking shithead son.
Yeah. Jimmy asks Michael to buy him a new car, and he promises he'll eventually get a job. Michael says, I love you too, son. Go get a job. I'll probably be dead in a couple weeks anyway.
But hold on, hasn't Jimmy been stealing Michael's car this entire time?
Yeah, but he wants a new one.
He just wants one of his own.
Yeah, he liked that big yellow SUV that got repoed.
That's true. The whole thing started because he wanted a yellow SUV.
Yeah, Michael's standard car is like the equivalent of about an Audi sedan, you know? And might be more of a dad car, I'd say. Not necessarily a middle life crisis car, but, you know, just a simple dad car.
He and I have very similar tastes in cars.
Your car does kind of look like Michael's sedan.
Yeah.
But, you know, Jimmy wants that stupid yellow Hummer bullshit, which is stupid. Michael then makes a point to ask about Amanda, and Jimmy says she's been having lots of tantric sex,
Oh my god.
which you don't say to your dad.
Especially about your mom.
Yeah. This kind of pisses Michael off, and he's like, you know what? fuck it. We're going to go see Amanda right now. Get in the car. She is at the Bean Machine with Fabian. It's a coffee shop. And Fabian is just talking shit about how constipated Jimmy is.
That's the yoga teacher, right?
Yeah, it's the horrible yoga teacher she left Michael for. Michael comes up and is like, you need to respect Amanda. You're full of shit. Fuck you.
Poor Michael. He keeps paying for his wife's affairs.
I know. And not just emotionally. He's writing a check.
He's literally writing checks. Why does she have to keep fucking her instructors? That's just mean.
Yeah, go fuck a friend for free. Save
Yeah.
money.
Don't make your current husband pay for your affairs. That's just evil.
Right? None of these people are good.
No. That's why they all ended up together.
Yeah, that's why they fell in love. Anyway, Fabian's being this kind of misogynistic dick, and he's just like, you're constipated. Anyway, Michael goes up to a screenwriter who's sitting at the next table, picks up her laptop, and slaps the shit out of Fabian with a laptop.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so satisfying because he hits him so hard he goes flying out of a chair.
Oh, yeah. And it's so funny, too, because I think the writer is just like, I was working on my screenplay.
Yeah! Which is so, like, Los Santos about it.
Yeah. Oh, you finally did it.
I know, right? Finally adjusted a couple hours in.
Yeah.
Amanda loves this. She's like, oh, hell yeah. And then has a moment where she goes, we can try to make our relationship work now that you've assaulted my boyfriend.
I kind of hate how horny she gets at his violence here.
But is that the Patricia trap?
Is it?
Is it?
I don't know, maybe. But also, like you said, nobody here is necessarily a good person. So Amanda might actually just be drawn to the chaos. She's like, I miss my outlaw husband.
Oh, yeah. She's the opposite of Abigail Marston.
Yeah, she had an outlaw husband, and then he became a boring husband. And so that's why she went around cheating. She's like, I want my outlaw.
I want the danger.
Yeah, she likes the danger. And then she's seeing that danger come back.
Yeah. And it's like Patricia being like, oh, you cut my husband's ear off. I think you're a good man.
Yeah.
So I guess the moral here is that if you're married, you probably love danger.
I mean, in this game, yeah.
At least in GTA, that's fair. So Amanda is like, we can try if we go to family therapy. I'm not sure why Michael slapping a man with a computer made her horny and want to seek counseling, but I guess it works.
She's very confused about her feelings right now.
Yeah, she wants a professional to help them out.
She's like, why am I horny after that? I need therapy.
She doesn't want to fuck the therapist, which is nice.
Oh, the therapist is the worst, though.
Yeah,
I hate the therapist so much. And, like, here's the thing. Where do you think the mob person who goes to therapy started?
Oh, Sopranos.
I just don't watch enough mob shit to know, like, why is therapy and mob bosses so prevalent?
Yeah. I guess it's such a fascinating thing, particularly in American culture, because, I mean, like, perhaps I'm biased because we live in Vegas, which is literally ground broken by the mob, and there's been so many mob things in major cities that's become kind of a cultural touch point of, like, how did the underground build what we have today?
True.
What ticks in their heads?
And I think probably with that, it comes with a lot of exposition you can dump.
Mm-hmm.
And just a narrative standpoint of why they have them going to therapy.
That's true. It is a natural segue into, like, what's wrong with you and what happened and why do you feel this way? And so it's a bit of tell, not show, which could be a cheat, but...
Yeah, and then also just the therapist being like, well, what does that mean? You know, that's playing the audience in that sense.
Yeah, why do you feel that way? What is ticking in your head?
Yeah, what does a made man mean? Explain that to me real
Mhm.
quick, you know, and then they have to explain it.
I don't see it in a lot of games, though. Oh, you know what? We did just see it in Until Dawn as well.
Yeah, that wasn't a mob boss, though.
No, but it was also the same kind of way that you use the portion of the therapist to unlock things about the character for exposition, to your point.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I don't think they do that in GTA 5 at all.
No, they kind of don't. They're just like, why are you angry? And he's like, I don't know, Doc, I'm retired.
Yeah, it really is just kind of giving this breakdown of how you've been playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, how's your sexual deviancy going? And like, if you're out having sex with sex workers, he's going to say, oh, I'm struggling, Doc. But if you haven't been, he says, like, I've been really good, you know? My favorite one, though, is the one where you get the notice to go to your therapist's office and you're driving and like, you're playing GTA, so you definitely crash. You fuck things up while you're going there. And he asks, he's like, so how's the violence been? He's like, Doc, I killed somebody on the way over here.
I love that.
But I also just don't feel like it does the same kind of narrative deal Because this fucking therapist sucks too.
Yeah, he's an evil therapist.
Yeah, he is a smarmy fuck.
Yeah. Anyway, that's where we're headed now.
Okay.
Michael takes Jimmy to pick up Tracy to go to family therapy, and he's like, "Do you know where your sister is?" Jimmy says Tracy's at a tattoo shop with Laszlo on Vinewood Boulevard.
With fucking Laszlo.
With fucking Laszlo.
Oh, I thought we were done with Laszlo, and now she's getting tattooed with this son of a bitch.
It's trash. So apparently, Laszlo took Tracy there to ask Tracy for a blowjay.
I love Tracy. She's so dumb.
She's terrible. Michael rolls up and forcibly pierces Laszlo's nose, brow, and ear.
Yeah, he does. He's got the fucking little gun, too. He
Yeah.
just keeps snapping it.
Like, not even the needle, it's like the gun they have at Claire's, which you're not supposed to use.
No.
Like, real piercers do not fuck with the gun.
Michael does, though.
Yeah. Laszlo calls Michael Papa Bear, which Michael doesn't take well. And then Michael tattoos a dick and balls on Laszlo's chest, throws him to the ground, and cuts off Laszlo's ponytail. Laszlo laments getting extensions, and Tracy says she'll call him as they leave to go to therapy.
I mean, they're gonna need it after that fucking event.
Jimmy was kind of cheering him on. He's at least okay with it.
I love this Michael rounds up his family moment so much.
Where he's like, all you idiots. Now that Michael has the kids, he goes to the therapist's office where he meets Amanda. And this is actually Ned Luke's favorite sequence to film because he loved the scenes with his whole family and thought it was just so fun.
Yeah, there's very few moments where it is actually all four of them together.
Yeah. Amanda begins the session by yelling at Michael for being sarcastic and calling him a stupid, murdering shit. She's mad that the family is constantly endangered by his bullshit. We look over, Tracy and Jimmy are both just on their phones the entire time, not paying attention.
Right, there's no reason for them to be here at this point.
Yeah, they're kind of like, let's see how this goes.
Listen to mom and dad fight again.
Yeah. Michael tells Amanda that they're both trailer trash and this is the best possible thing for them. Amanda calls him a deranged animal and that she should have had him locked up years ago. Michael says, "Do it. I'll have you buried in the ground like the rest of them."
So this is going great.
The therapist does cut the session off and says, "I think we made some real progress here."
He always says that.
Yeah. The family leaves the therapist's office and Amanda agrees to give it a try after Michael threatened to kill her. So there's that.
I mean, again, she's drawn to the danger.
Yeah, she's so horny for danger. On the way home, the family calls the session cathartic and they actually all agree to stick together. The family is now one unit again and they love each other.
It's one fucked up family unit,
Yeah.
but I guess they are together.
Yeah. But back to the FIB job. Franklin is across town and he tails an architect to steal the blueprints to the FIB building so Lester can complete recon on the job. Just clever. Get
Yeah.
the blueprints, figure it out. The boys settle on a recon job and Lester mentions that he's still looking into the Union Depository, but again, can't do it without Trevor. We need the whole team. Now that the heist is about ready, Michael comes up to meet with Lester, who's actively pouring gasoline all around his garment factory. Turns out Lester's cleaning up his act and burning down some loose ends before they rob the Union Depository. So that's all just happening while this is happening. Again, Lester is fully the main character of another story, but not this one,
Yeah.
and I find him fascinating.
I just love the idea that he's just like, okay, so we gotta nuke this place because it has all the evidence of all the planning I've done here. And then I also get an insurance payout.
Yeah, he's also very clever with money, which I admire.
Yeah.
I love him.
Granted, they'll figure out the gasoline part pretty quick.
Ah.
Yeah. The cops here aren't very good. I'm sure the fire department isn't either.
Yeah. You can either go into the FIB building at night via a chopper and like land on the roof and go in, or you can go in pretending to be a janitor to get your shit unlocked. Either way, you get in deep at night with Franklin and one other gunman. I, of course, picked Patrick McReary from GTA 4. He's my boy.
Yeah.
Either way, shit goes completely sideways and wrong, and a ton of agents come out to stop you. So it ends up being a huge fucking shootout, and you gotta like jump out of the building at one point. There's a fire, all sorts of crazy shit.
I love the epicness they put you through.
Oh, it's so good. It just escalates all the time.
Yeah.
Back at Franklin's house up in the hills, aside from Patrick or your other gunman, Michael and Lester are there having a celebratory toast saying, "We did the damn thing." Lester is happy that shit is taken care of. Franklin is happy he has another score done and he's getting better at this shit. And honestly, Michael's just happy to be alive at this point.
Yeah.
Franklin and Lester party together and it's very, very cute.
I was gonna say, don't gloss over Franklin and Lester partying together. Like the way Lester's like, "All right, my buddy, pour me another drink." Like he gets
Yeah.
so fucking excited and he's like smiling and laughing. Like you never see Lester this happy,
Yeah.
and it's adorable.
And Franklin's like, "I got you, Elle. Let's go, let's go." And they're like popping bottles. He's like, "Go get the new one." And Michael's like, "I'm out. You guys have fun." And they're like, "Woohoo!"
Yeah, and like Franklin again, 25-year-old black kid, and then Lester is like 45-year-old white balding guy who's
Yeah.
like hunched over. So
And they're best friends.
and they're best friends.
Michael calls Dave once he gets home and he says, "Hey, I'm confirming the job on the office is done. I'm done." Dave asks Michael to meet him at the court center because the bigger feds have been sniffing around Dave's office. Michael is like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" He's not happy, but he's like, "Fine, I'll fucking go, but I hate you. Just know that I hate you."
You should expect it at this point.
Yeah. Dave's like, "Hey, look, you and Trevor have stirred up a lot of shit from the failed Merriweather job earlier." And Michael's like, "God damn it. Fine, I'll go. We didn't even fucking get away with anything with that one." So Michael drives up to the court center, which is the Getty for LA people.
Yeah, it is the Getty Museum entirely. If you've been to the Getty,
It's the Getty.
yeah.
He's gonna go meet with Dave about whatever the fuck Dave's been so nervous about. Now, the court center and the Getty is this huge museum area, and it's kind of sprawling. There's a couple big buildings, but it's like kind of its own campus, and it's completely empty.
And before we get into it, this is your favorite mission.
My favorite gaming moment is
Okay.
in this. Not just of this game,
Just
of
ever?
gaming.
Okay.
This is up there with Would You Kindly?
Yeah.
This is up there with Photoshop Flowey. This is so fucking good. And the first time it happened, were you home?
I don't think so.
I screamed.
Did you?
Yeah, I fucking screamed
Oh, that's great.
out of joy. To be clear, this is not fear. Michael's not about to like get axe murdered or anything out of
No.
nowhere if you don't know the story. But truly, one of my favorite gaming moments of all time is about to happen in this mission.
And what's funny is like my favorite moment from this mission isn't even that one. It's like towards the beginning of the mission. I'll point it out when it happens.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But truly, I am beyond excited to talk about this. This is where this game fully like jumped up in the list from like being really fun to being impactful in my life. I
to
was
being
like,
your favorite.
yeah, I was like, this is everything. Okay, so Michael gets up to the court center. No one's there. It's completely empty. There's no cars in the parking lot. Done. Dave is alone on the second floor reading a newspaper. Michael comes up and he's like, "You gotta cut me loose. I'm fucking done, man." As they're talking, shithead Steve and Sanchez roll up, and Steve is screaming that Dave is ruining his career, and he points over and he demands that Sanchez arrest Dave and Michael. Here, they all pull guns on each other and are now in a four-way standoff.
Beautiful. Some like serious like Red Dead Western shit.
Yeah. Dave is like, "You all need to calm down. Calm the fuck down." Steve is whining that the feds know Steve's behind all the incidents. Following them comes a SWAT team and another team of agents, all pulling guns. Steve screams, "Fuck you." Michael is nervous, but he's got his gun on him and he's pointing it out. Suddenly, from over the edge of the building, a helicopter comes up from Merriweather with guns pointed, saying to put your guns down.
This part is so fucking hilarious. So we have the FIB,
Yeah.
and then the IIA shows up,
Yeah.
and then the police SWAT team shows up,
Yeah.
and then the ATF shows up, whatever their equivalent of the ATF is, and then Merriweather shows up, and it's just they're all after each other.
They're all pissed about other various dumb shit that has all accumulated to this point, and everyone's just fully doing that Office meme where they're pointing guns at each other and shit.
And each one comes in saying, "Everybody freeze."
Yeah. It just escalates more and more. It's so fucking funny.
That to me is like the best moment of this.
Yeah. So there's a couple bullets that get off. Immediately, Steve gets shot in the same leg that he shot himself earlier.
He's like, not like fucking again.
Yeah, he says, it's the same goddamn leg. And he starts hobbling off.
No, he does one more very important thing
Yes, he does.
before that happens.
As he hobbles off, he shoots Sanchez in the head.
Because he was IAA.
He was a double agent.
He was a double agent investigating Steve the whole time.
Yeah, it turns out Sanchez was going behind Steve's back, and that's why he was so quiet and just listening in on the whole shit. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, Steve shoots him right in the fucking head, point blank.
Yeah.
And he's hobbling off. Everyone starts scattering. Now, there are a lot of different groups here, like you said. Dave has to get to safety because he's like, I just want to fucking get home. Michael is the only person without a badge here,
Yeah.
right? He is the criminal. He is wildly outnumbered. Everyone's outnumbered here, straight up. But Michael is especially outnumbered.
But it's nice because they are taking each other out from time to time, too.
Yeah, but not a lot. There's a lot of people just pointing at Michael.
Yeah.
Dave is in your head telling you how to escape, just like in a Bluetooth or whatever. And he's like, okay, go downstairs. Go do this. Go do that. All right, we need to get you to the car so you can get the fuck out of here. And, you know, there's like multiple branches of the feds coming after you with Merryweather, so it's very difficult. Michael has to shoot his way out of the first clearing, and as he does, the Merryweather helicopter starts coming down into the center square to come mow him the fuck down.
Yeah, because it's like an open air square inside the museum itself.
Yeah. This shootout is messy and it's sprawling. There's dudes coming out of fucking nowhere, and Michael is devastatingly outnumbered. There are agents and mercenaries everywhere, and they're all gunning for Michael, who seems to be at the center of everything that's gone wrong. He is completely cornered and surrounded and hopeless. And then the game pushes you out of Michael and into Trevor's perspective. Trevor is on the roof across from Michael with a sniper rifle and takes down the helicopter.
It's so fucking good.
Michael says, "What the fuck?" He looks over to see Trevor waving from the other fucking roof. Trevor says, "If anyone's gonna kill you, old friend, it's gonna be me." Okay. I
Oh.
fucking screamed because there's no indication Trevor is there.
No.
There's usually a little thing that shows up in your HUD that you can use to switch between characters. There's no indication anyone's here but Michael. You are completely back up against the wall. And then your best friend who fucking hates you shows up because if anyone's going to have the privilege of murdering you, it's going to be him.
I fucking loved it. It is so out of the blue. You don't expect it. And as soon as you are Trevor, you're like, why is he so nearby? Why is he watching Michael every step of the fucking way? I'm so happy that he is, because holy shit, this was an epic moment.
So yeah, I lose my shit. And I'm so sad that this doesn't make a lot of best of gaming lists. Like, I get that it's not at the level of a Would You Kindly.
Right.
A Would You Kindly is one of the greatest moments. A Photoshop Flowey, one of the greatest moments. Those moments take everything you know and say, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
And this moment does this in the game for me. I take everything of like, Michael is back up against the wall. He's the center of this. He's alone. He's been pushing everyone he loves away. He lost his family. He finally got them back. He's been trying to push Franklin away. Franklin won't leave him. He finally pushed Trevor away, and Trevor still came back for him. It's this story of Michael losing things and getting them back, and Trevor saying, I'm gonna murder you. And that's love, like that. And just the way the game pushes you into Trevor from being Michael when your like health is getting low, you're running out of bullets, you're against the wall, you're like, how am I gonna fucking kill everyone? It is the best moment in this game for me, and I love it so goddamn much.
Yeah, no, this was a perfectly executed surprise.
Absolutely. The shootout rages on, and Dave manages to help navigate Michael's escape with Trevor sniping up above for coverage. After Michael gets away from the fucking center, he and Trevor meet up afterwards downtown. Michael defends Dave to an extent, and Trevor is like, honestly, fuck all these motherfuckers. Trevor's still mad as fuck at Michael for stabbing him in the back. Michael says, well, why'd you come back then? And Trevor says, for one last score. And Trevor says that if it all goes bad, he'll kill Michael. Or if they both die, he'll spend the rest of eternity in hell together. So there's that. Which I love that he's like, I'm planning for it, bitch. Don't you die on me.
Yeah, I think he's recognizing this whole thing as a death trap anyway.
Yeah. Michael calls Lester with Trevor, and they say they still want to do the final victory tour. Lester says if they pull this off, they'll be making history. Trevor's pleased and tells Michael he's got his eye on him. But the boys are back, baby. To clear his mind and kind of get hyped for this last big one, Michael goes to Solomon to check in on his movie. He walks into the office to see Devin Weston and his assistant Molly sitting in Solomon's office. Devin says that it's all over, that if the plug gets pulled on this movie now, he gets paid out, and he can crash the studio and rebuild condos here.
Ugh, it's like that fucking Batman movie that should have been released.
What?
The Batgirl movie.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Such trash.
They're just collecting the insurance off the failure of it.
I hate that. Solomon comes in and screams, "They're fucking us! They're wolves in turds' clothing!" Solomon is holding the final print of the movie reel, which Molly just snatches out of his hands. Solomon cries that the only copy is being taken. Molly runs off and Michael says, "Fuck that," and chases Molly to the airport.
Michael's a producer.
Yeah. Now, Molly gets a police escort down to the airport because rich bitch privilege, and she drives like a maniac, going down on the airplane runway, through hangars, all sorts of shit, holding the final copy of this movie.
And like, it's so much like the scene in Blood and Truth when they're on the airport tarmac too.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like, you go underneath a plane that is taking off, and you go underneath a plane that lands. And like the jets blow the cop cars back and everything at you while you're chasing this bitch, remember?
It's so fucking
Oh,
cool.
it's so good.
Molly finally pulls up to Devin Weston's private hangar, and as she gets out of her car and runs to the plane, she gets too close to the plane, and her dumbass is sucked up by the airplane turbines and is killed.
She gets pulled right into the fucking turbine and just shredded.
It like shoots the blood out like you
Yeah.
want it to.
And Michael's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, Michael's like, gross.
Yeah, no, like Michael's killed a lot of people. That was too much for him.
Yeah, he's like, I draw a line. Trevor would enjoy this, but this is not for me. Michael is able to get that reel, but of course, all the cops that escorted Molly over there are now fully on him because that bitch just like exploded or some shit. Michael grabs the reel, ditches the cops, and calls Solomon to tell them that Molly got like eaten by a plane, but he does have the copy of the movie.
Yeah, and what does the guy respond with after that? It's the funniest damn thing.
Hey, dumbass. Of course we have other copies of the movie. It's being filmed on green screen. We don't just have one analog reel of the copy, you dingus.
Which, why did he shout out our only copy? But that's beside the point.
He's so dramatic.
I know.
Solomon does offer to Michael that there's going to be a big movie premiere to keep Devin from canceling the project. So he's like, I'm just going to fucking plan the party and it'll get released and then you can't take it away.
A premiere for my movie?
Yeah. Michael gets so hard on for this, and he gets his family invited, and he's like, hell yeah, I'm a movie guy. It's very cute.
Michael's never more excited than when he finds out there's gonna be a premiere.
It's the sweet, and he keeps saying, a premiere, a movie premiere.
A movie premiere.
Michael then calls Dave and is like, so I keep saving your ass, now what? Dave's like, look, we're going to pin some of that bullshit on Sanchez since he got killed, so that kind of works, but you're going to have to play nice with Steve for a little bit because we need to untangle all this shit.
He's taking 2 bullets to the same leg.
Yeah, he gave himself one of them.
Yeah.
But Dave reiterates that Trevor is a liability and that they're kind of fucked, but whatever. Michael's not happy, but he's like, fine, do what you got to do. I am out. Leave me alone. Franklin's up at his home in the hills all while this is happening, and he gets a surprise visit from his ex-girlfriend, Tanisha. I mentioned her earlier. Lamar makes fun of Franklin for getting dumped by her.
Right.
She comes in, and she is stressed, and she's like, look, Lamar is gone, and Franklin needs to go get him. She says that fucking Stretch set him up, and Lamar's in serious trouble, and that's the guy that keeps fucking them over.
Yeah.
Franklin's like, I don't owe him anything. Every time I've done anything with him, he gets me into shit. Like, why do I have to go save him? Why am I always responsible for fucking Lamar? He's a grown-ass man. Why am I always the person that has to get him out of shit?
And it seems like Lamar expects that of him too.
Yeah, Lamar really relies on him to take care of him.
Yeah, like he puts himself into dangerous situations because he knows that Franklin's gonna have to come rescue him.
It's got some little, like, youngest sibling energy.
Yeah.
Tanisha is like, you need to do this for me. We all grew up together. We owe this to each other to take care of each other. Franklin's like, no, fuck off. I don't owe you anything either. You're getting married to some doctor. You got out of the neighborhood. Why do you give a shit? And she says, if you let that idiot die, you're a bigger asshole than I thought. She is just so mad. And she's like, get over yourself, get your shit together, and go save your friend. We have to look out for each other. We're all we have.
And like, I don't know why she needed to exist.
There's not enough with her. There must be some cutting room floor missions with her or something, because like it's implied that they were together for a while and it was a messy breakup and that he's still a little hung up on her, but we don't get a lot of context for that.
Yeah, and this is really all we ever get to see of her too.
Yeah. Which sucks.
And I mean, there's other characters they've introduced that could have easily served this same point.
Mm-hmm.
Like the girl with the
tow truck?
The tow truck, yeah. I think she could have served the exact same point as the girlfriend, and I don't know why they bothered to bring her in just for this scene, but whatever. Gave somebody some work.
Yeah. Someone got a paycheck out of it.
Yeah.
She says that she doesn't give a shit that Franklin thinks he's above all this because she got out of the life, but just get over your shit, go get Lamar. Lamar is being held at a sawmill out in Paleto Bay, like way out in the desert. So Franklin like, fine, I'll drive 4 hours, I'll go save my stupid ass best friend who I hate.
Just keeps getting himself into the stupid fucking problems.
He does. On the way out, he calls Lester to help do some computer magic recon and look into the sawmill, get eyes on it. Lester's like, I'll get Michael and Trevor out there for support as well, because you can't go in alone.
Yeah.
And gives Franklin a heads up that sawmill, they're moving a shit ton of weed weight. So there's going to be a lot of security, a lot of dudes out there.
It's very useful having Lester on your side.
Lester's the fucking best, and I love him.
Yeah.
Trevor and Michael roll up, and they refuse to speak to each other and are complete babies the entire time.
I love that, actually.
But like, if you remember, it's literally, hey, Franklin, tell Trevor not to be a dumbass. Hey, Franklin, tell Michael that he's fat.
Yeah. Poor Franklin stuck in the middle, like, why did I even call you guys?
Yeah, Franklin's like, can you two not be fucking children right now? I have to go save my idiot best friend. It's this great shootout. So it's this huge sprawling lot, and it's this same scene that they've used in a couple of GTA Online missions too. Like there's one with Lamar and Franklin where they use the same set.
Yeah.
And it's very fun. So Michael's up on the hill and he's sniping dudes, trying to clear the path. Trevor is running through the fucking shit through the front doors looking for Lamar. And when Lamar sees Trevor, he goes, oh, it's the crazy dude.
Yeah, it's that crazy white dude.
Yeah. Franklin's running in, trying to be sneaky and like cover too and grab him. But Trevor and Franklin go in, they find Lamar, save him, and Franklin pulls him out and drives him home, which is fucking great. As they're leaving, Lamar tells Trevor he'll come by over the Vanilla Unicorn to get horny on his office supplies. Which is insane.
What the fuck kind of thing is that to say? Horny on your office supplies.
Does he consider strippers office supplies? Like,
I guess so.
Such a weird thing to say.
Oh.
I really love the friendship between Trevor and Lamar. Like,
yeah.
As Trevor, you can call Lamar to hang out, and I've had them just go to the strip club together and like go get drinks together, and they have very cute conversations. They're both insane. They're both just really chaotic, but Trevor's just better at things. I think they're a good budding friendship. I love them.
Yeah, and like I feel like they kind of crush on each other a little bit.
They do. They do. I think at one point Trevor does imply that he wants Lamar to suck his dick.
Yeah. And Lamar's like doesn't say no.
They kind of do a what? What?
Yeah.
What? What?
You're just joking, right? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be crazy though?
Yeah.
Anyway, on the drive back, Lamar was like, I was fine. I had the situation completely under control. And Franklin is like, you got set up, you dumbass. They were gonna kill you.
Fucking so dumb, Lamar.
Franklin drops Lamar off back in the neighborhood, and Lamar asks Franklin for some money. Franklin does give him money, but Lamar is like ungrateful and kind of a dick about it. And he's like, oh, you're in the Illuminati now. Fucking thank you so much for the money. And like, he's so rude about asking for money and then getting like I think he gives him like $2,000 or $3,000.
He
just
gives him a fat ass stack.
yeah, like a
of
couple racks.
bills. And then Lamar has the fucking gall to say, "Oh, you left me enough money to get some chicken on the way to the poorhouse." Like,
Ugh.
are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, you just got handed a stack bigger than anything you were offering Franklin when you were getting him work.
Absolutely. Yeah, the best thing they did was get $2,000 of dye bombed money.
Yeah,
The fuck?
fucking Lamar. He's just always with his hand. Like, I don't want to call him like that stereotype of just wanting his hand out and just always give me. But when it comes to Franklin, he always is.
Yeah, and he expects it out of Franklin.
Yeah.
Lamar is just like, fuck you for doing well. Like, that's the energy he's giving Franklin. And Franklin's like, I promise you, if something good comes up, I'm going to hit you up and I'll get you in. But there's still so much tension. They have this kind of minor friend breakup, really. Like, they have a fight.
I feel like they need to have one, to be real, because they're not on the same page.
No, you're right. They're absolutely not. It just sucks. As he leaves, Franklin is actually rolled up on by Steve and Dave. Dave and Steve pull him aside and they say, look, Trevor is a liability that no one can afford. They say that the time will come where they need to kill Trevor. They need him to kill Trevor. Franklin's like, no, get Michael to do it. But Dave says Michael can't do it. Trevor won't let him nearby. Valid. Franklin leaves this encounter knowing that, one, his best friend hates him for what he's become and how good he is at his job.
You're right.
And two, knowing that the FIB are going to try and force him to kill one of his new friends. So he's in just a real fucking pickle.
Yeah, he is not happy about this decision at all.
No. So after Franklin saved Lamar's ungrateful ass, Michael is back home, getting ready for the premiere of his big movie. It's so exciting. The whole DeSanta family is going, and Jimmy even texted Franklin to brag about it.
Oh, that's really cute, actually.
Yeah.
Because he's a producer's son.
Yeah. Michael and Jimmy go get suits for the premiere from the fancy store, and they look very handsome. It's so sweet.
They go to Ponsby's.
Yeah. Jimmy got a limo ordered to take them to the premiere, and he hangs out of the sunroof to scream about his privilege and drink champagne and say, I'm a producer's kid.
I know, he's really funny. It's almost too over the top because he's just saying, like, really awful things as a joke, but knowing that they're very true.
He's literally going, I have privilege now.
Yeah. I can develop a drug habit and still have a job.
Yeah. Michael tells him to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, but, Jimmy's having a moment. They head down to the Oriental Theater on Vinewood Boulevard.
The Oriental Theater, right? That's really great.
I know, instead of the Chinese theater.
Yeah.
On the way, Devin Weston calls Michael, and Michael apologizes about Molly, saying it was an accident that she got eaten by the airplane, and he had nothing to do with it. Devin says that Michael made a fool out of him, and he's pissed.
Uh-oh.
Michael's like, hey, I'm sorry, but don't threaten me. Devin says, forgive and forget. Namaste. But he says it like really menacingly, so we'll see.
I mean, it's probably very triggering to Michael hearing Namaste, considering his wife was fucking a yogi.
Oh, entirely. Devin doesn't know that, but it's still like, it's there. I love that.
Oh, you think Devin doesn't know that? He has hired private investigators to look into Michael. He knows everything.
Okay, valid. Very valid. Jimmy and Michael roll up in the limo at the red carpet, and they see their old buddy Laszlo there, reporting for Weasel News.
Oh, he is a weasel.
He is. Laszlo still has the shiner from the last time Michael ran into him, which is nice.
And his hair's all short now.
Yeah. Michael sees Solomon, and they hug, saying, they fucking did it. Tracy and Amanda aren't on the carpet yet because they wanted to be a little fashionably late. Laszlo harasses Solomon for a role in his next movie and is immediately shot down, which is great. Soon, everyone's kind of trickled into the theater, and Laszlo hides from Michael. As the carpet clears out, Michael and Devin run into each other on that carpet. Devin says, congrats, we did it. Michael's weary and is concerned about Amanda and Tracy, who aren't there yet. Devin jokes about Amanda being stuck at home, and Michael goes into full Papa Bear mode and realizes Devin is only on this carpet as an alibi, and something horrible is going on at his house.
Yeah.
Michael and Jimmy race back to their house to find Devin's Merryweather men swarming his entire property. Two have Amanda and Tracy at gunpoint upstairs, and Michael has to fast save them and take out the other gunmen. Additional cars roll up to the assault, and throughout the house, Michael is getting boom, 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 fucking everyone dead. He thinks he has everyone killed, and he goes upstairs to check on the girls. And one gunman comes out of nowhere and gets the jump on Michael. For some fucking reason, the lights go out. When a Merryweather man has Michael at gunpoint, Jimmy, for some fucking reason, in full army garb and like fucking night vision goggles,
Camo gear, everything.
helmet, he had a helmet,
Yeah.
grabs his bong and smacks the Merryweather guy over the head. He does manage to knock the guy out, and through the night vision, we see Jimmy's gamer ass start teabagging.
Yeah, he starts teabagging.
Michael tells him to stop because in the excitement, Jimmy didn't realize he was actually teabagging his dad and not the guy he knocked out. Michael goes, "What the fuck? Why are you sitting on me?
It's called teabagging, Dad. You're supposed to do that.
Why are you sitting on me?" It's so fucking cute, and it's like, "Oh, Jimmy, you were helpful for once in your life." Ugh.
And he's like shit talking the way he would in a video game while he's teabagging too.
Yeah, he's like, "Get owned, bitch." It's ridiculous. I love it. After this, Michael calls Lester and he tells him what happened with Merryweather and that he had Amanda and the kids move out for a few days so Michael can sort everything out because clearly the house is compromised.
Yeah, it's destroyed now.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullet holes, bitch. Lester's obviously got his back, but Michael is furious and out for blood now. Amanda calls him a little bit later and she's scared and she's like, "Oh my God, Michael, what the fuck?" And Michael reassures her that he loves her and he's going to take care of her and the kids.
What do you think makes him more mad? That they came into his home and threatened his family, or that he missed his movie premiere?
I think he's a little mad he missed his movie premiere. You can only see a movie for the first time once, but you can
That's
always
true.
see your terrible, terrible children. I mean, at this point, he does value his family after losing them and getting them back, but
Yeah.
he got a tux for that movie premiere and he didn't get to wear it inside.
I know.
You know, everyone's in a weird place, but Lester is able to get the big one really sorted out, so they at least have something to keep them together for now and get them through this like weird wave of life. Lester and all the boys show up at the Vanilla Unicorn to talk about the big one. Lester has two options. One is to hijack the cars, take prisoners, and do it loud, basically, to get everything out of the Union Depository. You hijack cars, mod a bunch of getaway cars, and like soup them up so you can like Fast and Furious the shit. Option 2 is to cause a distraction and go in during the madness and sneakily swipe the Union Depository. With that one, you drill a hole under the bank and take it that way and need to hijack a train.
You need like Elon Musk's boring fucking tunnel driller too.
Yeah. No, it's the fucking excavator from The Incredibles, basically.
Yeah.
There's always a goddamn train. And just to check in, here's where we're at with the boys. Franklin was asked to kill Trevor by the FIB. Trevor wants to kill Michael because of the FIB and Brad. Michael wants to kill Devin Weston because of the hit Weston put out on his family and his movie career. Franklin is mad at Devin because he never got paid for any of the car jobs.
Fair, yeah. I mean, two of them are mad at Devin Weston, so.
Yeah, and Michael and Trevor, they have hits on their back. Franklin is somehow responsible for all of this. So that's where we're at with the boys. Anyway, the whole gang does whatever pre-heist shit they have to do, which, you know, I think is kind of fun because you're like, I gotta get the gang together, do all this fun shit.
Yeah.
I like to customize my getaway cars to be a little extra souped up, especially with like turbo engines and like precision turning and shit like that. I also make mine hot pink so it's very easy to find them because some of these you have to park a getaway car somewhere and then run to it, and it's very easy for my brain to be like, it's the bright pink one, I'm good.
That's pretty smart, actually.
Yeah. Like it doesn't matter in game, like the cops won't notice you if you're in a pink car or a black car. But if you're like, oh, it's bright pink, I know exactly where to run to, it saves you a half second.
Really smart life hack on that one.
Thank you. I'm a gamer. I've done both the subtle one and the loud one, and I think that the loud one is a bit more fun. Either way, there are huge shootouts. The cops show up, Merryweather show up, everyone shows up to try to stop you, but it's so fucking fun. It's the big one.
It's the big one.
So with loud, that's where you drill a hole under the bank with the excavator, and then you chopper the gold out through the sky out to a train, and then the train like cruises around. You have to pick up the train and get the gold. It's really, really cool. Quiet, you pose as guards. You pretend to go in as like picking up the money, you put it in vans, and then they realize what happened and they chase you, which is really, it's again, Fast and Furious, but it's really fun to like fly a bunch of gold through the sky.
Yeah, right?
That's fun. Do the loud version.
Oh my gosh. I mean, just that whole idea of crashing in through the roof and pulling it up and out and just, oh, that's so cool.
It's so fucking cool. At the end of the big one, Trevor comes up to Michael and says, "We are good." Lester takes Michael and Trevor to help him move the gold into holding while he waits to get it flipped. Franklin drives off after the heist to head home.
I mean, there's nothing like a couple $1,000,000 to make you bury a hatchet.
Yeah. And it's like a stupid amount of money. It's really good.
Yeah, I think they each get to split like 14 million out of this one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really good. Franklin hears a knock at the door once he's home, and when he opens it, it's Devin Weston. Franklin goes, "The fuck, you got my money?" Devin asks for a coconut water. He's training for a marathon and was running through the hills and decided to stop by Franklin's house.
Just to see if he had coconut water.
Devin invites himself in and tells him that Michael has betrayed everyone he's ever known, that Michael has busted several business ventures, and that Franklin needs to kill Michael.
Oh, good. Now he's being told to kill both of them.
Franklin's like, "What about the feds?" Devin's like, "Fuck you. Kill Michael." Franklin says the feds want him to kill Trevor and he can't kill them both because what the fuck? Then Franklin kicks Devin out of his house and Devin's like, "It's fine. I have a run coming up. Goodbye." And speaking of running, there is no more running. This is the only way it can all end. Now we're in the end game and Franklin is posed with 3 choices. A, kill Trevor. B, kill Michael. Or C, death wish.
This was a very frustrating prompt.
Why?
Because, I mean, first time I played this game,
Yeah.
obviously, right when it came out.
Right.
I'm beating this within 3-4 days of it coming out.
Oh shit.
Because, I mean, obviously, I sat and just played this fucking game.
How could you
nonstop,
not?
Right?
Totally.
And I see this list of options, and I read it as kill Trevor, kill Michael, kill Franklin.
As death wish kill Franklin.
Yeah.
Now, that was the original version of this.
Okay, good. Because I read that and I think to myself, Franklin is, above all, the one who deserves to live.
Absolutely.
And then it really just came down to, do I want to kill Michael or Trevor? And I know my first run through, I went with kill Michael.
Oh.
Because I had to keep Trevor alive. Are you fucking kidding me?
You got to see where this goes, man.
Trevor is like a certain kind of evil that you have to let persist. Michael is this like kind of bullshit evil
Mm-hmm.
who isn't as great as he thinks he is, and the world could be better off without him.
Okay.
That's kind of the way I saw it.
Yeah.
Because again, I thought this was the choice of one of each.
Right. Now, there was a version of GTA where Franklin could die as that third option, but Rockstar removed it pretty quickly because they realized they wanted to use him online and have him be canonical to what that story is. So no matter what, Franklin lives.
That's interesting because online is a prequel to the game.
Well, there are postquels.
It is now.
Postquels? Sequels.
That has happened now.
Yeah.
Like 10 years later, they're finally doing things that have happened post game.
Right. Like I alluded to, when you see Franklin, who's like come up in the business, in this industry, in this world, he has his little employee of the month plaque from Simeon, like in his fucking fancy mob boss office and shit. There's some key art where you can see it. It's really great.
That and the therapist has made a return as well in online, apparently.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's infuriating.
Therapist has shown up as like a bad guy or some shit.
Of course. I love that, actually. Of course,
Yeah.
he's a bad guy. I hate the therapist.
Yeah, the therapist is the worst.
Anyway, we're going to go down the list. So with option A, Franklin chooses to follow the feds and kill Trevor. I don't like these.
I know. Killing Trevor especially. This one was like, I don't want to kill Trevor. Because I played 3 times, and I did the second time I played kill Trevor. Third time I did finally Death Wish, and then I was like,
Oh.
fuck you.
We're going to get there. Franklin calls Trevor and says he needs to talk somewhere quiet. Trevor suggests an empty lot on the east side of town, and they agree to meet. Franklin gets there, and Trevor rolls up in his truck. And Trevor's like, "How you doing?" Franklin says, "Good." Trevor says he's doing peachy. Trevor says he knows what this is about. It's about Michael, and Franklin's playing the peacemaker. Franklin whips out a gun and says, "Michael ain't the problem."
Ugh.
I know. Like, I can't help it. I'm upset. Franklin says Trevor's going to get everyone fucking killed. Trevor says he's been good with Franklin. Trevor calls him a Judas and gets back in his car and drives off. Franklin drives off to chase Trevor. Michael calls Franklin and Franklin's like, oh my God, you need to help me. He's being crazy. I'm trying to get Trevor and he's losing it. Michael says he's not far and he's on the way. Trevor drives into an oil field, and as he's driving through barrels of oil, Michael comes in from the side out of fucking nowhere and T-bones him. And Trevor ends up driving into a big-ass oil barrel.
Yeah.
Trevor crawls out of his car screaming to take the fucking shot. He's covered in oil. Flames are starting to come up. This is the end. Franklin looks at Michael, who tells Franklin to take the shot. With one bullet, Trevor's body goes up in flames from the oil, and the oil barrel explodes.
Oof. What a horrible way to die, too.
I know, it's so aggressive. Michael says, you always like gasoline, Trevor. Michael walks
The
away.
fuck?
Dude,
I mean,
dude.
that is true. He was drinking the gasoline, but still, it's just like, that's not what you say to your friend of 30 years as he's dying.
I know, it's pretty fucked up. Michael walks away and says it's time Franklin grows the fuck up. Michael breaks down a bit and says he's reached his limit, and he and Franklin walk away. Franklin ends with going, I guess that's that. Michael fist bumps him and says, it is what it is. What a horrible ending to the game.
That's such a downer ending, and like, you can see why it's not the optimal one.
No. Now, option B, kill Michael. Franklin chooses to follow Devin Weston and kill Michael. Franklin calls Michael and says they need to talk somewhere quiet. And Michael says, let's go for a drive out of town. They meet up in a deserted area, and Franklin says, shit's not good right now. Michael says, hold up. He gets a call from Amanda. Amanda says that Tracy got accepted to college.
What fucking college?
Community. Probably. I don't know. Franklin watches on as Michael finally becomes proud of one of his children. Michael says Amanda wants to bring Franklin over for dinner soon sometime.
Ugh.
He's so happy. He loves his job, his family, his kids. He feels like he finally made it.
Never say that in any story.
Franklin says he risked everything for Michael. As Michael starts realizing that Franklin came out to kill him, he runs to his car and drives off. Franklin chases Michael through the windmills and down through the train tracks. Michael drives into an empty train yard and runs off into the scaffolding of the wind power plant. Michael screams to Franklin that he was like a son to him. They shoot at each other as they sprint through this weird power plant. Michael's fat ass is faster than he's ever been. He's not even fat. And he climbs up a huge tower. Michael screams, did Trevor put you up to this? Let's take him out together. At the top of this tower, Franklin meets up with Michael, who has a gun on him. Michael says he'll always have the drop on Franklin. Michael looks around as they hide on opposite ends of this tower. They're in like kind of a big water tower almost thing. It's a big circular area.
Yeah, it's almost like the ending to Heavy Rain.
Yeah. Franklin does get the drop on Michael and jumps him. They scrap for a bit and stand up. Michael says, are you really going to cap the only person who was decent to you? I treated you like fucking family. Franklin pushes Michael over the tower, but then is able to reach out and grab him and catch him. You can drop Michael now, or you can try and pull him up and save Michael. Michael screams that Franklin made the wrong call. If you try to pull him up and save him, Michael pulls him up high enough to headbutt Franklin and then falls to his death.
Oh, it's a headbutt.
If you do nothing, eventually Franklin loses his grip and drops Michael. Any way you do it, Michael falls down stories and stories to the ground to his death.
Oh, poor Michael.
I know!
Didn't deserve that ending either.
His kid finally did something he was proud of.
Like I was saying, like, of the people that deserve to die, Franklin's the least deserving to die. So when you're going through not knowing what each one of these is going to do, you assume they're going to tell you the truth, which is again why I avoided Death Wish.
I did Death Wish as mine.
And how happy are you that you did Death Wish?
1,000% extremely happy. So let's get into the good ending, which
Yeah.
I would like to think is canonical.
The happy ending is Death Wish.
Option C is Death Wish, where Franklin says, fuck everything, let's burn it all down.
Hell yeah.
For Death Wish, Franklin calls Lester. Franklin tells Lester he has a problem that he needs Lester's help with. You could use Lester in any problem, let's be real.
Yeah.
That it's a problem they can all use Lester's help with, just in general. Lester invites Franklin over to his house, and Franklin goes off about the worst case scenario. Franklin tells Lester one motherfucker wants him to kill Michael, and another motherfucker wants him to kill Trevor. The motherfucker who wants to kill Trevor is Steve Haynes, and the motherfucker who wants to kill Michael is Devin Weston. Lester says, well, kill Michael, then kill Trevor. Franklin's like, what the fuck? That doesn't help.
That's exactly how I did it.
It is how you did it. Lester's like, well, I don't know how you can do all this unless. Now, Lester says Steve Haynes is under a lot of fire from the shootings at the center where Sanchez died, that big shootout
The
was.
museum.
Yeah, the museum. Devin Weston is that asshole billionaire who's known to be an asshole and is friendly with the asshole who runs Merryweather. So Lester figures that they would both be involved with capturing the money that the boys just lifted from the Union Depository. And maybe if Lester seeds out the info that they all know where the money is going to go, they can roll up and try and get that money back from the boys. See what I'm saying?
But the boys will be ready for him.
Exactly. Merryweather will be there trying to bust it up, and they're going to get taken out immediately. Lester starts getting to work linking in with Michael and Trevor. Lester is he's so brilliant at laying the right traps. Franklin calls Lamar, and he's like, look, my shit is fucked up. I need you. Come through. Franklin picks up Lamar, and they head to the foundry, which they decided would be a great pickup spot for the money, quote unquote, that Lester leaked to Merryweather. It's got a lot of levels and perches and areas where you can kind of get some spicy angles. Pretty easy to get the drop on Merryweather, they figure, when they come through.
It's a great final fight scene.
It is. It's such a good set. Franklin has Lamar play lookout outside while he goes in to meet up with Michael and Trevor, who are arguing on whether or not a rifle is a good enough gun for a private army shootout. Trevor calls Michael fat.
As he does.
Franklin tells them both to get their shit together, and Lamar walkies in saying, hey, the army's showing up. Get your shit together. Now, like you said, this shootout is amazing. You shoot between all three boys as waves and waves of feds and Merryweather pricks come through looking for this looted gold from the job. Lamar eventually does reach out and say, hey, I need help outside. More and more dudes are coming up. Like, you can move the fight outside right now.
I love that Lamar got involved in this final fight too, though.
It's good because this is all about Franklin making good with everyone, and that has to include Lamar.
Yeah.
Even if they don't treat each other well, he's also seeing that same friendship reflected in Michael and Trevor, where it's like, they love each other, but they don't like each other, but they will always have each other's backs. And he's like, okay, fine, I get it. I see you.
Yeah.
So even after the building's clear, more and more cars come through in waves to kill all the boys and try and reclaim that gold. And then even air support comes in, which is fucking wild. The boys regroup afterwards to figure out their next move after taking out all these waves of army boys and just being like, haha, fuck you. Franklin says he has some old friends who need to be re-educated. Michael says, well, we just need to silence a few people. First of all, Steve Haynes. Trevor asks about Dave Norton, but Michael says we need to keep him alive to keep the FIB off their backs. So,
Honestly, Dave's not that bad.
he's not. He's just sad, but he's very even. He's like, I'm going to try and be fair, but I do have my own agenda, but I will give you as much heads up as possible.
He will help you to the extent that it hurts him. If it's going to hurt him, he will not help you any further than that.
Yes, but he is willing to do some things that he wouldn't do for other people.
Correct, yeah.
Franklin asks about Chang, who thinks Michael and Trevor are dating, and they're like, yep, that guy's got to go too. Trevor asks about the guy who keeps setting up Lamar, and Franklin's like, you want to throw him in there too? Let's fucking kill him.
Yeah, we're on a killing spree right now. Let's just fucking wipe out everybody's problems.
Yeah. Michael says Trevor will throw anyone in there to serve his bloodlust, and Trevor's like, I'm tying up loose ends, which is... both are true, okay? They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, it's a little like Dexter, who only kills serial killers.
Yeah. Michael then reminds them all about Devin Weston. So now we have a hit list between the boys. Franklin calls Lester, who's like happily pleased that everyone's alive, because holy shit, dude.
He's like, oh, my boys are together. All right.
Although if you guys died, I'd have a bigger cut of this fucking job. They ask for locations on Steve Haynes, Devin Weston, Wei Chang, and Stretch, the guy that keeps fucking over Lamar. Lester knows Steve Haynes is filming his TV show at the pier, and Trevor's like, dibs, runs off to take care of Steve. He's so stoked, he yells shotgun as he jumps into his own car. Which, that's not the shotgun seat you're driving.
Or he was just saying how he's gonna kill.
Oh. Sniper, let's go.
Yeah.
Lester gets a phone ping on Stretch at the rec center, and Michael is like, I got this one. I'm going to take care of him to keep Franklin clear of any deaths of known associates. Make it look random.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Lester also gets a credit card paying Chang at this beach club, and he's like, all right, Franklin, go for it. Lester says once he finds Devin Weston, he'll send the coordinates out so they can figure out their next move. Franklin rolls up to the Pacific Bluffs Club, which is kind of this nice club along the water, and he has a shootout with the Triads, which, like, is so dramatic to say.
Yeah.
He takes out a whole ass gang and then calls Trevor to confirm everything's okay with the gang now that they're dead, and anyone alive is completely run out of Los Santos. So no drama there, no business with the O'Neills. We're all good.
Everybody's out.
Michael goes down to the rec center where Stretch was last seen at and kills him on a basketball court. There's a shootout with the rest of the gang there, but Michael confirms to Franklin that Stretch isn't a problem anymore. But, you know, maybe tell Lamar to double check his sources on things, because he's a fucking idiot. Trevor goes down to the pier and sees Steve Haynes filming his show on the Ferris wheel, which is a really great setting.
Oh my god, I forgot he's on the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, so Trevor has to climb up. I climbed up on the roof of, like, the bathrooms and snipe him from afar. So not a shotgun.
Right.
Not an appropriate weapon for this. The cops naturally come after you snipe Steve Haynes out of fucking nowhere while he's filming, so it's actually caught on camera by the fucking dude.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. But Trevor gets away, and now the boys are all set with everyone except that billionaire asshole, Devin Weston. Lester confirms to Trevor that Merryweather has security all over Devin Weston's house, and Devin Weston's bitch ass is just laying out by the patio. After taking out the private army of all the Merryweather dudes at his house, Devin gets kidnapped by Trevor, and then shoved into the trunk of a car, where Trevor takes him and drives out to a secluded area by the water. Some time passes, and the sun starts to set, with golden hour glowing around the car. Michael and Franklin show up, ready to put an end to all of this bullshit. They gather around the car, and Trevor pops the trunk, and Franklin tells a scared Devin Weston, I picked C. Ain't that a bitch? Michael tells Devin he's a bitch, and yells at him about capitalism. Michael says, thanks for the advice. Goodbye. Michael closes the trunk, and the three boys push the car off of the cliff.
Together.
Yeah. The car falls and lands among the rocks on the beach. A beat goes by, and then the car explodes in a beautiful and glorious fireball.
A perfect movie moment.
Trevor turns and asks, what's next? Michael says to keep quiet and move forward as friends. The boys are now at peace. They each drive off into the sunset, and the game is over. That was Grand Theft Auto 5.
Holy shit.
Thank you all for hanging out with me for literal hours.
That was incredible. Way to go, Andrea.
I fucking love that game so much.
Oh, it's a perfect fucking game. It was, to me, the best game ever made until the same studio made Red Dead Redemption 2, so.
Yeah, I'm fully there with you. But you know what? As great as the Braithwaite Assault is, I don't think it beats Trevor showing up to snipe out from Michael. That is just one of the most beautiful gaming moments I've ever experienced, and it feels like a privilege to play. It's so fucking good. I love this game so goddamn much, and I'm so grateful to anyone who's made it to this point, because holy shit, thank you for hanging out with me for like a shift? A whole shift of your job?
Yeah, it's time for your lunch break.
Yeah, or at least time to go home.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. That is the end of season 6 of The Other Castle. Like we said, we will be back in
Couple months.
We got to go play some games. We got to write out some things for you, but we will be coming back strong In the interim, if you want to hang out with us more, check out our website, theothercastlepodcast.com.
That's theothercastlepodcast.com.
You'll be able to email us, find our social, listen to back catalogs. There's links to our Patreon. And if you want to join our Discord, please DM us, send us an email, send us a message, and we will send you a personal link to get into our private server so you can hang out with us, talk about the episodes. We have an Actually channel. If I fucked anything up, you can tell me where I'm wrong. We've got a meme page. We've got pages that you can talk about any episode at all. If anyone wants to talk to me about Emo Game, I would love it. I don't think anyone's listened to that one, but I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed this one a lot too. Man, I fucking love Grand Theft Auto.
I mean, to think that when we started this series, you said definitively you will never be able to play Grand Theft Auto.
I did. I thought the dexterity wouldn't work with my stupid tiny thumbs, but I played it a couple times and I love it so much.
To be able to watch your growth and to see you actually choose quality as well on top of that.
That's character development, baby.
Yeah, it's like, it's not only that you're loving games, you're loving the right games.
Yeah. Well, $6 billion in sales can't be wrong, right?
I mean, you would think, but
It's doing Marvel money over here. Anyway, this has been so much fun. I am so eternally grateful to everyone that's been reaching out, that's been connecting with us. We're very accessible. If you guys want to hang out, please talk to us on the Discord. We love that. And we really appreciate all of you. We are so excited to come back in season 7, but I definitely need at least a nap right now. I think I might go get a cinnamon roll or something. I am exhausted.
oh my lord, especially, I mean, this one, at least with Red Dead, we took like an hour-and-a-half break while we were recording that one. We didn't take any breaks this episode.
No, I want to sleep. I want to sleep and not talk to anyone for 3 days straight. I'm so exhausted.
You have done your talking.
Yeah, my introvert ass needs to recharge, and I was just talking to you. Like, there weren't even people here, but I feel like I'm performing, so I'm like really tired. But thank you all so much. I had a fabulous time this season. I had so much fun. Thank you for joining us, and we will hopefully bring season 7 back and make you all very happy very soon.
And as we were saying with the Patreon earlier, we're going to keep going strong on that one. Every month, there will still be new episodes coming out over there. We might be dropping a couple bonus episodes in between now and next season as well. So,
yeah, it'll be fun. And if you do want to hear about some Strangers and Freaks missions, specifically my favorite Strangers and Freaks missions from GTA 5, I will be doing a specific episode all about that only on the Patreon. Just as a teaser, I will be covering the Epsilon program, which is the cult that lives in this game, which we didn't bring up at all, but if you want to hear all about it, oh, bitch, you know I love a cult.
oh, if you know Andrea, you know her love of cults.
So I'm very excited to get into that, and then a couple other missions that feature all the boys, so stoked. Now, marry, fuck, kill, Michael Trevor Franklin.
That's literally the point of the game.
Yeah.
You got to kill somebody at the end.
No, not like that!
Oh, and so now we're not killing?
I'd marry Franklin because I think he's the sweetest, and I think he'd be the best partner.
Okay.
I'd kill Michael.
Yep.
And I'd fuck Trevor.
Yep. I think that's the right answer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like some people would fight that you should kill Trevor.
Why? You need that chaos in the world.
Cannibalism.
Yeah, you need that chaos.
I feel like it'd be fun. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? Maybe score a little bit of drugs on the side.
you
get a-
don't want the drugs he's peddling.
That's
Come on.
that's fair. I'm not into crank.
You're
but-
not into bathtub crank.
Yeah, I am not into. That's not my vibe. I like a mushroom.
You,
I like a nice mushroom.
You like a real chef,
Yeah.
not that chef.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This was so much fun. I am so grateful. I'm so excited for next season. I'm so excited to do this Patreon episode. Maybe in like 2 days when I get my voice back, because I'm definitely losing my voice after doing this one.
Oh, I'm not retouching Grand Theft Auto for another 2 weeks at
You
least.
Can't even.
No, good lord. I mean, I love the game 100%. I think you did a fantastic job on this episode as well.
Thank you.
And if you all want to keep hearing us, make sure that you are subscribed to the show so that way when we come back for season 7, you'll get an alert saying, hey, the other castle's back.
We're back, baby. And of course, on social, we'll be updating, keeping you apprised of when we're coming back and we have stuff coming out. Merch is always on sale. We are doing the thing. And we thank you all, Goombas, so much. We love you.
All right. Well, until next season, Goombas, this is Tom and Andrea reminding you,
That we love you.
and don't skip the cutscenes.
Bye.
Bye.
What's up? Can a low come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe if you got rid of that old yee-yee ass haircut you got, you get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass if she ever stop fucking with that brain surgeon, the lawyer she fucking with, nigga.
What?